Hello and welcome everybody to Mortdog Madness Neon Nights. I'm Casanova here with Riley, Mortdog, and ImpetuousPanda here to bring you the bout between NA and EU. So I want to get some early kind of, thoughts, initial takes. We're going to go down the line. Let's start with Riley.
Yeah, I'm doing great, excited to be here, and NA kinda outnumbers EU on the desk, so personally, I'm gonna go a little bit easy on the trash talk about how NA is factually superior to EU, but we'll get there.
I'm unbiased here. I like all the players, so, no EU versus NA. We'll see who wins, but I'm excited to see what happens. Very different meta from what we saw from Worlds. There's now eggs everywhere. That's going to be really cool to see and see how the players adapt, see how the vacationing players do here, so should be interesting to see.
So Mortdog's unbiased, that means it's a 2v1. I think I can handle that, but it will be a long weekend. Thankfully, I have some great European players to kind of defend their honor, and I think they'll definitely show up today and tomorrow as well, hopefully.
Panda and I have been on opposite sides of international competitions before. We're no strangers to it, and I'm ready to trash talk with Panda all over again. Looking forward to it. But before we get into all the action, let's go ahead and take a look at the format here and break it down. We got 8 teams of 4 of them from North America, 4 of them from Europe. We're gonna have 4 lobbies and 5 games today. Every NA team will play every EU team at least once, and the top 4 teams will pick their Game 5 opponent from the opposite region. The top team from each region, so 1 NA and 1 EU, will advance to Day 2. Then, on Day 2, it's just that single lobby of those 2 teams, NA versus EU. The points fully reset, just 5 games to determine the champion. Let's go ahead and take a look at the prize pool, what they're playing for. It's going to be $10,000 total. Day 1, we're going to have $4,000 given away already. It's a bounty system, so the winner of each lobby will win $200 for their team. When we move to Day 2, that's the rest, the lion's share. $6,000 being given away that day. The bounty goes up to $500 for the winner of each game, and then there's additional cash prizing for the first and second place. But without further ado, we've got the format, we've got the prize pool. Let's get to the teams. Riley, why don't you go ahead and introduce the North American teams for me?
Yeah, over on the NA side, we've got Binoculars with Goose, Asa, Ramkev, and Solus, Disney Fastpass with Raditz, the TFT community darling, leading Aniko, Robin Songs, and Setsuko, PP God consisting of Goobums, Socks, K3 Soju, and the P God himself, Prestovant, and Suscage Business with Spicy Appies, Dish Soap, Kermex, and Spencer. A lot of strong players top to bottom, although, like you said, the end of set motivation to play TFT has kind of been suspect for us. But we also have Prestovent, who just transcends this mortal plane, so I'm feeling good about NA's chances. Meanwhile, over on the EU side, Panda, resident Spanish caster, tell us about those teams.
We have actually 2 French teams, 1 Spanish team, and 1 German team coming into this tournament. We're going to have a lot of big names from Worlds, from the French side especially. We have the Carmen Core with Solari, kind of the double team there, with Double 61 with Coco, with Volta, and with Cambiz. For Aegis, we have Unid, Magarki, Padabol, and Ketzer. For Spain, we have my favorite streamer, Snooty Boo, and Hola Soy Sergio, Manute, and Lesaford. And then for the German team, we have Solgazang as a captain, obviously a very well-known streamer and high-level player, Salvi, Gluteus Maximus, and Marks to round that team out.
Awesome to see these 2 regions going at it, all these amazing teams. But I know you were saying unbiased, but looking at all of these teams, do you have any potential bold predictions about what we're gonna see? Is EU gonna come out on top at the end of the weekend? Is NA? What do you think is gonna happen, Mort?
If I had to gamble, I think there's like 1 or 2 strong NA teams, but I think as a region, they've kind of been goofing off, maybe taking a little vacation, whereas I think EU's been trying a little harder, so if I had to put money, I'd probably go EU here, so...
EU Mort coming out. Mort coming out early.
No. Oh God! It's actually a 2v2. It's fair now. It's actually
10 minutes in, went from unbiased to EU. I'm liking the transition here. Hopefully, I think maybe Casa, we can convince you to come to our side tomorrow as well.
I'll never leave. I stick to my values. But anyways, we're going to be taking a look at those lobbies for the first lobby of the day. We're going to be jumping in to lobby D. Riley, we got Appies going up against Solo Gasong. Appies, do you think your boys got it?
He's been actually playing a lot of TFT recently, so is Kurum, I know that, and, you know, A, NA bias, B, my podcast boy, gotta root for them, but the EU team, Panda brought up Solo Gasong, very well-known streamer, also well-known for being a really solid player, Gluteus, the Set 5 Regionals winner, and then went to Worlds, plus Salvi, another well-known content creator who's well-known for being a beast in tournaments, so pretty scary EU team. I still like NA's chances, but this is going to be a really close lobby for sure.
Yeah, speaking of Salvi, we heard in the Trash Talk interview, Reddit's actually given a lot of praise to Salvi. Panda, how are you feeling about Solo Gasong's team and Salvi and their chances against Spicy Appies in this just very first lobby, you know?
I was actually doing some extra, prep this morning, looking at the ladder, looking where the, placements look like. Salvi's in the top 10 right now, and Gluteus Maximus, Marks, and Solo Gasong are all, I believe, top 30, maybe even top 20. So they're all pretty high up on the ladder. They've been playing very frequently right now, despite this being kind of the off season. They're ready to rumble in this tournament, and the French as well. They've had community tournaments pretty much every weekend. Off season, on season does not matter for them. So they're always, ranking up, always grinding. For Spain, it's a bit of a mix maybe, but Snooty's also, I think, coming back into it. Recently, a Spanish kind of national team was announced for set 7, so all the Spanish players are extra hyped for that and have been putting in the time at the end of this set as well to get over 1 KLP just to kind of brush up their game. So I'm feeling pretty good. I think all 4 teams are kind of, in a good spot right now coming into this tournament.
Well, so there's also a really important metric that we need to talk about. Before the show started, there was that little Trash Talk interview. Now, Mort, I mean, who do you think came out on top? Who has the edge between NA and EU in Trash Talk right now?
Ooh, see, that one's close, but I felt like EU came out guns blazing. Like, they were looking for redemption from Worlds. Not sure what was up with Goobum's prison wall there. That looked kind of scary too. So, it's hard to take the Trash Talk seriously coming from prison or something. But yeah, no,
he just moved
like
in to undergrad.
EU, I think EU had a good performance. I think my favorite part was Raditz. He had some really good Trash Talk towards himself. He's three of the best players in the event, and then him. And if they can carry him, then they're gonna have a good shot. And I think I think that's a good call. I think Raditz was up late last night playing not TFT, and we'll see if he can pull his weight today. I think that's gonna be a big story of it. Riley, I mean, what about you? What are you feeling about the Trash Talk back and forth? Do you agree with Mort? Is it EU favored currently?
In terms of the Trash Talk, they are actively like, yeah, we're better. We've been prepping, and NA, for the most part, just seems like, who are these people? I don't know. WHO Megalol, so yeah, we need to work on our Trash Talk a little bit, but like they said though, EU, WHO Megalol, we've got this.
All right, well, it looks like the desk in general is thinking that EU favored on the Trash Talk. Panda, I mean, I got to get your input too. Do you agree? You feel like EU is just kind of dominating the Trash Talk at this point? Do I have to step it up for NA? Is that what's going to happen?
I mean, you need to come in very confident. I was here to defend EU's honor, but I think they're defending it themselves pretty well, so I'm not going to get too far into this one. I think the games will speak for themselves. I think overall in Europe, there's a lot of national pride always. You're very tight-knit with where you're from your country, but also, as we're seeing here, regional pride. I'll be real with you guys. After Worlds, I think EU's in a bad spot. We can't really trash talk. We got to just kind of take it the last few weeks, so there's really nothing that can go wrong here. We either have a fantastic tournament, turn that thing around, and say, now EU's the best region, or we don't, and we stay in the same kind of spot. So I think it's just a great opportunity for EU to actually try and fight back and put up a good show.
All right. I think, if we've got a little time here, I'd love to take a look back at those initial lobbies. And we can talk a little bit about some of the lobbies that we're not going to see on broadcast right away, right? We're going into Lobby D. We talked about it a bit. But let's take a look at the rest, right? We got Goose versus Aegis, right? Raditz versus Double. I think that was a big one coming in, as this French team is supposed to be the strongest, but Raditz also saying that his team minus himself is probably the strongest North American team. So that might be worth keeping our eyes on Lobby B, see how that goes as maybe a tone setter for the tournament. What do you think about that in general, Mort?
We'll have to see. I'm not, I don't know. We'll have to see.
We will be seeing for sure. Riley, is there any one of these lobbies that you're super excited to see the result of?
Oh man, Lobby A. I mean, in theory, this team of Goose, Asa, Ramkev, Solus, some of the strongest tournament performers in NA. Ramkev, set 4 Worlds. Goose just coming off a strong finals performance at set 6 Worlds. Solus, just classic, really strong in tournament, even when he's not playing the game, which I imagine on vacation with NA's vacation right now. Solus isn't playing much. Asa, his breakout performance. Strong NA team, in theory. In theory, that's
In
God.
practice,
I
we'll
really
see.
hope they show up. I really hope so.
All right, with that, it is time. Mortdog Madness, Neon Knights. Let's get into game. Let's go. Casa, Riley, take it away.
All right, thank you so much, Mort. We're jumping into game 1. Riley, it's Lobby D. We got Appies, Mark, Salvi, Spencer, Solgasong, Dish Soap, Kurum X, and Gluteus Maximus. And we're jumping right on board with Marks here and that giant spell on Camille.
Yeah, so this is a very big egg in the corner. This is looking like one that'll hatch on either 5-1 or 6-1. I'm actually not 100% sure. But this is the new mechanic that got introduced in this quote-unquote for fun patch. These eggs that hatch after a certain number of turns give everyone in the lobby the same amount of items. You always get a tome. What stage it hatches on will be the factor of whether it gives you components, full items, radiant items, multiple radiant items. So a lot of these players playing around this egg, they're gonna want to see this hatch because that's going to be a huge spike for them. So we'll see how players have gotten used to playing around this egg and this new mechanic, because from what I've seen in my lobbies, it's introduced some crazy boards, especially with the tome early, everyone getting access to +1 of a trait.
Oh, yeah, and we're going to see the first pick here for Appies, Junkyard, Jeweled Lotus, and Thrill of the Hunt. Now, Riley, I mean, when you see these 3, I know flexibility is generally quite valued, but we see Jeweled Lotus for Spicy Appies, which, again, admittedly is a little bit of a flexible item, and Appies being an AP-leaning player, I can understand that, and immediately goes for Brand with an IE Slam.
Immediately. It's not just because he's an AP-leaning player, it's also because he had the setup immediately. He had these brands, he had the Infinity Edge plus the Rod ready to go. That's a perfect slam if you have the Jeweled Lotus, because of Infinity Edge guaranteeing these spells will crit, because Jeweled Lotus means your spells can crit. It's basically a free Jeweled Gauntlet for your entire team. So Appy's immediately with the setup to really maximize the value of Jeweled Lotus. If he hits this brand pair, gonna be a very strong opener.
Yeah, and I mean, even just 2 1-star brands can be quite powerful in the early game for just the first few rounds for the win streaking, because they can proc off of each other, which is just, I mean, a really good setup for Appies alongside this Jeweled Lotus. And we see, we see the Poppy. We might be able to see some bodyguards come in. Just going to pivot over to Yordles and play for Econ, though, looks like is the consideration.
Yeah, he doesn't have really another Arcanist to play around. Yeah, we have the Blitzcrank in shop, so maybe could have played around that. Is going to sell off the brands and put these items onto the Corki instead. This looks like a quote-unquote mistake, but for Appies, he's planning on playing around AP, and so slamming those items onto the brand on neutrals, yes, it's quote-unquote suboptimal. It helps him just slim down his thought process, so gonna just sell off the brands. We're gonna get the items onto Corki. Runs into Salvi, though, who has armor plating and a Cho'Gath already.
Yeah.
So he looks like he's gonna run over Appies. Just not a bad loss, though. So, Appies has the Yordles for Econ, not the strongest opener, but he's going to be in an okay spot.
Yeah, that's fun to see the armor plating from Salvi with the early Cho'Gath. Slam that TG. I mean, this is a fun opener. I love to see the early Cho'Gath, right? You get the stacks going right away. We can see kind of a commitment to that, especially because we are on armor plating. So definitely a fun board to watch and see develop. It is Metamorphosis for Mutant, so we'll be able to just make the Cho'Gath even bigger, I guess.
Yeah, I wonder also if we're going to see 3 Colossus, because that's a trait that got introduced this patch as part of the For Fun changes. So with armor plating, 3 units that are nigh unkillable as is, and then you have armor plating on top of that, making them even more unkillable. This could get scary if Salvi reaches that point where he has a super strong 3 Colossus board with the Galio.
Look, me 3 big boy, no pivot. All right, let's go, Salvi. Let's get it. Let's get in there. I love to see it, especially with that early Cho'Gath. And we're just waiting patiently for the giant egg to pop too, because I think that's going to introduce so much craziness. I love this mechanic in the as Mort said, quote unquote, for fun patch at the end of a set. So great to see. Rolling a BT on the Cho'Gath for this round, so Salvi going to be good there. But Mercenaries at 2-1 for Kurum. We're going to have to look out for that one for sure, Riley.
Ooh, fancy the little new graphic. Oh, we got an alert. We got a 2-1 Mercenaries. Oh boy. And considering it's a team environment, yeah, we have just a standard 8-person lobby, but we have to remember it's a 4v4. You're going to want a spread of comps and playstyles that people are playing, and Kurum, just the designated Mercs player this game. You've got Dish Soap and Appies who are kind of like middle of the pack, Spencer not too far behind, and then Kurum, bottom of the leaderboard, gonna hard lose streak, gonna try and get that huge Mercs cash out, be the one who gets his team the first this lobby.
So the cool thing about this being a team format is actually if the matchups line up correctly, Kurum could get cashed out by his teammates on purpose if he gets very low. So it's really nice to be able to play the Mercs at 2-1, knowing that you're probably safe to guarantee a cash out at some point in the game. It's very likely that at some point the fights will line up where you just have your teammates in your pool, and they can try and make it so that you are able to win that fight guaranteed, get your cash out, get your money, and then try and win streak from there and spike the first, so you can get that bounty money for your team.
Yeah, true, and that's an interesting dynamic in these lobbies. Yeah, when you're trying to cash, you're gonna have 4 players on the other team all rolling down, all trying to power spike to prevent you from cashing out, but you have the 3 players on your team who are actively trying to cash you out and maybe making their boards a little weaker in the process. So that as long as Kurum doesn't get too unlucky and just hits a bunch of EU players when he's trying to cash, it's pretty safe. He's going to get that big payout.
All right, and we're getting word that this is that 26 round egg. It's gonna be 5-7. It is the biggest one, so gonna be exciting to see those major spikes, the radiant items coming out of that. That is gonna be sweet when we get to that point.
Yeah, the 2 radiant items. You have to also keep in mind, we get 2 reforgers and a remover in there as well, so it's not going to discourage players from being aggressive in how they're building items for their carries, for their main tank. They can have a triple stacked carry and a triple stacked tank and not worry too much about not having room to put the radiant items onto those units come 6-1, come the dragon. So players aren't going to be changing their game plans too much, I don't think. It's just once they get there, they have a lot more flexibility with how they play the end game.
Wow, hitting the Lucian too on 2-6. This is a very strong twin shot board with the Yordles for the extra econ. This was a true 2s coming out of Marks, so it looks like maybe it was Lulu and Corki, so just getting those early easy Yordles, or potentially one was sold for econ and we've hit this Corki naturally other than that. But either way, right, that early aggression, the early true 2s helping this win streak, or helping to facilitate this win streak, and just hitting that Lucian 2 is going to help just continue that very easily.
Either way, yeah. We were getting word that the True 2's drop was Lulu Zyra. Not necessarily the best drop you can get, and definitely with True 2's, it's very possible to low roll the units you're getting, but Marks making the most of it, putting a redemption on this Lulu. This is a build we've seen pop up a lot this patch with the Enchanter buffs, and even with the hotfix. Before the hotfix, there was a bug that the damage reduction from multiple redemptions stacked. Redemption Lulu and Enchanters still very, very strong.
Oh, Lucian's got
there
he goes. Yeah, he wins that.
Easy.
He wins that. So Salvi's the one who loses their streak. Mark's able to hold on to it with the Redemption Lulu, as you're talking about. Very, very powerful. In that fight, it wasn't able to do as much, but the fact is, they just hit the 2-star Lucian, and it was plenty of damage to make it happen. But here, you know, we see a unit you're rather familiar with on the board for Spencer.
Don't get me too excited. I see a talent too.
Yeah, I don't think this is...
But it's a
I don't think it's happening, Jirachy.
It's not a Talon game. We have a Talon on the board. I'm happy about that.
Yeah.
But it's not a Talon game, so I can't get too excited.
No, I don't know if that Deathblade is necessarily going to be a Talon.
There's 4 Talons. I wish. It's not happening, but I wish.
I gotta hold you back. Gotta hold you back. It's probably not Talon. It's probably not Talon.
No, I'm just don't get
There's
your
the
hopes
junkyard
up.
that's been rolling though. So that's cool for Spencer trying to get even more items in this game. I'm not sure how long they've had scrap in, but it is in right now. I imagine most of the game they've had it in with picking junkyard in the first place.
Yeah, I imagine either since 2-1 or 2-2, considering the timing of when they got the component. But for now, this board, no frontline, but who cares? You have a Talon 2, you have 4 Assassin. Who needs frontline when the entire backline is dead?
True. Actually, I mean, we're going to see Mark's very strong, right? This is the very strong twin shot board with the Lucian 2. There's a slam onto the Nocturne with the TG. That's going to help out on this fight, trying to get that win. But no one on the Lucian just yet. And yeah, that's just going to be way too much. I mean, these enchanters, the Lulu with the Redemption, there's so much healing, so much damage. Mark's, I mean, I think they're in good shape to win streak for a lot of stage 3 as well.
And Marks got in the aggressive 3-1 level 6, got in the Morgana for Enchanter, so that's going to buff the shield on the Morgana, that's going to buff Lulu's heal, that's going to buff the heal from the Redemption on the Lulu. That's a cool little interaction between the trait and the item. So yeah, Mark's looking like he's in a really strong spot to 100 streak for a good while.
Yeah, cool board here from Dish Up as well. Rich Get Richer, going to play 4 Bodyguard early on. We saw the changes to the Exodia comp being even stronger with 8 Bodyguard. Would be fun to see if Dish Soap can hit that, but of course, not gonna hold my breath for that just yet. It is definitely fun to see these different compositions in the early game, just trying to win streak or at least save as much HP as possible. And just going into the Assassins, I think generally you're gonna have 4 Bodyguards doing okay there. And it looks like it will probably be a win for Dish Soap. Pretty close fight overall, though.
Yeah, and like you're saying, this is a close fight. This is actually what these teams want. It's looking like a 4-unit loss. Not the best, but Spencer is killing units. It's teammates that aren't killing each other too hard. You want to preserve health in the early game, not just with your own board, but also if you can. If you know your rotation is mostly teammates, you can maybe try and get your board to be as close in strength to your teammates as possible, so the losses aren't too bad, and hopefully you can save some HP either for yourself or for your teammate.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the NA players are kind of econing right now, right? Rich Get Richer for Dish Soap. We know that Kurum was playing Mercenaries on 2-1, so a lot more lost streak style. It's actually funny. In the Trash Talk interview, some of the EU players were saying EU plays a lot more aggressive. NA likes to play kind of greedy, going for the econ, lose streaking, and they were saying they don't think that that's going to work for NA because of how aggressive EU plays, and they're going to take too much damage. So we immediately, in game 1, get to kind of see that in action, what the EU players were talking about. And will it work out for NA to have these, early econ starts, a lot of Yordles, econ augments, mercenaries, going up against a lot of these just very powerful early boards?
Yeah, and if this was an EU lobby with a couple NA players in, I imagine the NA players would have a bit of a rougher time. But it's not an EU lobby. It's a lobby with half NA and half EU. So the NA players who are all econing are going to hit each other, eventually not going to take too much damage, and that'll allow them to get to the point that their boards get super spiked. On the other hand, EU might just get a super spike board right now because Salvi took Recombobulator, has a Vitu, and a Zeri.
But he's still...
Okay.
He was able to hold on to Colossus, a couple Colossus on the bench, I think.
Yeah.
So that when you recom, you can still put them back in and still play with the armor plating, but now your carries are just way stronger. Because now you have a 2-star Vi, you've got a Zeri at level 6. I mean, this is crazy. What an insane board.
Oh no. Oh no.
That is so... I mean, that's such a cool play. I really like that from Salvi. Great usage of the recom.
The Recombobulator, yeah, he held on to the Colossus. He has the armor plating. he is gonna still want to make use of that augment, and hitting Vi 2 with a TG on it, that is such a strong frontliner that is still gonna do a decent amount of damage, is definitely gonna get Salvi to that point in the late game where he can fish for that Galio, fish for that 3 Colossus with the armor plating, and still run the Vi. It still gives random 2 Bruiser with the Cho'Gath, so it's not like Salvi will ever really feel bad about getting rid of that unit.
Okay, and then Mark's here. There we go. Finally goes to 7. It's the last moment. Puts in a Poppy. Still, this board just looking very, very powerful with the twin shots. I don't know how much. I mean, it is a Poppy 2, so it probably did still add a decent amount of value just tanking up in the front line. It doesn't buy a ton of time here, but this is Kurum's Mercs. Not quite at the point where he's looking for the cash out, so he's definitely not going to be strong enough to beat Marks, and we're going to keep seeing just this win streak go on. We have an 8 win streak already.
Yeah, not strong enough to beat Marks, I don't think. Yeah, definitely not, but
oh no, certainly.
Kerm is still killing units, and that's the whole goal for him at this point. Does not quite get the last Caitlyn snipe off, so going to be a 4-unit loss, but he has saved enough HP to this point that he is at 32 now. Not the worst spot to be in. Is going to roll a little, see if he can cash out here. He doesn't need to, but if he can get a cash on 40 gold level 7, he's going to be in an absurdly strong spot for the rest of the game. Have just a boatload of econ to build an absurdly strong level 8 board. Go very quick level 9 with that. Yeah, he just opting
took out
into...
Mercs?
Wait, he took out Mercs.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, we got Mercs back in. Thank God. Kurum!
Don't pull a Kiyun on me!
No
Don't
Kiyun incidents.
on me!
Please, no. And it's gonna hit... Oh my God, he
I was gonna
hit
say
the 2 strong
pool,
players
so it's
back to back. Yeah. Not
this
gonna
one's
cash
probably
here.
not gonna be good.
But Salvi playing 2 Colossus, and if he kills this Alistar, another 4-unit loss for Kurum. He is pretty healthy here.
Oh, maybe he gets there? Nah, not quite. Yeah, still though. Only 4-unit loss, as you mentioned. 10 loss streak right now. 2 Dravens on the bench, so could hit a Draven 2 very quickly. And this cash out, I mean, it's likely. But we got to keep taking a look at like what his pool ends up being. Of course, we got a first round here with the Wolves, and then we'll be able to take a look. But again, if his pool ends up being all, NA players, we know that they can try and reduce the power of their board to let Kurum cash out.
Yeah, and I don't think they're going to want to reduce the power of their board too much because, yeah, they're going to try and weaken for Kurum, but they also have 2 other players that if they weaken too much, they're just going to get stomped, and they don't want that. So, going to maybe try and help Kurum a little bit, maybe not too much, but hopefully Kurum doesn't have to roll too much. Does find a replacement MF. Is going to also just go level 8 right now to basically just guarantee the cash. I imagine he's going to maybe try and swap out this Misfortune, try and get this Draven in somehow if he can find a Draven 2 or a Sivir 2. This is how Kurum likes to play. He really likes to play flexibly around these 4 costs. Really try and just play around whatever he can 2-star. Finds a Sivir pair, has determined this is going to be stronger with my current item setup. Builds a Zeke's on the Misfortune. Is going to hit Dish Soap, whose board...
That looks really weak.
That's a pretty weak board, and Dish Soap's also not slamming items, making his board weaker, and Kurum's gonna cash. This is what we were talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how intentional it was for Dish Soap, but we did talk about how it could be a strategy to try and weaken your board, and clearly Dish Soap not slamming items here, not trying to make the board stronger once that fight started, knowing it was Kurum, and just allows that win to happen. There's Kurum, there's the cash out, and we're gonna see what he gets. I know that last put into the chest was a big one, so we're gonna see what Kurum ends up finding and just how powerful this board gets. Can he take the run from this 10 loss cash out and make it to a first, or even just make it to the egg round to get even more powerful?
Yeah, starts selling off the board, clearing out some bench space.
Sivir
2. Let's see, we got the Tactician's Crown, still rolling a little, bunch of gold. He's taking this very slow, and that's okay.
Yeah, I think it's all right, especially with just the fact that he already hit, a lot of big power, right? So he's probably going to be stronger than most people already. He can just make sure he slams the items before this fight actually starts, unless he doesn't want to beat Spencer too hard. But Spencer does have a Draven 2 as well.
This is this is something Dish Soap did last round and Kurum is doing this round. Just waiting when you have potential to power spike, but you need to actively put it on your board. You wait until the round starts, see how much stronger you're trying to get. Spencer, still kind of a bad loss, but if Kurum had gotten to full power, Spencer would be single-digit HP right now.
Yeah, it could have been much worse, and Spencer able to potentially now have 2 lives instead of 1 if they can try and turn around that board, get a little bit stronger. But it is the bottom 4 currently NA, top 4 EU, but we did see a lot of econ for NA, and are they all going to be spiking around the same time here?
Yeah, well, we'll see. Solugasong and Mark's still hard win streaking at the top of the lobby. Mark's still 100 HP. On the 12 win streak off that enchanter board and the true 2s, so with NA all at the bottom, they're gonna be hitting each other and killing each other off eventually, which I'm worried about. But Kurum at least does have a strong enough cash out that he can go level 9 now. He can use these 2 Nikos to really power spike his board. Probably go first from here off this cash.
Yeah, definitely has the potential to do so. We're going to see him go up against Solugasong, and that's like a big loss immediately. However, a lot of these EU players have a lot of HP to work with, especially, you know, Marks still hasn't lost. We talked about how good that board kept looking, and looking back, still at 100 HP, right? We got, it looks like Dish Soap versus Salvi. Another close fight, but Salvi having that big early advantage, not quite going to be enough to take out Dish Soap now. So a lot of the NA players with all the econ starting to catch up on board strength, but the problem that you mentioned, they're going to hit each other, and because their HP is so low, they will start to fall.
Yeah, Dish Soap, we can see, is level 8, was able to use that huge econ lead off Rich Get Richer to go level 8 at, I believe, 4-2. So, not losing too much health in the process. 32 HP, I mean, it's kind of unhealthy, but it's not the end of the world. Him, Kurum, Appies, depending on what his board state and what his econ looks like. Honestly, even Spencer, as long as he doesn't hit Kurum at the worst times and take 2 garbage losses, all these players on the NA side can get some pretty strong boards going. Dish Soap has a bunch of 4-cost pairs. As long as he can hit these, he has the Jin 2 already, he has the Braum 2. As this is a flex board built around 4 costs, and if he upgrades more of them, he's going to be very strong.
Well, I mean, it's very powerful, right? He has 3 5-costs in already, with the Silco giving mana to Jinx and to Zeri, having the Jin 2 plus a Zeri with some itemization, still at the point where Zeri 1 is quite strong. Eventually that'll get outscaled, but if Dish Soap can make it maybe to even 9, start to look for those 2-star 5 costs, I mean, that's going to be such a good spot, especially because Dish Soap is strong enough right now to potentially start to econ back up.
Yeah, there's a chance he can go level 9. Might want to roll down for a couple more upgrades first. He has the Seraphine pair. If he naturals an Orianna pair, maybe could go for that. But this is Dish Soap's comfort zone. He is a lot like Kurum. He loves playing around these 4-cost carries, loves playing super flex, and is putting items on Zeri right now. But the rest of his board is 4 costs. This Jin, even with no items on it, still cranks a lot of damage. Orianna, Seraphine, the 2 best utility units in the set that are 4 costs. So playing around those, playing around the upgrades as well, decides to throw in the Zyra 2 over the Seraphine. It's an upgraded unit. It still gives Scholar, and the Zyra can do a lot of CC work in the backline. So this is a really solid board for Dish Soap. We'll see how much more he decides to roll or when he's going to go 9.
Yeah, I mean, getting uplink plus the Scholar is just going to make sure that all of these units are casting a lot quicker, or at least the ones with items. You know, not going to get the value from the uplink yet on the Jin, but the Scholar is going to help across the board. And we see just the positioning from Dish Soap trying to get a good hit with that Shroud. Just going to get the Braum, and pretty much his whole board gets shrouded by Appies. Might be a closer fight because of that, because all of that backline did, but the mana generation is so high. Just comes down to, there's a hook onto the Zeri, into the knockup from Braum. I think Appies is going to be able to pick this one up. Still a close fight, but in the end, it is going to be that Renata being able to just stay alive the entire time, putting out all the damage. And Appies going to hold on, 17 HP, but finds a win. And it's not a bad loss for Dish Soap.
Yeah, good hold on, a 3-unit loss for Dish Soap. Honestly, Dish Soap getting his team shrouded maybe gave Appies the win, but that's something you want to do for sure. Appies is the one who's on lower HP. You want to get him to hang on. This NA team right now is really hoping that these absurd power spiked boards are going to outlast EU. Gluteus in the 23 HP range among Dish Soap, Kurimax, and Appies. Salvi's not too far behind. Yeah, we got Marks and Solo Gasong at the top. Pretty far ahead in HP. You're not really looking to outlast them. You're looking to send Gluteus and Salvi in bot 4 and take a bunch of top 4 spots after that, and hopefully Kurimax, he's still the hope for NA off the Merc cache. They're really hoping he can take this first.
Yeah, he really is the hope for the first place, but that is a Jinx picked up for Marks, who has been playing those twin shots still. This board looks pretty similar to what it looked like on stage 3, which is probably why we're seeing Marks get a lot more losses at this point, but it just is a testament to how powerful it was. But those big upgrades, you know, grabbing that Braum, grabbing that Jinx, those are going to start to make a big difference, especially if Marks at level 9, which he did go to a pretty fast 9, can find that Jinx too. Kurum, on the other hand, already has a Jinx too.
Yeah, Kurimax and Marks both going 5-1 level 9, which is, to put it lightly, a very fast 9. But Kurimax has the Merc cash out board, has the Tactician's Crown, has the Jinx too. Meanwhile, Marks doesn't really have much of anything besides being level 9. So it's going to be a very good win for Kurum. Meanwhile, over on this fight, Appies versus Salvi. Salvi's got 8 Cho'Gaths, and this Cho'Gath will not die with the Colossus and the armor plating helping out earlier.
Oh, it messed up a cast, though. It messed up a cast. Maybe there's a chance.
Oh,
yeah, there is.
Setta's got it.
Oh, he hangs on.
God.
I want to say, though, for Kurum, sorry, did I say Jinx 2? I meant Jinx 2, Galio 2, and Silco 2. Let's be
5-1, by the way.
That board is insane over on the side of Kurum, and very likely going to be a first get that bounty for the team.
Yeah, and meanwhile, we also see Spencer. This is a Spencer classic right here. He's on 14 HP, bottom of the leaderboard, potentially 1 life, and he's win streaking it back. How many times have we seen Spencer do this? Way too many times.
All right, Gluteus, though, trying to hang on, but that Shroud, pretty decent from Appies. Also, even better for Gluteus, and it's just up to the Renata to try and hang on, but that RE positioning, getting all that damage out. Now it's just the Jhin. Not going to be enough here, though. Gluteus had the better of the positioning war and takes out Appies. That's 2 NA players down. Spencer and Appies. Dish Soap not far behind. It really is Kurum as the last hope as we take a look here at the Cho'Gath 3 for Salvi.
Oh, I just caster cursed Spencer, didn't I? Oh no. It's fine. Okay, Spencer would streaked it back into an 8th. And then Appies is not far behind him off of really a positioning diff. Gluteus got the RE angle to hit the Renata immediately. So the Renata just dies. Appies' damage is gone, not just a loss, but because his damage is gone, he can't kill units. He takes a bad enough loss, he just goes to instant 7th. So we got 2 NA players versus 4 EU players. Yeah, Kurimax is probably going to win streak this back into the first, but for the overall points, not looking the best for NA.
Oh, no, not looking good at all, especially because Dish Soap definitely could drop really soon at that 5 HP. Depends on who they were fighting. It looks like they were fighting Kurum, so Kurum actually takes out Dish Soap, as we see Gluteus with some good positioning again with the RE, gonna be hanging on a little longer. Really, Kurum just wants to be hitting Gluteus or hitting some of these other people as hard as possible, but instead deals a nice 17 damage to Dish Soap.
Oh, well, Kurum, you're the last hope. It's fine. This introduces a really fun dynamic to the lobby, and by fun, I mean not fun for Kurimax whatsoever. He's got 4 NA players, or 4 EU players rather, against him. They don't have to position for anyone else. They can all stare at Kurimax's board and position exclusively for him. Will it matter? It depends, because Kurum's board might just be strong enough that they can do whatever they want and it's not gonna matter. But he's gonna have his work cut out for him, even off the super strong Merc cash out board.
Yeah, not looking good for Susgage business in general, seeing as how they went 6, 7, 8. But, you know, as you mentioned, the pressure on for Kurum. He's got to deal with the 4 EU players, but he could still look to get that bounty for the team, get a little bit of cash in their pockets at the end of this one. Solgasong having that Sivir 2, very powerful board, a lot of CC getting into the backline. And Marks, though, does have the Seraphine, the Victor, the Jinx, a lot of damage. It's just down to the Jinx. Solgasong's still going to take that, though. Marks has dropped quite a bit, and it looks like Kurum found Gluteus and immediately wiped them off of the Convergence.
Yeah, EU finally drops a player, so now it's just a 3v1, so now Kurum, one less player to position it for and worry about.
Ooh, Jace too.
But still, the rest of EU, they actually can worry about who they want to leave alive to try and have the best chance at beat Kurum X. They can determine, hey, who has the best matchup, and maybe potentially int for that player to give them the best chance of making sure Kurum X doesn't go first.
Yeah, it might just be hard, though. Kurum just might be way too strong. I mean, we look at this board.
Look at this.
Sivir
Wow.
2, great items. Wow. Galio 2, Silco 2, Jinx 2. I mean, it's so crazy right now, and this is going to be a big chunk into Solgasong as we do have that hit once again. But there's just a lot of HP to work with, so Solgasong might be able to go to 9, might be able to try and get even more powerful. Salve has this Shogath 3 that's trying to do a lot of work, but it's looking like with this fight being so close, even against Marks, I don't know if they're going to fare that well against Kurum.
Yeah, I think they're just going to let Marks take the fourth.
Oh, there we go.
In any standard lobby, you're more than okay with that hard win streaking.
This can make a difference.
Yeah, egg pop. We got Tome for Solgasong. We got Infinity Edge and Hand of Justice. That's... I want to say those are pretty good Radiant items, and by pretty good, I mean really good if you can figure out how to work these onto the Sivir or the Aurelia. For Marks, we got Quickest Silver Sash and Warmogs. Quicksilver, actually not the greatest Radiant item. I've hit it myself, and it doesn't do that much. But yeah, we're hitting the Radiant items. We've got now 3 EU players with Radiant items, but we have to keep in mind Kurum X with a strong Burt cash out board, and now Radiant items on top of that. So he's just going to be super, super strong. We'll see if anyone else in this lobby can match him.
Yeah, it's going to be quite the uphill battle to match him, but there's been a lot of time, right, to try and catch up, because Kurum has been on a relatively capped board for quite some time at this point, and now everyone else is starting to be able to cap theirs out. So maybe, just maybe, we can see the turnaround. That is a Radiant Zephyr and a Radiant Redemption on the side of Kurum. And that Galio is still just getting plenty of CC out. But the Victor is getting a cast off, getting multiple casts off. This is actually getting very close. And in fact, Kurum actually loses a fight. And that does not bode well for Susgage business.
But we see that Kurum X is sitting on 50 gold. Maybe can go for Galio 3. Why not? Let's see, or go for Sivir 3. He can maybe hit a 3-star here. And if he hits a 3-star, yeah, all the EU players are really capping out their boards around these 5 costs. But at some point, how do you beat multiple 5 costs and the 3-star 4 cost, or even just a 3-star 5 cost? Kurum X hasn't, we can see on the side of the screen, hasn't hit any of those yet. So it's not looking the greatest.
Marks just sold their carries.
Yeah.
So what you talked about, I think, is potentially happening here. Now he's starting to slam items. I was curious if he was just trying to lose to Solgasong, thinking that Solgasong has a better chance.
I think so. I think that's exactly what happened, actually. Yeah.
Very late on the pivot, which I imagine was intentional just to try and set this up. But Kurum also finds a win against Salvi.
We'll give him the benefit of the doubt and say it was intentional. So, for now, Kurum X...
You said it was a possibility, right?
Yeah.
You said it was a possibility.
Oh, exactly. I said it was a possibility that the EU team ints for whoever they think has the best chance of beating Kurum, and I think they think that it's going to be either Salvi or Solgasong, and Solgasong did take a fight off Kurum, so I think they think that he's got the best shot. Kurum, though, continues to roll down, is sitting on 6 Sivers and 5 Aurelias, so pretty far off these 3-star 4 costs, and even the Sivir, yeah, that's his best chance off his units, but we have to keep in mind, Solo Gasang also running the Sivir, so Kurum has to find the last 3 Sivers in the pool in order to hit that. But in the EU battle, actually, Solo Gasang gonna keep Salvi alive for now, so yeah, Solo Gasang could have killed Salvi off, but that would just guarantee Kurum X's top 2. This is kind of, I think they're thinking they can send Kurum X third, so Solo Gasang keeping Salvi alive as long as they beat Kurum here, that's going to pay off. That's going to be at least -1 point.
All right, but Kurum finds a Shroud. Salvi gets a Zephyr. These are the big positioning pieces that you love to see in the late game, and they give you ways to outplay your opponents. Try and make sure that even if a fight isn't necessarily favored for you, you can turn it around. You can make it favored for you. As we see, Remover taking off the items on Jinx. Start shuffling things around. Zephyr and the Shadows are going to be able to be moved around when this fight starts, depending on who Kurum fights. Fighting Salvi, so going to be able to slam those down, try and hit the best units.
I love how Kurum X is playing this. He's not worrying about rolling his gold. The power spike he's going to hit is not that great, so he's worrying more about getting the Shroud, getting the Radiant Zephyr on. Finds the Radiant Zephyr on the Cho'Gath 3. That is going to be huge, but we have to see if they can take down the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa 2 with 2 Radiant items.
I mean, that's terrifying. There's another ult. There's just more and more casts coming through. One more cast. Oh, no! Salvi gets it. Salvi gets it, sends Kurum third, barely the last sliver of health for Kai'Sa.
Double Radiant item, Kai'Sa 2 barely clutches it out. The Jinx almost killed that Kai'Sa, but Kurum choosing to Radiant Zephyr the Cho'Gath. Probably didn't have actually the Radiant Zephyr put possibility on the Kai'Sa, so got the Cho'Gath out of the way instead. And that Kai'Sa just barely pops off enough, so we've got the really just courtesy final 1v1 between Solo Gasang and Salvi for who's going to take it for EU. Suscage business.
Yeah.
3, 6, 7, 8.
Rough start.
Very rough start.
I don't want to see Panda right now. I don't want to talk to Panda. I don't want to see him. I don't want to talk to him. I don't want to hear from him. It's okay. This is just a warm up game. You know?
Yeah.
Just a warm up game to start the day. But impressive play out of Solvi Marksmith. Very good. That team popping off a lot. We're gonna jump over to Lobby C to check out a little bit about what is going on over there. It is going to be PP God versus the Snooty Boys.
Yeah, so far we can see it's 5-2. It's still pretty early on, but although Sergio has already taken an 8th, and Lesaford and Manute are in 6 and 7, so already looking a little bit better for the NA
like
side.
A reverse, actually.
Just a
it's
little
like
bit.
The opposite of what happened in that previous lobby we just watched. There's a Galio 2 here for Goobums, already at 9 on 5-2. It looks like a pretty solid game for him as far as econing, but Lesaford with the Tryndamere with that Collector, still very strong challenger board.
Yeah, this is strong lobbies top to bottom. I think this is what we're going to be seeing the whole day, actually, because you have teams kind of trying to not hit each other too hard, when normally in some more aggressive lobbies, you're going to see just players hitting each other super hard, not letting each other cap out. But in this type of lobby complexion, you probably are going to get to all these capped out boards with all these multiple 2-star 5 costs. Goobums already has a Kai'Sa, has a Jace, has Galio 2, has Kai'Sa 2 now.
Socialite Kai'Sa 2.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, jeez.
Just wow.
Restavan might get hit pretty hard here. Playing Twitch, playing the Rat. As that 2-star Rat, we did see buffs to a lot of the 1-star 3 costs. The Rat was included on that, but I don't know how it's going to stand up to a 5 Socialite Kai'Sa, and I don't think it will. But still, not a bad loss, actually, for Restavan. Only 3 units remaining.
Yeah, 3 units, and again, teammates keeping each other alive for EU is Manute goes down in 6, so yeah, we're flipping it from the last lobby a little bit, and he's getting a little bit of redemption arc.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, Lesaford and Snooty Boo are getting very low. The Spanish team not doing great. Panda in shambles right now, but you know, I gave the warm-up game to the Subscage business last time. Warm-up game for Snooty Boys as well, trying to get through on this one. But yeah, this 5 socialite board is just crazy for Goobums. I mean, this is absolutely cracked. It's one of those kind of things where you get that 5 socialite, you get the 2-star 5 cost, especially a Kaisa. I think she does so well with it. It becomes very hard to beat that board without some tricks with Zephyrs and Cloaks.
Yeah, like I said, top of show 2. PP God, they have the PP God pressed event. He transcends this mortal plane. He's got this for NA single-handedly, proving it right here, potentially.
Potentially so. Looking at Snooty Boo, trying to find who they're fighting. Might end up with a team kill against Lesford. Getting the positioning, the last item slams. 6 Striker in. It is a Striker Draven. That's going to be a very powerful unit, but this is Goobums. This is the 5 socialite. This is the Kaisa. I don't know if it's going to work out. The Quinn does get the disarm, but that's it. I mean, that's all you get. There it is.
Oh my gosh.
Goodbye, Snooty Boo. It might just be a 1, 2, 3, 4 for NA.
I'm down.
And a 5, 6, 7, 8.
I'm so down. Yeah, we lost we lost 2 players to bot 3 over with Suscage business. But you know what? 1, 2, 3, 4 is in fact more than 1, 2, 4, 5. So, NA, come on, PP God, you got this.
Yeah, I mean, Soju even hitting the Victor 2 here on 8 with 50 gold. I mean, that's a big hit, and we're gonna see if he can just go to 9, if he can hit Vex 3. I mean, this board is getting to the point where, yeah, maybe it is even gonna be strong enough to take down Goobums if there's good positioning with that Zephyr.
Yeah, I'm gonna also look at the augments because Soju has Future Sight, and in this team environment, he knows he's fighting Goobums. He knows for a fact he can make his board weaker if he can also communicate that to Goobums. Yeah, he hit Goobums' ghost, so they can communicate that. And that doesn't matter because Lezafor's bot 4. Go NA! Woo!
Locked in 1, 2, 3, 4 for NA. Now they just get to fight each other for fun and pride and to be able to talk trash to each other now. But at this point, they've locked it in. Oh,
yeah, but they locked it.
Yeah,
they locked it in. So yeah, yeah.
Yep, locked in 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so we got a little of each here, Riley, to kick things off. No region dominating the other. We have one lobby where they are 1, 2, 3, 4 NA. We have one lobby where it was 1, 2, 4, 5 EU. So, you know, very, very close early start. I mean, what do you think? What do you make of our first round to kick off Mortdog Madness?
I mean, yeah, we meme about Prest Event and him transcending everything and even transcending tier lists, but this team, PP God, is actually the one that a lot of NA has been looking at as the quote-unquote slacker team because Soju's not really playing the game. Goobums is mostly just trying the fast 9 on ladder. It's not coming in a bit sketchy on the hopes for PP God. They're proving us wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Popping off. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's crazy. I wasn't actually expecting that much of us seeing like a 1, 2, 3, 4, or even the level of dominance that we saw in the previous match out of Solo Gasong and their team going into this, right? Like, you don't expect that to happen, but I guess it's as likely as any other scenario. But the level of domination, definitely gonna be some good banter later on between these teams. Good to see those victories for PP God and Salvi Marximus. We'll be looking around and seeing who else has found wins as we get a chance to see those lobby winners in a minute here. But other than that, I mean, Suscage Business, a little bit disappointing. That team I was expecting to do a lot better.
Yeah, and we've talked about how the econ starts and try and hit these super cap boards can maybe backfire because EU is going to be a little bit more aggressive. I think we did see that in that lobby. I think with the players on their own teams trying to not hit each other too hard, that leads to the boards eventually are going to become capped anyway. So if you're trying to save HP, then that's going to benefit you a lot more once everyone caps out. You're just higher HP with the same board. Eventually, you outlast the lobby. So the NA the NA team, Sasuke Business, going for these super econ starts, these super greedy plays. Did not quite work out for them there. Obviously, the ultimate greedy play was the 2-1 Mercs and going for the 10 cash. That brought Curran back to a third, but he hit the super cap board on 5-1. His board barely changed from 5-1 to when he went third. And all the EU players just eventually cap out. They eventually kill him. So 2-1 Mercs, in a normal lobby, that's an easy play for first. In these 4v4 lobbies, maybe a little less so.
Yeah, I did like the different strategies we see that specifically work here in Mortdog Madness and don't work in TFT regularly, though. Like with the Mercs and being able to help him cash out. And seeing Solo Gasong, I think, killing off, I believe, was it Marks that ended up selling his carries? I think it was Marks that sold their carries. And Solo Gasong is able to take that kill because they know, okay, he has a better chance of taking Kurum out a little bit faster here. On top of that, one of the big ones I wanted to call out was from PP God, was from Soju having Future Sight. You mentioned how impactful that can be to have Future Sight when you know you're fighting your teammates and being able to either soften your board there or just strengthen it when you know you're playing against someone else. It's already a very, very sweaty augment in the sense that you're constantly knowing who you're fighting, positioning specifically for that person. But now even more so, because now you're also thinking about, when do I go weaker for my teammate? When do I try and pump up the gas? It's just fun to have these like different types of game modes. It's like the best part about Mortdog Madness is just getting the craziness on the 4-Fun patch. The Dragon Eggs spicing things up as well. I mean, it's just been so great so far, Riley. Is there any other like big brain strats that I can get out of you that you can think of when you have these 4v4 scenarios, when you've got those teammates?
Well, like I was saying, with the Future Sight, it didn't matter that round because Soju hit Goobums' ghost. So
right.
Soju actually made himself a little bit weaker for literally no reason, because he wasn't gonna deal any damage to Goobums anyway. But in a different scenario where Soju knows he's hitting potentially Goobums for real, then he can tell Goobums, hey, I am hitting you, and then Goobums knows to position for Soju to either potentially take the win if they need to keep Goobums alive, or to minimize the damage he's going to take. They know to do that with each other. And that takes out not just one knowing who you're going to fight, taking two of your opponents out of rotation, second player as well. If it's your teammate, that second player functionally for that round also has Future Sight, and teams can 100% play around that.
All right, well, let's take a look at who won in the other lobbies as well. Aegis Gang with Unid ends up finding that win. So that's going to be another win for EU. We saw Volta being able to pick up the win with Talon in lobby B. So EU takes 3 lobbies and PP God stands strong in lobby C.
Yeah, two assassin comps taking lobbies, actually. Volta with the traditional Talon, and actually over in lobby A, you need with Assassin Aurelia, showing off the power of those assassins already. Talon, it's not, yes, I'm biased, but Talon actually has been one of the strongest performing comps on the patch.
Yeah, well, looking at this, it looks like outside of lobby C, NA is getting kind of trounced right now. We're gonna need to step it up. We're gonna step it up a little bit. Taking a look at the scoreboard, yeah, it's PP God in first, wow. And then all EU, except for the Snooty Boys, but of course that's because they went up against PP God. So big chunk of EU, second, third, and fourth, and then NA towards the bottom. A lot of catching up to do for NA, but of course the hope being PP God just continuing that domination.
4 more games left. Come on, NA, please step it up. Please don't make me and Casanova look bad. Please, I'm begging.
Don't let Panda talk trash to us, okay? That's all I want. I just need the ammunition so that Panda cannot win. He won on the Lore World Championship, right? We were talking trash back and forth. EU won that. Someone by the name of Alan ZQ, people in TFT might know him too because he was originally from TFT. But I'm not letting Panda beat me here. Mortdog Madness. We need NA to bring it home. PP God. I got my hopes Prestivant transcending everything to give me the trash talk against Panda. Let me win.
Yeah, please, please.
All right. What lobby are we up in next, Riley? I'm trying to. We got another lobby to go for us before we move on.
Yeah. I believe we were hopping in Lobby B, which is Disney Fast Pass versus the Snooty Boys. We just took a look at Snooty Boys. Yes, NA has some catching up to do, but over on the EU side, they have more catching up to do, specifically with Snooty Boys. So going up against Disney Fast Pass, the team with, I believe that's Raditz, Nico, Robin Songs, and Setsuko, two teams that need a little bit of help going into this. So, again, NA versus EU, please, NA. Take it over the Spanish boys.
Yeah, well, here is going to be the lobbies that we have. We're going to be going to Lobby B. So, Raditz, Nico, Robin Song, Setsuko, Snooty Boo, Sergio, Leza, and Minute. This is going to be a fun one. As you mentioned, the Snooty Boys had a rough game one against PP God, but now Disney Fast Pass, who did not have the best game one. I think it was Raditz was saying that they were going to have to get carried by their team, but I'm pretty sure Raditz placed the highest of their teammates in that last game, and he actually needs his teammates to step it up.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. And his team is actually, on paper, absurdly strong. Setsuko, who has been probably the best player on NA's ladder at least, has been camping rank 1 for most of the set, hit 2000 LP. I think is the first player to do that in NA. There have been a few players who have made attempts at it, and he's the first to actually do it. Absolutely insane. Robin, our Set 5 Regionals winner, representing us at Worlds. Aniko having a strong breakout set in Set 6, making it to the last chance qualifier for Worlds. Very strong team on paper. And we got Raditz over here, just carrying all of them.
Raditz, of course, just all-star player. He is probably the best on that team, I think. Clearly, as you could hear in his Trash Talk interview, I think he has the confidence to back it up. You know, he knows he's the best. He's still always going to do it. He's going to want to take it home for his team. But you know, Setsuko, I've been watching his stream recently because, you know, he's popping off. He's doing so good. One thing I saw him playing last night was Ashe over and over again. So I wonder if we'll see any Ashe. We didn't see it in the previous two lobbies we were looking at. Mostly just flex, 4-cost, 5-cost flex, trying to get to those late games. So not seeing much 2-cost reroll. We did see Prestivant playing a Twitch reroll, and I believe we saw a Tryndamere in that lobby as well. So there's been a little bit of it, but we haven't seen an Ashe yet. Maybe this is the game that we see Setsuko go that direction.
Yeah, Ashe, another one of those strong performing comps, but part of the strength of reroll, especially on ladder, is that once you hit the base all 2-star upgraded board, you do start to bully around the lobby. You start falling off eventually, and then once you hit the 3 stars, you start bullying around the lobby again. The problem, especially with Talon really struggles into these super capped out 5-cost boards, and when they're running all over the place, you've really got to be playing it from ahead, playing from super healthy, trying to bully around the lobby. That is very strong. It gets difficult. So, Talon had success already, clearly.
Yeah.
Saying
Volta.
That's no. I don't know if that's going to be indicative of the whole day though, and especially if players try to force the reroll comps a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, Volta picked up that win with Talon. We know the 2-cost rerolls can win, even though we're seeing a lot of cap boards in these lobbies. At least the ones we watched, it very much was a lot of people strategizing to try and hit their teammates not as hard and making it to those late game scenarios. We had a lot of people surviving for quite a long time before everyone was starting to get hit for like 17, 20 in those end game scenarios with those big boards. So it is interesting to see the different strats because so many things were buffed. So many different things seem viable. So many things can change because of the eggs as well. They can create flexibility. They can create a lot of different scenarios, especially because, you know, you can get the Toma traits very early on from something like that. We've seen a lot of these players play incredibly creative boards. Appies always comes to my mind because I just have one game that always sits there, right? The Gnar with the Chemtech, but there's just all these players are capable of creating these kind of crazy boards with the different scenarios that get thrown at them, the augments, the dragon eggs. It's just wild. It's madness. It is madness here at Mortdog Madness on 12.9. And, you know, I'm just glad we get 5 games today. We get 5 more games tomorrow of this because it's going to be so much fun.
Yeah, it's a for fun patch, but the fun mechanic is just enabling a bunch of creativity. That's the definition of a good for fun patch, I'd say.
Perfect. And there we go. Jump it in. Game number 2, Lobby B, Disneyland Fast Pass versus the Snooty Boys. We're getting right on into it, Riley.
Yeah, and we got a smaller egg. I believe that's the egg that hatches on Krugs. So a little, not the immediate Tome of Traits onto 1, but it is going to enable some early creativity. You get the Tome of Traits still pretty early, and then you get an item component to play around, and you have just access to a lot more items early game. So it opens up players' options. They can find their direction pretty early.
There's a tier for Snooty Boo. He's on the Echo Little Legend, and there's a Frozen Heart. He's Spike.
Dies of cringe, man. Even as a Frozen Heart Echo builder, dies of cringe.
All right, but 2 Yordles already, so Snooty Boo may be setting up to get that early Yordle econ if we see like a Vex or a Corki or a Lulu pop out of one of these units. Also, you might just be able to find one of the 2 costs on the next, but there's another belt, 3 items for Snooty, and here are the options: Double Trouble, Clockwork Heart, and Backfoot.
This is interesting because with the teardrop, he's maybe going for a bit more of an AP setup, so doesn't really... Backfoot still benefits AP a lot. He is actually going to go for Clockwork Heart, potentially go for the 4 Clockwork build, which that's a boatload of attack speed. It's a great trait. The problem is, to play base 4 Clockwork, you have to play a Camille, and just playing that 1 cost almost dead unit on your board is not something you usually want to do, but is, if with Snooty Boo's Clockwork Heart, he can get 4 Clockwork in playing Zillion, who's not even really a dead unit. That stun can be really valuable, and he's also an Innovator trait bot. You have Jhin and Orianna, Jhin being one of the premier 4-cost carries on this patch, and Orianna just being one of the strongest units in general. I was actually looking at some of the unit average placements, and Orianna actually has higher average placement than about half of the 5 costs. So if Snooty can get to that 4 Clockwork later in the game, gonna have a very, very strong setup.
Yeah, Ori is insanely strong, and Ori and Jhin can slot into that kind of Innovator setup with the Zillion if that's the decision Snooty Boo decides to go. I mean, you can play the Zillion without it, right? Like, you don't have to go in that direction, but it is still an option, and going for those Clockworks can be quite powerful. It's definitely like a scaling augment. It's funny, it's usually the ones that give traits are not necessarily there to scale you into the late game. They can help when you get to that late game as well, but they'll a lot of times spike you in the early game a lot more. Clockwork is very much just, this is more of like an econ augment than it is a power augment for the early game.
Yeah, and Snooty not even gonna play the Zillion for now, gonna get into Yordles plus the Leona. It is a stronger board that has Yordles in it, still takes the win over Robin, so gonna get that econ start going, gonna get the gold snowballing. Also opts to slam a Sunfire Cape, so is gonna want to opt for that bodyguard frontline, get more value out of that item, so strong setup for him early.
All right, jumping on with Robin. More Yordles. Everybody's playing Yordles. You got Yordles everywhere.
Yeah, we saw it in the first game over in Lobby D as well, just Yordles all over the place. Same over here. We've already hit 2 players and they both have Yordles, so everyone trying econ, still trying to maintain some HP. I mean, Robin slamming the static shiv, it's not, or actually he got it from component grab
which is
bag.
Nice. Really,
so,
that's a good item grab bag to get just a static shiv. It's a pretty flexible item.
Yeah, good grab bag, so he's going to be maintaining some HP early. It's not like he's playing Yordles and completely sacrificing his health. So, gonna run into Ola Soy Sergio, who, you know what I see.
Hey, there's a Talon on that board, Jirachy.
Yeah, there is.
There's a Talon there. There's actually 2 Talons. There's 2 Talons already. Oh no, 2 Talons.
Please.
2 Talons?
I will
Can I get 3 Talons?
I will accept a Talon player, even if it's EU.
Can I get 9 Talons?
My allegiance is to Talon over NA versus EU.
Okay, so we have 2 EU supporters with MortdogPanda. We got 1 NA for me, and then we have Talon, which is the region that Riley is representing here.
The Talon region. Yeah, pretty much.
All right, there we go. Okay, Gunblade Slam on to the Corki for Robin. That's going to make a lot more power on this board. Corki 2 with the Gunblade, got Twin Shot in. Definitely going to kill units at the very least. Might be able to win some rounds. Not the most powerful board, but still pretty strong for 2-3.
Yeah, I believe Robin got a BF Sword Poppy off Carousel to play Yordles with, and that's why there was just a random BF Sword on the Poppy. He opted not to make the Poppy 2, even with the option, opted instead to remake, get the BF Sword off, and slam this Gunblade on the Corki 2. Playing around the carries, he now has a strong board after sacking 2 rounds, getting a little bit of a loss streak, getting some pick priority, potentially can still get first pick on 90 HP. With a strong board with potential 2-3 win streak through the rest of stage 2, that is about a dream start.
Wait, that's
with
a Gnar 2.
That is in fact the Gnar 2, yes. Huh?
What?
What?
Snooty?
Snooty?
Well, we were talking about Clockwork needing to scale up a little bit, kind of being a dead augment early game, but I guess if you just get a Gnar 2, then you're just fine. No worries. No, it's all good.
It helps. That's, yeah.
All right, let's grab a spat.
Yeah. Especially with the tome introduced, Lesaford could get some potentially crazy synergy setups going. Same thing with Snooty, actually. If he pulls a Clockwork emblem off the tome, now you're playing Camille, but you're playing her for 6 Clockwork. That is 100% worth playing that trait bot for. For Soy Sergio, though. Oh, look. It's
a couple talons there.
4th Talon. Grab the bow off Carousel. This is a full Talon send if I've ever seen one.
It's definitely a Talon setup. It really is. It really is. I also wanted to note, though, just because, we haven't talked too much about everybody's augments, Raditz grabbed an Ancient Archives as well. So that's, like, really fun to see another tome, because there's going to be so many tomes that you just have all these different traits, and Raditz another person who can go to those kind of crazy synergy setups potentially later in the game, so we'll want to have eyes on that eventually. But yeah, this is a Talon. And really, I have no business talking about Talon. I have Riley right here.
I got you. And what Sergio is doing, not surprising. He went on a 2-win streak, took 1 loss, and now he's just going to opt to full econ, especially with Treasure Trove as his first augment. At 40 gold already, normally full open fort, full econ, with buying barely any units, you're normally at 30 gold right here. So he is very rich. He's going to just choose to make econ and commit to a 3 loss streak into neutral, still saving a good amount of HP because you have a Talon 2, you have a Nocturne 2, you have the extra Talon, just gonna full sell the poppies, clear bench, clear mind. I'm just gonna have the Sins on the board. I'm going to get this loss streak into neutrals, and it also gives him pick priority. He's higher up in the leaderboard. He has good items, but he does need a little bit of help to get to 3 good talent items, has the setup for it, and this is looking like it's going to angle towards a roll pretty deep on 3-2. Yeah, he has the Talon 2, but just the Talon 2 is not going to stabilize you. You do need the rest of the board. You need the Echo, you need Leona, probably going to want either a Syndra 2 or a Blitzcrank 2. Blitzcrank 2 is going to be a little bit better. And then you can actually play that with this Nocturne 2 on level 6. This is something I've been doing a decent amount. Even if he doesn't pull the Assassin emblem from the Tome of Traits, you just still play a random Nocturne 2. That unit does so much work early.
Yeah, the big thing that I want to note about all those cells, it actually got him to 50 gold prior to Krugs there. If he didn't sell everything, he wouldn't have been able to make 50 gold. So yes, there's the level of open forting to keep the loss streak, but also by doing so is like making additional econ on that specific round. So I really, really like that a lot. I also want to note we did see Raditz there on that fight, and it was a Clockwork emblem off of their early tome from Ancient Archive. So we got another player who can potentially go for those big Clockwork plays. It did look like he wanted to reroll Tryndamere though, with those items and with the 2-star Tryndamere already. So it might just be a couple Clockwork with challengers, and that can be also very strong, just getting, double over-indexing into all that attack speed.
Yeah, if Raditz can get access to 4 Clockwork with the Tryndamere board and all the challengers and all the Chemtechs, that is a lot of attack speed. It's so much.
Like a few. It's like a few attack speed.
A few attack speed?
Yeah, just like a couple.
Just a few. And by a few, we mean you have 3 traits going giving you attack speed. Oh boy.
All right, but there's the tomes have come out of the eggs. We got Setsuko just sitting on theirs for now. We jump in over here. fighting against Nico, who also has not slammed theirs.
This Camille is kind of a beast, not gonna lie. I've run into a few Camille's on ladder actually with these super tank items that just don't die.
Yeah.
This is one of the best standalone tank units in the early game right now. The Rabadon's just a little bit of extra shielding, the Sunfire Cape, so it is doing damage while not dying. Wipes the board a little bit with Setsuko, which it be like that, but Nico looking to really push a win streak here, looking to play that style of getting to the super late game cap board from ahead.
I get why we went spat for Leza. Synaptic mutant.
Oh.
And getting spats is pretty good for that, especially if you can find an Ari later on. So cool setup for Leza. Early falling very low on HP, but he's got a good late game setup if he can find that extra spat, if he can find the units that he needs.
Okay. Synaptic has kind of fallen off as the mutant everyone's complaining about because Darkstar, the Voracious Appetite exists. But it's still strong. You still get the mutant spat on the Ari. You can still play 7 mutant with the Synaptic Web. It's still strong. Voracious Appetite is taking over. Let's not forget how strong this mutant trait is as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think this trait specifically is extra strong when you have spats. And now, you know, with the extra being able to pull in those emblems and potentially find mutant emblems, it's, you know, it gives a lot more value to Synaptic. Because I do think that's where the strongest value from it came from. Now we've got Double Trouble, Weak Spot, Debonair Crown as options for Leza. I don't know that any of this is what they wanted to see.
I'm pretty sure this is not good.
Yeah,
you kind of just have to take Debonair Crown, but that doesn't seem great when you've already tried to commit. You've already tried to commit to mutants, and yeah, you can get 5 Debonair in for now, and actually 5 and 7 Debonair both got buffs on this patch, so they're actually worth playing now. But now Lezaford has to change around his whole game plan when he's tried to commit to Synaptic Mutants. When he's 46 HP, changing around your game plan when you're this unhealthy is kind of suspect.
Yeah.
So we'll see if Leza can recover this, see what he makes out of this Debonair Mutant setup.
My only other thought was try and play for Mouse 3. And play Double Trouble Mouse. But the thing is, like, I don't even know if that's strong enough. Because you just want Ari, you have Synaptic with the emblem, so you're not necessarily playing for Mal's to be your carry. So it does make sense to just go Debonair, like try and go for 5 Debonair, get the extra AP alongside Synaptic, get some extra HP as well. Just the longevity of these mutants, like it might just be mutant Debonair X item for the Ari, so that she's tankier and has like no mana cost.
We'll see. It is also the strongest option right now. You're not taking Weak Spot 3, playing AP, Double Trouble, hard to fit in right now, so Debonair Crown...
You're at 46 HP!
Yeah, you have to save some HP. Yeah. You can maybe make a setup work out of it later, and it is the strongest right now.
Alright, well, just going through some of these, we do see Socialite Soul for Snooty Boo, so we might see... you know, another big Socialite game, especially with the Clockwork. There's a lot of attack speed on top of those other bonuses. Sergio Golden Ticket, so we're going to see a lot more rerolling from Sergio, more shops. Minute does get a new recruit, so more units for them as well. A lot of interesting pickups, a lot more of just the pretty generic pickups across the rest of the board here. See a level up, and there's the 5th Debonair with a Talon 2. That's going to be a big spike, at least for now.
Yeah, he's going to opt to roll a little bit as well. He's got a couple pairs, really needs to find the spike here. Finds a Silco, level 7, that 1%. Has a Malzahar pair as well. If he can hit this, he's... finds the Clockworks, actually, that we've called out earlier. Finds a Vex 2 as well. Okay, he's finding these stronger Arcanist upgrades. If he can find this Malzahar too, then... This is a pretty strong level 7 board that can get him to level 8. Gets a Mutant Spat on the Vex 2 as well. Really just wants that Malzahar, and then he's good to go. But Raditz with the Tryndamere, and he got Weak Spot 3 as his augment. Yeah. Okay, go Tryndamere. Is it going to be enough? Not quite.
Nah, but Ray is very strong right now. That was just a pretty big spike for Leza, getting that Vex 2, getting, you know, those upgrades in. So it makes sense that Ray could have fallen there, especially with the amount of gold that he's got. He's still trying to roll down and everything. Open bench currently, so not close to any of the upgrades, but at least there's a Warwick 2 in the shop. And just having the 2 clockwork additionally from the emblem is just giving additional power here.
Yeah, he's actually debating whether to buy this right now, because you can see his pool is Setsuko and Robin. He does opt to make it for the possibility of hitting Sergio, and maybe it makes the board strength a little more even. But he hasn't rolled for this board. He's kind of just got a Tryndamere too, as far as I can tell. So really good, strong natural power. Not surprising he lost to Lezaford, who did opt to go all in. So gonna go back right to beating up on Robin a little. Robin just not killing units. Oof. Rather unfortunate.
Yeah, big loss there for Robin into Ray. But Ray, you know, talking about how he needs his team to carry him, but he's in a very good position yet again. Had a good game 1, his game 2. A lot of gold to work with to try and complete this composition.
I think this is where we can tell who's been on vacation in NA and who's been actually putting work in. Honestly, Ray has something to prove. He didn't go to Worlds. He's not Setsuko, who hit 2k LP. I mean, NA has good players. They don't have much to prove anymore. Raditz, coming into this, he wants to prove something. He wants to prove that he can carry his weight on his team, and so far, he's not just carrying his weight, he is the weight.
He's carrying the team for sure. We're going to pick up another bow, potentially more items, decent Warwick items potentially, that those two can turn into 2 good components. And we'll see if the rerolls start happening. It's just going to be level to 7 and start rolling down, trying to look for the Tryndameres.
Yeah,
probably going to be a slow roll.
Looks like he's going to slow roll on level 7, finds 1. He's also looking for a 5th Chemtech to play. Doesn't quite find one, just going to opt for a Sejuani for now. Honestly, there's a chance he just goes level 8 off this board, though. If from this far ahead, you can maybe top 4 off the Tryndamere 2, and so you want to find a guaranteed spike on level 8. But, speaking of re-rolling, know what I saw on the sidebar? I saw a Talon 3 for Sergio.
Yeah, I mean, we knew he was playing it, but the fact that he's hit at this point is fantastic. This is around the point where you really want to be hitting, right? 4-1 is like, you got to be hitting your Talon 3 around this time. I mean, I know you can play without it, but this is like very good timing to get there.
Yeah, you can live with hitting Talon 3 around 5-1, and you're still in a good spot. But with Sergio having 4 Talons that early on stage 2, I imagine he's been saving up a good amount of econ, didn't roll too much on 3-2, was able to save econ to slow roll infinitely for Talons on stage 3, is able to go in, find the Talon 3, and at 76 HP, that's about your dream spot for a Talon player.
Alright, find a Senate 2 from Minote. We do have the new recruit that I talked about earlier, so a lot of units on this board. 4 scrap, 3 inno. A lot of clockwork in this game so far. Most of it because of emblems, but we just have the 2 here with the Camille 1. And that is an Ahri that's been found by Leza. And what did I say? We were going to see Debonair, Mutant Ahri with 1 additional item. I'm pretty sure Gunblade might be the best possible one. Let's see if those casts can come through. 1 more. There it is. Leza finds that win.
Finds the win, and it's also a great loss for Minute. Just the 1 unit. It's just the unkillable Ahri, but enough to keep Lezaford hanging on. Also keep him a win streak. That's about the best possible scenario. You can get Lezaford back into the game. You keep his econ going. You let him actually get to level 8. Aniko taking a 1 unit win over Setsuko as well. These teammates really keeping each other alive, even in a lobby where a lot of players are rolling pretty aggressively. Manute going in on level 7. I imagine Robin is as well. Lezaford went in on level 7, albeit on 3-5. So a little bit more aggressive of a lobby than the greedier lobbies we saw last game. But still, players keeping each other alive.
Yeah, keeping each other alive for sure. Robin, the lowest at 21 HP. Gonna be Setsuko, though, in this fight. Like a couple scholars, a lot of scholars in. We even have that scholar emblem. That's going to be, for now, a Syndra carry. Debonair Syndra.
Very cool setup for Setsuko, actually. He has the VIP 4 Scholar Syndra isn't opting to reroll it. Usually players want to get lifelong learning in order to be able to reroll that Syndra. Setsuko doesn't have it. He's just using the Syndra as a mid-game AP carry. Looks like he might... He's gonna take this win over Manute. But Leona can't quite do it. Does kill an extra unit, but Setsuko hanging on as well. A lot of healthy players. Robin down at 10 HP though. Level 8, but not looking great.
No, not looking good for Robin in this game for sure. Noting that Setsuko has Scholar Heart alongside that Scholar Emblem, so a lot of Scholars for Setsuko and just all that mana generation. Yeah, for right now, he's got the AP carry of the Syndra, but he's going to have an easy time fitting in, 2 or 4 Scholars. And because of that, he can play a lot of just anything that is going to do well with those Scholars, any mana using things like a Victor late game potentially as an option.
And Setsuko playing that 4 Scholar for now has the 6 Scholar potential. We're seeing a showcase of players playing traits that got buffed. 4 and 6 Scholar got buffs recently. Setsuko opting into that tree now.
4 Clockwork now here for Snooty. Do have 6 Nars, 7 Nars even, actually. As we do find that Debonair Draven. Going to just sell the Gnar, put in the Draven. We're playing that Draven too. Getting all those items onto him now.
Yeah, and Snooty had the Gnar too. Yada was giving him 3 Socialite, and now taking the Gnar out. 3 Socialite's gone, but you still want to play around the upgraded 4-cost carry. Very close fight. The Draven barely hanging on, but it looks like it will just be enough. Not quite. Hold Orianna cast, finishing it off.
The Orianna did it, but the Syndra got hooked, so it is very, very close, actually. The Syndra was blowing up that board, but she didn't get the second cast off. If she did, I mean, Snooty's Boo's board would have been gone instantly, no kills whatsoever. But because that Syndra gets caught out, Snooty's able to make it a close loss.
Yeah, and looking at these augment options, you got some really good options. Instantly takes the cybernetic shell. You want the AD on these units anyway. You want attack damage on attack damage carries. But I'm going to just point out some of the itemization that Snooty Boo is doing. He's opted to put Rageblade, Titans, and the Quicksilver on the Draven. And I think this is correct because you don't want the Bloodthirster on. You're gonna get in 3 Socialite eventually. Even if it's not for that round, that's gonna give the Draven the healing. You don't need to have the Bloodthirster on. You can opt to put it on this Jhin instead. You're gonna put the just random excess items on the Jhin, get that as a good secondary carry, and you can get in 5 Socialite for a Draven too.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. The Socialite's still able to fit in those last 3 Socialites, and in a very good position with these items on the Draven. We've seen how strong 5 Socialite is. We saw it in that last lobby with the Kaisa. I mean, this is a Draven for now, but I think a Draven is going to just do wonders with that 4 Clockwork alongside the 5 Socialite.
And this board, again, is I'm not going to have frontline, I'm just going to have damage. Opts to take out all the bodyguards except Leona, and just leaving 5 Socialite, 4 Clockwork Draven. But you know who has a great time into Draven? It's the Talon with pretty much best in slot items. Ooh. Gunblade, Infinity Edge, Rapid Fire Cannon. There's a couple options for your quote-unquote best in slot Talon items. This is one of them. Sergio, such a strong Talon board.
Yeah, and Snooty takes a big chunk from that one. Sergio's positioning was very strong there, getting the Talon immediately onto the Draven. Picks out the main carry, and that just means that Snooty not able to really kill much of anything. Come here to Nico, double cybernetic uplink there, and that's going to be huge for just generating mana onto this Renata.
Yeah, do you even need blue buff with this much mana generation? I think he still wants the blue buff if he can get it, but he doesn't end up getting it. But honestly, not the end of the world. You have so much mana generation anyway. If he can find the Silco, I think that's going to be key. He's really going to want to find that unit specifically to get the first cast off. Then once you get the first cast off, get that damage starting to tick, then cybernetic uplink is going to get you the rest of the way, get you to piling on that damage. Gonna slam the Hand of Justice, get a carry item on the Renata. Makes complete sense. Also good spreading around of the item components, actually not opting to make make any full items on the Senna or this Orianna. Just have the components on, get maximum uplink value. When you have cybernetic uplink 4, 100% worth.
Oh yeah, I mean, so much mana just being given to this side. Don't even have Scholar in yet, and it's still just a ton of mana. And the Renata going to be able to heal up quite a bit as well because of that Hand of Justice slam. You know, normally, of course, you would want the Gunblade to try and heal more people, but the fact is, she's going to keep herself topped up the entire time unless she gets fully focused down with the amount of damage she's pumping out.
Also, great little micro from Nico there. Even with him figuring out his items, figuring out his board, nails the Zephyr onto the Talon. That actually won him the fight. He's not really positioned for the Talon. Talon would just jump in the back line, kill the Senna, and then kill the Renata, getting the Zephyr on the Talon. Really key win for Nico. Goes level 8, finds the Silco instantly. I imagine that's going in. That is, in fact, going in. Is going to get that instant Renata cast, and now Nico is in a strong spot.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's so big because you get the Scholar in, you get the extra mana immediately on the Renata, and then Silco's just going to help supplement that front line. Your Renata is pretty safely going to always be max HP because of the Hand of Justice. You don't have to worry about her ever getting just randomly caught off by that, but it just buys more time, and that's all Renata wants. That's why she synergizes with Bruisers. That's why she synergizes with the front line in general. She just needs time to stack up the poison, put all that damage out, and she's going to have that time.
Yeah, takes the win over Setsuko, who's still running the Syndra carry for now. Not what Setsuko wants to really be in as his final carry board. If he stays there and can pull out a top 5, top 4 out of that, he's not going to be upset. It's not ideal, but for now, Nico in a strong spot, Setsuko with potential if he can get out that Syndra carry. Manute, though, on his last life, but has found the Sivir board. Issue I'm seeing, though, the items, you normally want the Last Whisper, you want these bow items on the Sivir because she can spread it around teams so well. Manute has the itemized Aurelia. It's not... Yeah, this Aurelia is going to be a really strong carry, but you don't have Last Whisper spreading all over enemy teams in the same way that Sivir would be doing.
I will say having that duet alongside the 2-star Aurelia, 2-star Sivir, going to be quite strong. Just curious if the one item Sivir is going to be enough to take out some of these stronger boards, especially, you know, Nico on that Renata does have the Vi too now, who's just running rampant in the back line, and that's just going to be it for Manute. Nico, I mean, that Vi is just as terrifying as the Renata at this point.
Yeah, gonna take down Manute, that Vi too. This premier tank of the set, it is the strong 4-cost front line that also does some damage. You get the Titan's Resolve onto it like a Nico did. It got to the back line. It got to the Sivir. It basically took the Sivir out on its own. That's how strong that unit is, not just as frontline, but also as a secondary carry.
We see Mutant Spat taken by Setsuko. Don't think you can let Leza have that. I don't think that would be good for anybody.
I like
except
that.
for EU, I guess.
Setsuko thinks he's going out in 6th anyway. Let's grief the other team. Let's make sure Leza can't do anything. He's going to accept his fate and do what he needs to for the team. Great team play. Let's see if it sets up for Leza to be a little bit weaker and for Ray and Nico to take those top 2 spots.
Yeah, it's big. Snooty, though. 5 Socialite Kaisatsu.
Oh.
Hey, look, I've seen this one before. I think I've seen this one.
Did I say top 2 spots? I meant 2nd and 3rd spots.
Yeah, there you go. But there's also, you know, a Clapio in the front line. You take a look at the itemization on that Galio.
This board, man.
Some big hits coming out of that one.
This Tryndamere 3 is really strong, but wait.
Oh, okay, wait
a
a
second.
second.
Wait.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
No, it's Cass. It's a 5 Socialite Kaisa 2. Who are we kidding?
know.
Who are we kidding?
I know. It got so close, though. One more crit.
Yeah, pretty close.
There is a world that Ray wins that fight.
Copium.
But it's fight RNG, and it's a lot of copium.
A lot of copium right there. And Setsuko, like I said, bites the bullet, griefs Leza forward, and just goes down in 6th. Did his job for now. We've got our top 5. We've got 3 EU versus 2 NA, so still pretty balanced out. We've got a lot of strong boards. Snooty's Kaisa 2 with 5 Socialite. We got Raditz, who's playing the Tryndamere 3 from ahead. Sergio is actually the one who's starting to fall off. That early Talon 3 just not quite keeping keeping up enough with these boards, especially when you've got players who are actively targeting you even more so than normal Sin comps would.
Yeah, going up against Snooty, a really good Shroud and good Talon positioning, but I still don't know if it's enough because it's 5 Socialite Kaisa. I mean, we mentioned it before. There it is. There's the full heal. Yep, some ticks from Talon, but yeah, there you go. There you go. There you go. Still just going to be losing a lot of HP.
Yeah, it is. This is one of Talon's tougher matchups. Yeah, you can get onto the Kaisa, but the Kaisa just dashes away, and especially with the 5 Socialite, any damage you get onto her, not gonna stick whatsoever. And also, I know why Sergio hit this Talon 3 so early, because he got Golden Ticket on 3-3, so hits the Talon super early, that's his power spike, it got him to this point, but now he's down. He doesn't have combat augments. His combat augments are Cutthroat, and that's it. So, does well getting him to this spot, but as much as I hate to say it, I don't think we're going to see Talon go too much further.
Yeah, it is wild, though, with how early he hit the Talon for this to just be a 5th, right? It feels like, you know, you could have found the top 4, but as you mentioned, just no combat augments, and it just makes such a big difference in these lobbies that it does feel like are going longer because a lot of the kind of ways that players are trying to mitigate how much damage they're dealing to their teammates, which means the overall damage numbers are trending a little bit lower than we see a lot of the time.
Yeah, he did make it to level 9, which is a place Talon players don't get to that often. And this, if he had hit a couple more of these units, if he found the Zeri 2, this would actually be a super strong Talon board, about as close as you can get to capped out. But as is, doesn't really cap out. Raditz with the Trin 3 might be able to take him down.
I don't know. The way this fight went, it actually looks pretty good for Sergio. The Tryndamere has actually had very little uptime in the fight. Was hitting something that ran away from him, and then immediately when he got onto a target, got thrown away just like that by the Syndra. So overall, a good fight overall for Sergio with the positioning, the fight RNG kind of going his way. And Ray ends up losing that one. So going to hold on a little bit longer for the Talon as Snooty Boo surprisingly takes a chunk there, goes down to 8.
Yeah, he might be biting the bullet, got Sergio on the top 4. But for Raditz, what else could have Sergio on the top 4 is the Tryndamere matchup not being the best into the Talon, just because of Syndra. As long as Tryndamere is hitting things, he's going to heal up. But when Syndra throws the Tryndamere, and the chances of that happening are very likely because Tryndamere is likely going to spin right into Syndra's face, then the Tryndamere isn't healing up, doesn't have that uptime, can get taken down super easily. I know what you're reacting to, though. Raditz found the Kaisa, found the 6 Challenger, so this Tryndamere is an absolute menace, just rapid fire whacking away, actually beats. That's the 5 Socialite Kaisa 2 going down.
And that's why I was shocked that Snooty had lost a fight, right? So I don't know who Snooty lost to. But Snooty lost that fight, went down to 8, and now Snooty is actually losing to Ray with the 6 Challenger being put in, because I mean, we mentioned it was a close fight the last time. Like, it was like 1 or 2 more crits from Tryndamere, and he actually takes down the Kaisa in time. And it seems like the 6 Challenger is making the difference. It's making enough attacks come through that Ray can actually win that. And just as a note, I got the note, Snooty lost to Leza. So Leza on that win streak with the Synaptic, with the Mutant Spats, still as powerful as we expected, but maybe even more powerful with the fact that they're taking out Snooty.
Leza, even with not getting that extra Mutant Spat because Setsuko griefed it, still very strong, still on a win streak in this lobby that is down to a 2v2, and Raditz with the 6 Challenger, Tryndamere
but
3.
Kaisa's untouched.
Kaisa is
completely untouched. And no, Trin doesn't hit in time. This time doesn't win. Beat the Ghost does not beat the real thing just yet, but I think Ray can. I still think a positioning difference there of the Tryndamere being able to find their way onto the Kaisa earlier does present opportunity for Ray to win that, but it's not. I think it's probably like maybe 7 or 8 times out of 10 Snooty wins, but Ray can find wins in that.
Yeah, there's a world that Raditz can easily take the top 2. I don't know if he can beat Leza Ford, but can maybe get this top 2 at the safest.
There's
probably
3
top
spats.
3. Wait.
Doing Debonair 7, Mutant 7?
Okay, so Lezaford wins the lobby. So, any doubt? Any doubt this man wins?
It's a Zeri 2?
Any? No? Nah.
No.
No. No, just
No!
What is this board? Oh,
This is disgusting!
yeah.
He's weakening, I guess he's playing Snooty?
He's playing Snooty, so he's weakening his board. Yeah, exactly. He's keeping Snooty in the game. He can make that swap super easily because he's already level 9. Yeah, he's on a win streak, but Econ is fake at this point. You're already at this
He's gonna
point.
take a lot of damage for that, but he does have a lot of HP to spare.
Who cares? He is now on 1 life probably, but he keeps Snooty in the game. So we'll see how much this actually hurts him. If there's a world that Raditz or Nico can beat him, then this hurts. The thing is, I'm looking at this board and I don't think there's a single realm where Ray or Nico beats this man.
Are you telling me that you don't think that 7 Debonair, 7 Synaptic Mutant with Mutant Zeri and Mutant Ari can lose here? You think this board is just gonna win? I'm inclined
Maybe.
to agree with you.
I do too, for what it's worth. just a little bit strong. We have a board that has just a little bit of strength, just the tiniest bit.
It's just you know, it's all right. It's okay. It's like an okay board.
Just okay. But with the matchups though, Lezafort is hitting Raditz. And Raditz
Ray.
18
no.
HP. He has the Kaisa too with the Chemtech spat, so this is doable for Ray at the very least.
Everything got shrouded.
Might stay alive.
His entire comp got shrouded.
Yeah, has the
Maybe
Victor
wait a
as well.
minute.
Wait a second.
Wait a minute.
Wait.
Tryndamere? Full HP Tryndamere?
Oh my, wait.
He's got it.
Wow.
Does he kill him? No, not quite. 4 HP. Uh-oh. Now, sacking all that HP into Snooty maybe wasn't his worth. We'll see. Leza on 1 life, Snooty on 1 life, and Nico on 1 life. So, unless Snooty places first or places very highly, that might have been a mistake from Leza. What seemed like a safe bet. I guess we're wrong. This comp, beatable. The entire board of Ray was shrouded.
Yup.
He still won.
And Ray's about to hit Lezaford. There's a world that Lezaford actually takes a 4th with the 7 Debonair, 7 Mutant. Or actually, no, he's saying Snooty Boo. I'm getting my matchups wrong. But this Lezaford's probably gonna get the 2nd. He probably beats a Nico. So that placement with this final 4 in stage 7 comes down to who takes a worse loss, Snooty Boo or a Nico. All 4 players on 1 life. It's looking likely that it's going to be Raditz versus Lezaford as the top 2.
Yeah. Snooty can still beat Ray. It's possible.
Oh, yeah.
It's you know, the 5 socialite is just so strong. It really just depends on target selection from Ray. It's not as impactful on target selection if suddenly now his own 2-star Kaisa and his 2-star Victor can just snipe out that Kaisa as well, right? It's not as down to the Tryndamere as it has been, but a lot of CC coming down. We might not even see a cast from the Victor. There it finally comes through, the Tryndamere running rampant, but that is the Kaisa still alive. There's the cast, and there it is. There's the win. Snooty Boo stays alive, but Ray's on 1. Ray's on 1, and Ray might be able to position better in the next fight to win that.
Nico beat Lezaford?
Wait, Leza went down and... No
lobby.
shot. So now Ray and Nico have to decide who can beat Snooty, who has a better chance. Right now, I would have thought it was Ray, but I'm now not as familiar with what is going on Nico's board if he was able to beat Leza.
Wait, this lobby got nuts out of nowhere. This, like you said, this is where the team play aspect comes in. Nico and Ray are facing each other. They gotta decide who's gonna beat Snooty, and at some point, they know that Snooty's gonna hit a ghost potentially, so they both position for Snooty while figuring out who's going to
the Victor
lose.
2 and Silco 2 for Nico.
But
that's the big change. That's the big difference.
Wait, does a Nico
just
win?
A ghost?
A Nico's ghost does. Wait,
no,
the Kaisa took it. And
okay,
Ray goes down
to a Nico.
That was actually so close. A different Victor cast, and maybe a Nico takes that over Snooty. I said that a Nico was likely to go out in 4th. Never mind. He's the last one standing, the only hope against Snooty Boo's 5 socialite, Kaisa 2, Galio 2 with the AD items and the Striker emblem. A Nico with his capped out board as well. Last hope of NA versus the last hope of EU in this game.
I mean, seeing how that fight went, I feel like since that was a ghost, I mean, Nico, I have to give a slight favor to coming into this. We're going to see how the Zephyrs land, and he gets the Kaisa. That should be able to lock it up for Nico, because by the time she comes down, here comes a Victor cast on top. There's the first one from Nico's Victor 2. It's going to get a lot out, but it doesn't touch the Kaisa just yet. However, we still have a lot of damage from Renata. She's still tanking up. She's still healthy. One more Victor cast. One more Kaisa trying to turn it around. She's going to get another cast. There's the knockup. There's the finish. And Nico takes it down for North America, takes it down for Disney Fast Pass.
Nails the Zephyr, nails the Shroud, nails every bit of micro he needs to take down Snooty Boo. And Nico, he had the set 6 breakout. He is proving that he is among NA's best, just solidifying that. Even in a tournament that, yeah, NA's kind of taking a vacation on, but we know that EU is sweating. We know they are trying. They do not want to lose to us. And Nico proving he can nail all this micro. He really just calls out that, hey, Snooty's not moving his Kaisa off the Socialite Hex. He cannot afford to. Hits that Zephyr and is going to put the Shroud there as well. It's not necessarily a super, like, mechanical reaction Zephyr. It's more of a, I just am going to read this guy so hard. I know he can't. I know he's not moving this Kaisa. I'm just going to hit it with everything. Take that Kaisa out. Take it out of the fight early when Kaisa needs to be pretty much stacking her attacks and stacking her damage from second 1 of the fight. And because of that, he takes the fight win.
And I think that might be one of the big decisions. If Nico and Ray consciously decided who was going to take that fight, Nico having Shroud and Zephyr, being able to have both those items dealing with a socialite board is huge in exactly how you laid out how Nico did it. Because the way we were predicting is first we thought Leza was going to take it. Then we're like, oh, Snooty might be able to do it with the socialites. And then it's like, okay, maybe Ray. But then Nico just used his Disney Fast Pass, skipped ahead to the front of the line, and ends up with the first place for himself with that Victor 2 and Silco 2 at the end of the day. So really well done by Nico. I mean, that was a really fun game to watch. It was so back and forth. We couldn't even really predict who was going to win because the boards kept capping, but then they weren't capped. They kept getting better. They got better and better and better. And even by the end of the game, it felt like the only person who had actually capped was Snooty with the socialites, with the Kaisa too. So very, very fun lobby to watch. I'm curious to see how these standings are going to shake up after that, because I know Snooty Boy's, of course, going to stay a little bit lower, but those were some decent placements overall. A pretty even matchup, all things considered, with just Nico and Ray kind of carrying the torch for Disney Fast Pass.
Yeah, there's the very exciting lobby. It's even in this, like, more fun tournament, just all these players bringing out the best they can, showcasing these are the best players in these two regions. But we're gonna get a look at some scoreboards across the board. We saw Goose and Goobums turning it around. We're gonna have 3 NA winners of these lobbies. I'm seeing, though, oh man, over in lobby D, Aegis,
Cage business.
Top 3. Sus Cage business, very less Cage business, more just sus.
Just a sus performance.
Just
yeah.
Sus. Appies, come on. I need you to step it up. If you don't step it up, you know I'm flaming you on podcast next week.
Well, NA kind of stepping it up across the board outside of Sus Cage business on this one. We got 3 victories for them, and we're going to look at the standings once again after game 2. Still EU kind of holding strong on top of everybody else outside of PP God, who is still holding that overall first place. But Aegis Gang, Sylvie Marksmith, and KCX Sly all kind of trailing not too far behind. And, you know, Disney Fast Pass having a great game 2, but the game 1s from a lot of the NA teams left so much to be desired. They still have yet to catch up, but there are still plenty of games to go here, Riley. But what do you think of the first 2 games of Mortdog Madness?
This is going to be nuts. This is so much fun. These games are so much fun.
Oh, it has been so fantastic already. I'm just so happy how close it is. I'm happy with all the different strategy that we get out of this 4v4 format. You know, the madness, as it were. But for now, that's all for me and Riley. We're going to go to a short break. When you come back, Panda and Mortdog are going to take you through games 3 and 4. So don't go anywhere. Mortdog Madness Neon Knights continues after this.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Mortdog Madness Neon Knights. I'm ImpetuousPanda, joined by, well, the one and only Mortdog. And we're ready to jump into Game 3. We've seen 2 games already. The EU versus NA rivalry is, the flames are high because it's looking pretty close right now, especially between the first 2 teams. PP God is doing a great job kind of dominating until now. But Mortdog, what is it that you've seen in the first 2 games you really want to highlight, want to kind of bring attention to?
I mean, what have we seen? Seems like we've seen some madness. No, real talk though, it's been pretty cool to see. I think a lot of the team strategy has been evolving. We've seen people throwing rounds and try to like optimize their team to save health. That last game we saw on stream going till 7-3 was really crazy and really late because of that. I also think we haven't seen a lot of the comps people were expecting. I think we're expecting some Enchanter and some Innovator, a lot of 7 Innovator Dragon like people see on ladder. We've seen basically none of that. It's been a lot more reliance on like the Sivers, the Socialites, the Kaisas, things like that. We saw some Tryndamere in there, so it's been a really interesting tournament so far. There were the Talons the first game in a couple of the lobbies. Like, I don't know, this has been kind of fun. I know I'm biased, but like, yeah, this has been great.
I think the 4 fun patch is definitely delivering. I think we, especially the 7 Debonair, 7 Mutant game was I love seeing Ari Mutant.
It took 4th. I don't believe
especially
it.
After kind of the win trade there with Snooty backfired a little bit. But we're gonna see the lobby now for this game 3. We're gonna be casting actually a pretty stacked matchup between the current 1st and 3rd place teams. So it's gonna be PP God with Soju, Sox, Goobums, and Prestivin up against Aegis with Unid, Magarki, Padebol, and Ketzer. So overall, these teams are now on really hot form. We saw in that last game 2. Aegis was able to get 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in their lobby, so good momentum right now. And I think we're ready to go right into this game and see if PP God can continue this dominant run and win it out here as well.
Yeah, you got to give credit to the Soju team, kind of on their vacation, was able to get that 1-2-3-4 in the first game, really strong start. And the best part about this patch so far is always, right as you leave this first carousel, what size egg are we going to get? It looks like we're going to get about the 2nd size one, so this is the one that's a tome and 2 item components. So not bad, something you can play around. Means you aren't going to be able to use that early tome to hit something like, an early mercenary, but this is a really good one to plan around something like the Innovator. We've seen it be very popular here. We get a glimpse of the Mutant. It's Adrenaline Rush, so not one of the 2 big popular ones right now, but we'll have to see how those items get used, and so we're on board with Soju here.
With Adrenaline Rush coming off of the, what we saw in Worlds, maybe some early Cho'Gaths can put one of these players in that direction as well. But really excited to see what the chase traits are going to be for some of these players, because we saw it last game, 7 Debonair, 7 Mutant. You can really do some pretty crazy stuff in this patch right now. It's much easier to reach those very high vertical thresholds. I'm excited to see if we maybe see a Clockwork 6, for example. I think we talked about a bit where the attack speed is so crazy you can slot in almost any legendary, any good champion that can benefit from it and really perform.
Yeah, one of the comps that's been doing really well in certain regions has been the Clockwork Draven, actually, where you use the Draven and do really well here. Looking at these augment choices, Metabolic Accelerator, not a bad choice, especially if you can get something like Yordle and Innovator. Treasure Trove is another good econ one, very popular in China, for example. And then I think, kind of the boring Phalanx one. It goes with the Treasure Trove. Let's see what he can hit from this, if he gets the item components or the gold. Does get a bunch of gold. Has a Quinn in there. So, hopefully you should make the 2-star cast in here, gets that in. What's going to be the blue orb here?
It's funny the different perspectives. You say Phalanx is boring. For me, I just see it as one of the best Talon augments, and I've played Talon a lot in this last set, so I would just immediately, gravitate directly towards Phalanx. It will be the Econ augment instead. We've seen obviously a lot of NA players, they like playing flashy on their streams, they like playing for, playing for mercs, playing for the loose streak early, to then come back later into the game. We saw in the Trash Talk video, it was mentioned as well, this might be the strategy for Soju.
Whew. Oh, you sold the Sejuani and then gets 2 more Sejuanis out of an orb.
Oh,
that's a feels bad. You miss out on the Sejuani too there. But does have a ton of gold here. Has the treasure trove there, as we saw. Could go all the way up to 20 here if he wanted to. Have some very strong, which I think in this team format, when people are going to be playing a little bit weaker to not hurt their opponents, going that full econ strategy makes a ton of sense here. Also has some pretty good items here. Can lock in the Ginsus, have another sword here, would kind of lock his position, but these are not bad items, not a bad position to be in.
Yeah, the Ashe is very strong comp overall. If you know how to play it well, you know how to itemize that Ashe properly. The Ashe 3-star can do so well going even to the late game. As a reroll comp, it's still very viable. But Talon with Gunblade from Sox. I'm sorry, Mort. I'm very biased, and I love to see this.
I see a lot of talent bias in these casters. I don't know.
It's the back-to-back. Riley leaves, I come in, and I continue carrying the mantle forward.
These assassins drive me nuts. But yeah, looking pretty good there. Sox we saw with the 3 costs on his bench. Moving over to Magarki here. See, this is, I think, kind of like we're looking for the Innovator. Has that singed, maybe can find the other pieces. But unfortunately, doesn't seem to be hitting much. Has the Ezreal, really needs that Zillion to kind of get this online. As far as augments goes, Cybernetic Uplink could be really good for that comp as well. Get the extra health, the extra mana regen for stuff like your Seraphine later. Could be good. Choosing not to level here, though, which is interesting. So
maybe, a reflection of not finding these 2-stars, having all these pairs on the bench, saying, I'm maybe not going to win streak here, not going to slam items, just going to try playing for lost streak, keeping my options kind of open and keeping those paths open as well. We're seeing a Cho'Gath.
Not just a Cho'Gath, that is a Striker Cho'Gath with the Blade Master. Now, the thing to note here is that Striker Cho'Gath, because it's a flat amount of AD, and Cho'Gath already has a decent chunk of AD, it's not really as optimal as, say, some other items, like, say, an Infinity Edge, or as we saw in Worlds, you go that full tank version with the Bloodthirster, Bramble IE. But that could lead to some options later, where maybe you can get, like, a Striker Kha'Zix going. That could be really, really powerful here. Does manage to hit the Ziggs and the Caitlyn here, so we'll have to see. But again, not really the innovators that I think he's looking for right now.
It's almost looking as if Magarki's playing built different. I mean, he has no traits active with all these 2-stars. Going to be strong, of course. The 2-star benefit in terms of just pure stats is great in the early game, but this is kind of always an awkward spot. You don't have a clear direction. You're kind of a little bit dizzy so early on. You lose econ because of it, and that kind of spirals into maybe a bit of a confusing state for the first stage.
Yeah, and you can see keeping the Ezreal, so it definitely looks like he wants to lean into that Innovator, but yeah, built different at 2-3 without built different is not really the optimal strategy, last I checked.
Camille is doing so much work. The recent buffs in the early game make her an absolute unit. She had maybe some problems trying to have those like 1v2s, 1v3s, even when itemized in the normal patches. But in this for fun patch, Camille can definitely be kind of a 1v4 kind of unit for stage 2 and some of stage 3 as well.
Yeah, for sure. Moving over to Goobum's board here, we have to highlight Goobum's lately. He's been playing a lot of ladder and kind of taking the for fun patch literally with a lot of fast 9. Just kind of a master of getting his econ up and hitting 9 all tournament. On the side, we get a look at the augments. Unid there with the Ornn artifacts. That could be pretty strong later. Goobum's with, I believe that's the, blanking on the name of it now, but the one that gives you gold for Merc. Yeah, thank you, gold reserves. So that should be interesting too. I'm very curious to see if he can turn that gold reserves into like a strong MF carry, for example. That could be really cool to see.
We even saw it at Worlds to some extent, and it definitely is a viable comp. You can't really build around, you can't force it, obviously have to wait for the augment to come in, and then kind of diversify your strategy from that moment, but it can definitely work all the way into stage 4, stage 5, then it starts falling off a little bit. Yeah,
for sure. On the precedence board here, has the Corki 2 here, but clearly AD items, kind of using it as an item holder. Again, we've seen some bias towards that Sivir striker comp. So probably holding that for that Last Whisper Sivir. Possibly an Aurelia also. Aurelia has been another one with the buffs. Has been kind of coming back as like the Socialite Aurelia board. And then again, we'd also talk about the Draven option. So still a lot of options open for Pressman here. But the way I see him holding those Jarvans, that's kind of what points me in that direction. And then level 4, 30 gold. And choosing not to level here, we're kind of seeing, again, sort of some greedy lobby plays. Normally we'd see a lot more level 5 at this point, but a lot of people sticking to those early, build up the econs, trying to get those very, very strong cap boards with the extra tome and the extra power that includes.
And you would find this strange because, he wasn't a 3-win streak, and you might think he's going to try and push for that level, going to try and defend this win streak, but it was a little bit fake. I mean, the board wasn't that strong, still playing 3 Yordles, playing for econ instead, so I think maybe he made the correct decision, opted for that 3 gold from the interest threshold, and said, this is kind of a fake win streak. I'm just going to go for the loss streak from now on instead and play econ with Yordles. And as you mentioned, try and find that transition. Last Whisper, whenever I see it slammed, I just immediately think of Sivir. So I think that's a pretty clear path for him.
Yeah, it's interesting because when you think about the dynamics of this 4v4 tournament, when you know that 3 out of 7 of your matchups you want to kind of do very little damage, it puts you in this situation where like actually playing full aggressive isn't to your benefit for the team. And so because of that, we're seeing a lot of greedy, like setups. On the other side there, we see Goobums with the gold reserves, but no mercenaries yet. So right now, kind of down to gold augment. So we'll have to see if that bites him later.
Despite this, still pretty healthy. So has found a board that's strong enough to say, hey, I don't have to play Merc right now. I'm going to just go for a win streak here instead, or just at least preserve a lot of HP still at 96 and taking, another win there. So definitely a good start for Goobums. Overall, looking at the HP totals right now, Potable has dropped quite low for stage 2, 68. Not the lowest. You can, of course, reach the 50s and the low 60s, but 68 is still pretty low, and you have to be careful about tanking too much, because as we've seen, you're talking about this format, the fact that it's 4v4, it gets a little bit scary if you drop too low too quick, because you're going to end up facing your own teammates kind of in some way, and you're going to almost guarantee that you'll end up losing out if you go too low.
Yeah, for sure. No one full win streaking in this lobby, and again, the other thing we talked about, again, very passive lobby. There's really not anyone that low. Like, even Potable only being at 68, that's not really that low compared to what we saw at, like, Worlds, for example, where we would see people below 60 if they were trying to pull off a lost streak mercenary. So again, this just leads me to believe we're going to see some very, very capped endgame states. And now we're also getting a glimpse of people getting their extra 2 item components from the egg, as well as the tome. There's the tome. There's a chance for Innovator here. Scrap is another option. I'll be curious to see which one they go with here, because you got that 6 scrap, 6 striker, and there we go, we got the scrap. Scrap can lead to some really capped games here. Before the tournament, I was watching, I believe it was Goose, who got a scrap comp where the shield was up to 2400, which was even higher than 8 bodyguard. So definitely some really good potential for some scrap comps with these emblems.
So you're telling me it's a new Exodia comp, basically, if it's better than bodyguards. But especially looking at the next augment, if he finds something like a binary airdrop, for example, that could be massive.
Look at this Cho 2. That is an Assassin Cho 2 with Adrenaline Rush, Titans, and the Ornn augment, or the Ornn artifact, which lets him get the Omnivamp from all that damage, both physical and magical. This is incredible.
This is what we're here for. Every game has to have something that really, calls our attention and says, this is definitely a 4-fun patch. This is definitely something that players maybe will have a harder time reaching later on. You need getting a big win on his own compatriot here on Ketzer, but still looking good for both of these players. Still fairly healthy. Potable still at 68, but hasn't lost more HP, so is now maybe stabilizing a bit more. And again, like you mentioned, a very even lobby. The range from 1st to 8th isn't as massive as it usually is at 3-2. And as you mentioned as well, players that are looking, the direction they have is just more capped than other comps, not playing reroll, playing for the legendary boards. They're going to have an advantage because how passive this lobby is.
Yeah, for sure. I expect we're going to see right around 4-5, 5-1. These lobbies are going to spike really hard. I mentioned already Goobums has kind of been pioneering that sort of very, very greedy play. Sox here has a potential setup here with the bodyguard emblem to hit that 8 bodyguard, which has been a lot more common this set. And it's been an interesting dynamic on ladder because a lot of people have been shying away from AP since there's been so many enchanters. But because of that, if you run the bodyguard, there's less risk that you go up against, a big AP comp. And so the bodyguards have actually been able to do pretty well also. And so pretty interesting dynamic. We'll have to see if it plays out that way in this lobby.
The Malzahar just barely died. The Blitz was able to hook the Malzahar, but because Sox is playing an Assassin combo, it was maybe going against him, but still, Talon is going to end up winning it here. With Gunblade, it's just so effective in the mid game. Especially if you have an upgraded frontline like Leona, it can be great. Blue Battery, not really an option. Weak Spot, maybe not ideal if you're going for full-on Talon reroll. Ancient Archives could be the play. You obviously have a few options with Bodyguard. You have a few options with even just the Debonair, for example, to go 5 or 7 Debonair later into the game.
Yeah, I feel like the play here is you take the Ancient Archives, if nothing else, just because it gives you the option for the 8 Bodyguard. Slams it, does not get it though. Wish he would have put in one more trait to try to up those odds a little bit here. Unfortunately, this isn't really what he's looking for here, the Assassin being his tailored emblem. Ends up going with the Sniper. Interesting choice. So, Sniper... Yeah, this is an interesting choice here. Wow, interesting.
Giving a pretty good indication of what his final board might look like, leaning into Debonair, into Zeri possibly, going to the late game, and obviously not deciding to play Talon all the way through by not picking up the Assassin emblem either.
Yeah, this is interesting, because this is a very much a board that looks like it's playing around sort of, your early game slamming your items, but if you look at the late game potential, you have Shojin and Gunblade which for Sniper, that can work for that. Like you said, Zeri, those aren't really great Zeri items. Misfortune, probably a little late, and contesting Goobums there. But is doing a lot of work here, so now we get to see if this Assassin Cho'Gath can take down, the enemies here. A lot of Assassins, actually, for what we're noticing in this lobby. But, oh, those Assassin Cho'Gath bites are delicious, doing a ton of damage here. And every time you get those Adrenaline Rush procs, that just spikes up the mana even quicker. Getting that Cho'Gath really big, now growing 20% more menacing than he was last patch.
Is there a chance for maybe the Sniper element on Orianna, for example, with the Clockwork on Jhin as well, potentially might be an angle? And obviously, Orianna got a quad buff, I think, so might be the angle that Sox is looking for.
That's a great angle. Orianna, like you said, very powerful, has that Sniper buff that could be good, so I do like that option. That is an option we could see here. Getting a look at the augments here, nothing really jumping out here. Ketzer does have the first aid kit, which with Scrap is incredibly powerful. If you can go that Scrap Striker board. Unid also got the Tiny Titans, so that's going to give him some extra health, make it to the late game. Sitting at 127 health right now, so that's got to feel pretty good. So, yeah.
Some upgrades here for Goobums as it dropped a bit of HP, was very healthy in Stage 2, Stage 3, 3 losses in a row, not looking so hot for him. And as you mentioned, he had the trouble of picking an augment that defines one direction and then not really having the units for it. Now is kind of in the transition area, and this is always dangerous for some of these players.
No, so there's a key thing going on here right now. So he has gold reserves. Gold reserves, again, gives your mercenaries that big damage amp based on your gold, which, can kind of limit you to Misfortune or Gangplank, unless you have the mercenary emblem, which he was able to get from his tome from an egg. So now this Malzahar is doing 60% more damage, or 50%, I believe. And so this is a pretty stacked Malzahar using that with gold reserves. That'll open some pretty cool options later for a very powerful, basically, item to just amp up whatever champion he wants.
And you don't need mercenaries active for the effect to come through.
Yeah, you do not. As long as they are a mercenary champion, you are getting the power here. So this Malzahar doing more damage than usual. And like I said, you could put this on a Victor in the late game with these items. A lot of different options here. So this could be really good.
And Goobums, as you mentioned, I think this whole patch, I've been watching a bit of him as well on his streams. He has been going Fast 9 quite often, so that might be the angle here. Just try and, end up with a very capped board with, as you mentioned, Victor as maybe the best late game carry with not just the AP, the extra damage, but also the Shojin and the JG already built.
Yeah, for sure. Those items definitely kind of limit your choices into more that AP area. But again, getting that free, 50-60% damage amp from the gold reserves from your augment is very, very powerful here. Maybe if he gets lucky, he can also hit a Tom Kench later, farm some even more items, hit an even higher cap. So this is kind of the dream he's looking for. On the other side, up against Precedent, has that Sivir with basically the items you want on a Sivir. We saw a lot of this here with the IE Last Whisper, spread that armor shred, the Hurricane for the extra damage from the Striker. So very good, typical Striker comp from Precedent coming out here, and definitely going to get the win over his ally Goobums.
Another loss here for Goobum, so kind of rotating between wins and losses, not ideal for Econ, obviously. You want to keep that streak going as far as possible. And then going to stage 4, you just want to really preserve HP and win as much as possible for the most part until you do end up spiking after carousel for most of these players. But we're seeing Orianna starting to pop off with the sniper emblem. And as expected, kind of sucks. This is the rotation he was going for. I'm going to be honest, Mortdog, I love Orianna. I think she's visually, she's a champion that you just love seeing the orb pop and things going flying everywhere. So I'm very happy she got a buff into this patch. And some of these players, I think, are also very much, kind of taking advantage of this buff as well.
Yeah, for sure. I think the big debate amongst the community will be, was the buff too much? We'll see, but
it's a for-fun patch. I think it's fine.
Yeah, it certainly took her from this champion you kind of just throw into a comp and she's there, to a very exciting 4-cost carry that is worth itemizing and playing your comp around, and we're seeing things like Sniper Orianna and stuff like that. And so that sort of transformation, I think, has definitely been good for this patch for players to kind of say goodbye to Orianna before we head to the Dragonlands. So.
And it's deserved, because I think at the very end of set 6, she also got, pretty good buffs all around, and a few players thought that she might be able to be a viable carry as well. Wasn't quite the case. So I think she kind of needed this one. She kind of needed to be in the spotlight for this patch.
Yeah, for sure. Speaking of which, we're on Potible's board here, and again, we're talking about how greedy these lobbies are. Seeing this level 7 roll down here has me a little worried. They're playing for like a 4th or a 5th place. But this is the nice thing about this team dynamic here. This could also be setting himself up for, making sure his allies are as strong as possible, possibly buying the units that his team is looking for, or the enemies are looking for, to kind of try to grief them a little bit. So we'll have to see. But again, rolling down here, I think, is very scary when you compare that to the gold of everyone else. At least only went down to 30, though, so should still be okay for a little while.
Especially when you roll down and you kind of lose a little bit of econ and still continue losing, that's definitely not a good sign. Pineapple has to find a way to stabilize now, because 38 HP going into stage 4 is not really where you want to be. Echo 2 has been found now for Prestevin. He has the Sivir. He really wants the upgrade on the Sivir especially, but has many options on the bench. Gnar 2 is an option here. Galio very early on, but I don't think he can really slot it in just yet. Or maybe he can.
Interesting. Goes ahead and slams it. Yeah, see, this is starting to feel like what we saw at Worlds, right? This is the 4-striker, you've got the Sivir, you've got the Scrap, the Socialite. I do think running 2 Socialite here is a bit kind of pointless on the Sivir, considering she's monolocked during the spell. But we'll have to see if the Cho'Gath can walk over and take a big old bite of that Sivir. Sure enough, that is a delicious meal. Very happy for everyone who is sick of Sivir. I know we saw that at Worlds in Game 2, Game 1, the Cho'Gath just eating the Sivers for lunch. And this Assassin Cho'Gath will do just that, getting tons of procs. At this point, has to have quite a few stacks. Now, will it be able to 1v9 here? I think so, but it'll be really close. The Redemption's going to do a lot of work.
Looks like it's going to be, as you mentioned, very, very close here. The last proc has to hit. It's going to be just barely. And Unique is able to keep his dominant run with his Assassin Cho'Gath going. Once he finds the Kha'Zix, it's going to have the easy 2 Assassins with Mutant still enabled, and has a chance to have a very, very capped board if he's able to find a Cho'Gath 3.
Yeah, for sure. The Cho'Gath 3 will just make it really hard, because you'll be gaining all the mana from taking all that damage. You'll bite, get a bunch of it back from the Ornn artifact. And so, yeah, that is just a really cool version of the Cho'Gath that we're seeing here on display.
I think everyone's just, viewers are always just a fan of Cho'Gath. When we saw in that game, the Game 1 of Day 3 at Worlds, it was crazy to see, especially when it's a mutant that you don't expect to do so well. You think players might just ignore it because it isn't Synaptic Web, it isn't Darkstar, but not the case. China clearly showed us that it is very much viable, and it seems like that's still the case here with Unide's comp as well. The Ashe doing pretty good all throughout this mid game, but now having some trouble, and Soju will take a loss here.
Yeah, that was a pretty close fight, and again, up against an ally there, so that's kind of what you want. And so it's a good time to kind of look at the scoreboard and see where we're at here. And again, this is still overall pretty passive lobby. It's interesting, though, because right now what we have is Unid at 116 doing very well with that Cho'Gath that is just, holy crud, look at that attack speed. But after that, it's actually pretty close. We have Magarki at 69, nice, and then otherwise everyone's between 48 and 38. Like, this is a really close lobby right now.
And as players start taking more damage with their losses, start maybe losing by more units as well, this is where things start to change. End of stage 4, start of stage 5 is where the HP disparity starts growing, and players will start getting eliminated. Potable is the one player that is in more of a danger zone, not just because of his HP, but just overall the pacing of this game for him has been pretty much losing most combats, winning barely in some cases, and not really stabilizing. As you mentioned, had to sacrifice a lot of econ to even attempt to stabilize in stage 4. So I have to definitely watch out and see what he can do.
Yeah, for sure here. Has the Infinity Edge here, second Infinity Edge here. Again, we talked about how this could end up being something like an Aurelia carry. If you can get those items on a 3 Socialite Aurelia at this point, this could be really strong. I'll be curious to see if that's where he goes, though, but right now, choosing to stick with the Ashe. Okay, there goes the Ashe transition. We're at 2 Socialite, and there's the 3 Socialite. Yep. Alright, so this is the 3 Socialite Aurelia. I think haunts people from the beginning of Neon Knights.
Yeah.
At the start of Neon Knights, this was, pretty strong board, and then took a few nerfs, but kind of reminiscent of that, so we'll see if the Aurelia can do okay here. I don't think it's quite as good as it was back then, but it can do okay here, and yeah, sure enough, we see it get taken down pretty quick here by the Draven. Yep. Or the Jhin, excuse me. Jhin and Draven. So yeah. On the other side there, Magarki playing kind of what I talked about there, the Clockwork with Draven. That can do really well here. And so now Goobum's at 27, Pottybull at 29, Soju at 33. These are the players that now everyone has kind of done their 4-5 spike. We have to start looking out for as possibly going 8th place.
And really with recent buffs, I think she can be great. When she does pop off, it really does seem crazy and just really fun to see. But she still has problems with just fight RNG. If she gets focused early on, if she doesn't have a QSS, for example, and gets CC'd, and she dies, the rest of the team is not really there to do much more damage. So it does become not a coin flip, but it does become a bit iffy depending on what the matchup is and the positioning of your units as well.
Yeah, I agree. Looking at the augment choices here, Keepers and Stand United are some pretty generic combat value. Or you can take a big risk, try to take that high 5. Goes with Stand United here, which not too bad here. Puts in the Jace to get an extra trait. There's another trait with the Innovator, so 6 traits. Not too bad for Stand United value here. Also has the 4 scrap, so gets that shield bump. This is about as good a setup as you can get, so now just looking for some champion upgrades. The trick will be, can you stay alive to reach 9? And the answer is probably not. So at this point, you're kind of playing for like a top 4 if you can, and hoping that Aurelia can do some work. Definitely not the ideal social. That is a massive Cho'Gath.
Aurelia gets Zephyred as well, so everything goes terribly wrong for Soju to start this fight off. Cho'Gath is there. Can Aurelia do it all by herself? I'm not entirely sure. The bite comes through, but doesn't kill the Aurelia. And she's still doing her best. Aurelia seems to be popping off here against the Cho'Gath.
Wow, that was pretty good. I think the Socialite... Basically what happened there is the Cho'Gath just kept feeding the Aurelia mana to cast her ult over and over, and every time she cast that ult with the 3 Socialite healing, was able to go back to full, because that Cho'Gath doesn't have a lot of defenses, it's very offensive, and so that's pretty cool to see. Does end up losing that fight, but again, still at 94 health, so not really going to be too worried. Unfortunately, only has 4 Cho'Gaths also, so we're probably not going to see a Cho'Gath 3 unless we get really lucky on this roll down. But that is a big menacing Cho'Gath right there.
There's still a lot of gold to work with, so I mean, it's not too far-fetched to say you might not hit the Cho'Gath 3 immediately on this roll down, but if you're able to hit 3 or 4 more copies, you're going to get close enough to just donkey roll and find it anyway in the next few stages. And again, you're so healthy, you have a lot of time to work with. It's the difference with Soju. He used up all his econ, he's at 33 HP, so you can kind of already tell. Top 4 is maybe the best you can hope for.
Yeah, looking at the augment choices, by the way, nothing too crazy jumping out, a lot of pretty safe stuff. The 2 I want to call out here is Goobums went with the Ornn artifact, so we'll have to see which one he can go with. But the bigger news here was Magarki getting Sniper's Nest. Sniper's Nest is the kind of augment that takes snipers from, like, good to amazing, because you can cap out really, really well. And so Magarki being at 69 health is going to have time to stack that up, end up being very powerful, and so we'll have to see what that does. But I fully expect Magarki could be a favorite now with that powerful augment spike there. And that Cho'Gath is just going to have a Misfortune Sniper, Caitlyn Breakfast. That is everything that Cho'Gath was looking for. Delicious. And you need continuing the win streak.
Goobums did end up transitioning back, or into the Misfortune as we thought initially, but I almost didn't have time to because Cho'Gath just jumped on her right away, and she was evaporated very quickly. Despite whatever damage she was doing in Global Reserve, it just didn't last very long due to the unlucky positioning there on his part.
Oof. Yeah, unfortunately, looking at the Ornn artifact he got, it really wasn't one of the ones that was going to really help him a bunch here. Has 4 Misfortunes, so we're not seeing that Misfortune 3. And he's stuck in this awkward position now where he's level 7, wants to roll down now, but he'll lose the power of those gold reserves. And so, yeah, this is just not the position you want to be in. And so, honestly, kind of expecting Goobums to kind of crash out here in 8th place from this position.
And I don't want to say anything, but right now, 6, 7, 8, very much NA heavy. Potable has fought his way back almost into the top 4, so congrats to him. He was having a hard time in the early and mid game, but now into the late game, he seems to have stabilized quite a bit. We're seeing now Soju versus Goobums. Goobums could be knocked out in this round here. Misfortune still helping off, but Morgana tanking up a lot of this damage, still able to shield one more time, and I think that will be enough with Jace and Seraphine still alive.
It's going to be close. The Misfortune is still alive, but unfortunately the champs are spread out in such a way it's going to be hard for the MF to get a bunch of kills here. This is going to be close. Vi has...
I was thinking the Seraphine was going to shoot the wrong way, but
that is
thankfully...
not the way you want to get taken out with that close a fight. Oh, that feels so bad for Goobums.
And despite the repositioning from the Vi, the Seraphine was able to hit the 180 no-scope and still kill her off there. And Goobums ends up going 8th. Gold reserves, maybe not the best option, especially, I mean, if you don't have that early start with mercenaries already, with, maybe having the actual mercenary game plan going to stage 3, for example, and having gold reserve with the misfortune working all the way through. It was a bit of an awkward, state for Goobums, and that was maybe reflected in his placement.
Yeah, for sure. Looking at Magarki's board here, we talked about the Sniper's Nest. Unfortunately, doesn't have the Jin 2 yet, which is where all of his items are. These Draven items are not that great. Yes, you're getting the Sniper multiplication, but the RFC isn't huge here. And sure enough, we can see, unfortunately, just doesn't quite have the DPS to get through Sox's board with that Sniper Orianna. Takes a big chunk of damage here. Unless he can get the Jin 2 or a really good item off the carousel for Draven, Magarki unfortunately might fall off here, which would be a shame after getting such a powerful augment spike.
There is a Jin in the shop. It was locked there for Magarki. Well, there's 2 Jins in this shop. This is the wrong player. We've moved on out of Potted Bowl. Maybe they can do a little switcheroo, Mortdog. Do you think that you can implement that? Just allow players in these 4v4 tournaments to switch their shops?
Wrong
I think that could be a cool mechanic.
Wrong game mode, unfortunately. So, yeah, looking at the standings now, we see Unid has kind of dropped off a bit. Still at 68, so very healthy. But we have a very close lobby again. 37 all the way down to 1 with Sox, but Sox did win his last game. Soju at 11. We're going to see some pretty hard drop-offs here in the next fight or two. And this is where that team dynamic can really start to play in, where it's like if you have 2 allies in your pool and 1 enemy, do you weaken your board a little bit? Do you take that risk? I think someone like Precedent could do that. For example, like we're looking at Sox's board right now, and he's either up against Soju, Precedent, or Unid. At 1 health, you probably can't take the risk, but do you tell your opponents, like maybe Precedent, hey, play down a bit, double-check your stuff? And that's been what's so fun about this tournament, is watching everyone kind of play around that. Sox, I think, really would hope for that Orianna 2, doesn't hit it, kind of trying to play around this Orianna 1. At least has the Jin 2, but yeah, not really the most optimal board to have.
Yeah, a few players here where their main carry's not upgraded to a 2-star yet. They're kind of in some trouble. Does end up hitting Unid, does end up hitting the Assassin Cho'Gath, jumping right into that Orianna, and gonna bite her and chomp her down right away. We're seeing it here. She's been taken down. The Seraphine's still very much alive, but once your main damage leader's out of the way, once you have a scaling champ like the Kai'Sa, ooh, the grab onto the Kai'Sa, that might change things. This Cho'Gath, as you mentioned, isn't that tanky. He can kill, sure, but can he 1v5 here? I'm not entirely sure, and still Sox will stay alive.
Yeah, the nice thing is the Cho'Gath can't be taken, CC'd or anything like that, but that Blitz hook that pulled the Kai'Sa was really big there. I think the Kai'Sa is really what you need to sort of cap out that damage. And unfortunately, with it getting grabbed, the Cho'Gath can't quite do enough on its own. It's interesting, if you go back to Worlds, we saw 2 players play this like Adrenaline Rush Cho'Gath. One was Milk, who ended up going 8th because it fell off so hard. And then the other, was our China representative who got 1st. And that was because they actually built it very tanky with the Bramble and the Dragon Claw. So, and you can kind of see that difference there, where late game you really just need that Cho'Gath to be a tank. He just doesn't have the DPS output for the late game.
Sox up against the old classic Sivir, Striker, Emblem, Jinx. Will he be able to win this fight and survive? The Jin's still popping off. The Orianna's now being taken down by that Echo, but still you have the Jin alive, you have the Seraphine alive. I don't think it'll be enough though, with Sivir still very much alive, and that's going to be it. Sox gets taken down in 7th, Magarki in 6th, so players are starting to drop off now as we move into stage 6, and Soju at 11 HP is in a dangerous, and never mind, he's dead. 5th place for Soju here.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because, again, these were our, sort of top 2 teams, with Precedent's team sort of being, number 1 right now. And unfortunately for them to go 5, 7, 8 is definitely not what they were looking for to hopefully make it to day 2. So all their hopes now are on Precedent and that Striker comp. We'll have to see if that's strong enough, but, that board hasn't been great at nailing the first places. So we'll have to see if they can find a way to maybe hit that Jinx that can take it from a top 4 board to a first place board.
This almost guarantees PP to drop off of that first place in the standings, and maybe Aegis is the one to move ahead of them. We know also the German team from Solgazang was 2nd coming into this game 3, so depending on how they do, they might also end up 1st. But overall, I thought I was going to be a bit worried about defending EU in this tournament. I would have, on the desk, it's primarily going to be NA focused, but they've been doing pretty well today. I'm very happy with what I'm seeing overall from EU's play.
We missed it, but the last board, by the way, all 3 augments were the 3 variations of cybernetic augments. They had 1 of each. So that was kind of neat and gave a lot of value to the items being spread out. So that was a really cool augment combination to see. Moving on to this fight, though, we see that Cho'Gath here. And unfortunately, yeah, it's still kind of 2 Cho'Gaths down.
Kaisa gets deleted.
Oh, no.
And similar to what we were saying about Irelia and kind of the fight RNG element of the carry being very good, having a lot of damage, can pop off when she does, it's fantastic, but she can also kind of int a little bit and end up killing herself. And it's similar with Kaisa to some extent. She's a champion that, depending where she dashes, depending how the fight RNG goes, as we saw here, immediately deleted by that Ahri.
Yeah, for sure. Unfortunately, really, I think we're going to see a roll down here. Hopefully he can hit that Cho. 1 Cho away. That's also has 6 Vi's, which is interesting. There's the Tom Kench, don't know, 7 Vi's.
And the Vi is itemized as well, so this can definitely be a huge spike if he's able to hit the Vi 3.
Yeah, unfortunately it doesn't look like... Oh, there's a Kaisa 2, though.
Kaisa 2 is huge.
That is big. So we're at 8 Chos, 7 Vi's, and a Kaisa 2. That is big, but unfortunately now we are out of gold. I probably have about 2 lives left. And these are some hard fights, though. Again, the Sivir going to be able to splash and hit that Kaisa. That Kaisa does not have any healing. So if that Kaisa takes any bad Sivir bounces, that is going to kill that Kaisa. There we see it, sure enough. Yup, and so Unid's got one last chance to maybe hit this Cho or Vi. But otherwise, we could see him going out in 3rd place, unfortunately.
And Padebo, what a redemption arc, was 8th place pretty much the entirety of this game. Wasn't able to get stable at all throughout stages 2 and 3 and the start of stage 4, but then has turned it around, is now streaking alongside Prestivant. Will it be enough to win this for a U, or will Prestivant win the 1v4 essentially? Ketzer knocked down now, 3 players remaining, and as you mentioned, Unid is now on 1 life.
Oh,
So close to the Cho'Gath.
Sold the Vi, didn't hit the Cho. We're never going to see the Cho 3. You know, Potable could throw around here, but otherwise it really doesn't seem worth it. I think they're really rooting for Potable to kind of win here with that Enchanter RE comp. I imagine this is going to be the end of our Cho. 3rd place, not bad though, for such a fun comp here. But yeah, unfortunately the Cho'Gath is not going to be able to output the damage, and I expect that RE to kind of keep stacking. Unless this Kaisa doesn't get touched. That's the one hope.
Oh,
Second
well,
Kaisa
Mortdog,
cast?
it seems that Caster Blessing
No,
might
no,
be...
no.
No, Kaisa, you were so close.
Not dead, though. Not
What?
dead.
Yeah, exactly. That was calculated. Listen, Padable and Unid clearly, you know, they put their units in the right places to make sure that it would be a 1-unit loss, keeping Unid alive, and now having a 2v1 situation versus Prestivant, who is still streaking, who is still, you know, going off of the form on the streaks, doing very well right now, and able to find the Kha'Zix there.
Yeah, unfortunately no Cho'Gath on the carousel. I think that's what we're really hoping for here. So it really comes down to, can they stop Presivant? You know, and so far the answer seems to be no, though. He seems to be doing really well, has that Sniper Orianna and the Sivir. Like, this is a really cool variation of the board. Is not running the 4 Scrap, instead choosing to go with the 2 Socialite, put that on the Orianna, get those big sniper casts. Can be a lot of damage here. There's a Rot giving some extra frontline. Wait! Oh, Unid got it, I think. There it is.
This changes
Cho
everything.
3.
He just needed 1 more round to survive. He was able to do it at 1 HP, and that might be the turning point if this Cho'Gath is able to now do a little bit more. We'll see it now, the matchup up against Prestivant. Cho'Gath jumping right into the backline, right into that Jace. The Sivir, Zephyr as well, so that might be also maybe a saving grace here. Cho'Gath turns around, doesn't target the Sivir at all.
No, as cool as this is, I just don't think it quite has the survivability or damage here. And unfortunately, despite the Cho 3, that is going to be out in 3rd place. Unfortunate, but, you know, it took a lot of bites. But, yeah, sad.
See what it comes down to now between Potable and this striker board here. The Ahri versus the Sivir. Jinx also now fully itemized with the Thieves Gloves, can definitely pop off and has a Shroud in what could be the last fight of this game.
Yeah, for sure. I think Presivant looking like the favorite here. Again, has that strong Orianna, has that Sivir, has the Jinx too. Also hit a Shroud on his Thieves Gloves here. So despite his teammates going 5, 7, and 8, might get that bounty for his team. And so, you know, regardless of the points, got to be happy with maybe getting that extra, you know, $200 for his team. We'll have to see in this final fight, though. Where does the Shroud land? Shroud
only hits the Orianna and the Vex. Not really that relevant. The Ahri's pretty safe, but still up in the second row, able to have a little bit more range with her ult and able to hit the Jinx there. The Jinx now flying in the air, coming down onto not the Ahri just yet. So Ahri's still very much alive, dealing damage. I think Potable might have this. One more ult from Ahri.
Woo,
It's just enough there. Prestivan takes a big hit down to 18. Both of these players now maybe at 1 life remaining.
Yeah, definitely 1 life remaining here. Because we go into stage 7, the player damage gets cranked up. This is definitely 1 life. Item-wise, Potable coming out ahead here, getting the Hand of Justice. I think putting that on Orianna for even just a slightly faster cast is going to be really big. On the other side here, have the Edge of Night, which really not a great user to put this on. You can put this on Aurelia, but Aurelia's not really doing a ton in this comp right now, so feels like Potable got the better item advantage here. We'll have to see if anyone can level up their comp just a little bit more. There isn't really a ton of opportunity to do that, though, so we'll have to see. Maybe a strong Legendary or something like that. Could maybe get rid of the Ziggs 3 for like a Victor, but otherwise, yeah, so we see a Jin 2, yeah. Braum 2, okay, Braum 2 is big.
Well, so. Upgrades for both players. I think, yeah, as you mentioned, with the Warmugs especially, getting even more use out of that item. The biggest thing will be, I think, the Ahri positioning is going to be what might decide this fight.
Yeah, the Ahri positioning and the Braum positioning. If the Braum can get a really good ult on, say, the Sivir or the Orianna, those will be really key here. None of them have the Quicksilver, so let's see. Good positioning, spreads out on either side. Big thing to watch here is the Ahri. Will the Ahri stay alive the whole time, or will it get Orianna and Sivir down? I think being on the opposite side from the Sivir is helpful. There's the first Orianna ult. Starting to hit Galio ult. A lot of CC coming out here, but the Ahri still at about half health. Looking really good. The Jinx is down, and... oh, that's it.
Prestivan takes the win here. Potable not able to do it. The Ahri was chunked down a little bit too quickly there. And Jinx had Giant Slayer as well, so a good Thief Glove item was rolled on her. NA wins the lobby, but the rest of the top 4 was EU. So I think still in the points total, it might be EU getting ahead in this game 3.
Yeah, it'll be close, and even before this, right, that team was up a few points. NA had a little bit of a lead. We'll have to see how it transitions, but yeah, getting 2, 3, 4, 6, I think is just a couple more points. But either way, you've also got the bounty, so, you know, you might have to wipe away those tears with a few dollar bills as you know, head to the next lobby. But yeah, close lobby. Yeah, Sivir Striker, again, I think that was a comp people were expecting the nerfs to hit really hard, and still doing very well right now, especially into an Enchanter Arcanist comp, so looking pretty good.
And still for game 3, we were able to see some interesting comps. You know, it's not just cookie cutter comps. We're seeing that the Cho'Gath Assassin didn't win, got a 3rd place still for Unique, so not bad at all. And we, you know, as viewers and in our case casters, are able to enjoy seeing a Cho'Gath 3 jumping into the backline, chomping down units all throughout stages 2 and 3, was dominating, then fell off a little bit going into the end of the game.
Yeah, I felt bad because that's the kind of comp that had he got the Cho 3 earlier, I think he would have been able to apply pressure, would have been able to hit those backlines before they spiked harder, maybe get a few extra stacks also with the extra damage. But unfortunately, since it took so long, by the end of the game, it had kind of just fallen off here. Other interesting things to consider here is, like, with the Adrenaline Rush, the difference between 3 Mutant and 5 Mutant really isn't that big. So it's a question of, like, were there ways to optimize the comp, maybe put in more Assassins, so that you get the extra, you know, crit chance to give the Cho'Gath more healing, stuff like that. There may be small optimizations. It's such a unique comp that I think a lot of people not super familiar how to optimize it.
So we have the results ready to be shown here. We're going to see who the winners were of the last few lobbies. It looks like the German team from Solo Gazang, Salvi Marxima, still doing very, very well, winning their lobby. The Carmen Core Solari team also doing it, but PP God able to win, of course, Prestivan. We just saw this on stream for this game 3, and Binoculars, TSM, Solus able to win it for NA as well. So pretty even going into this game 3. We saw more of an EU dominance in the last 2 games.
Yeah, if you look across the board, you're seeing some Innovators, some Scrap, and some Strict. But we got to talk about it. Like, that's 3 Sivers. Sivir still a very powerful champion.
Back, we thought she was put to bed, but she has resurrected as a zombie, and she's here to haunt us.
Yeah, for sure. It's a question of, are these players just really familiar with it, or what? But yeah, and so you can kind of get a look at the standings and the point distribution here. Salvi and Gluteus dropping to 7-8 there, not great. EU kind of not looking good here. The other one we got to call out, the Spicy Appies. I think they're all having a rough day. Spicy Appies, Kermex, going 7-8 in their lobby. So oof, feels like they might be out of the running a little bit.
A similar thing can be said about the Spanish team. I think, Studi as captain is trying his best to carry the rest of the players, but once again, 6-7-8 for Manute, Sergio, and Lezafor, so not a great showing from them, and they're going to, stay in that 7th place position, tied with Suskage Business. The two teams that are, I think, having a rougher time in this day one. And as we mentioned, Aegis able to take first place now in the standings. PP God able to still defend their 2nd place, and Binoculars climbing now up to 3rd with Carmen Corsolari as the 4th team, and Germany, actually, the German team from Sologazang dropping now to 5th.
Yeah. The thing to note here is as we head into Game 4 and 5, remember it is the top EU team and the top NA team, no matter where they are in the standings, will move on to the next day. So, whether, who ends up where, that's what we really have to keep a look on. Right now, that is our top 2 teams. But even if that changes, let's say EU is 1, 2, 3, only one of them can move on to the next day. So it's still about getting those points and making sure you're the one that gets to move to day 2, where a big chunk of that prize pool is.
But just going off of the current momentum, I think Aegis is looking very strong. They proved it yet again in this game. The game before that, they had the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place positions. Now, as well, 3 players in the top 4. So they're looking very good. As I mentioned earlier, France has not taken an off season. They've been continuing to grind for community tournaments. These tournaments require you to be a certain place in the ladder to qualify. So players are still grinding ladders, still maximizing. And despite this being a 4-fun patch, they're here to win. The French are very, very competitive, and it's showing here as well.
Yeah, for sure. So now we got one more last shuffle so that every team got to face every other team once. We get a good look at the different lobbies this time. Again, this is now the final matchup that everyone hasn't faced yet, so everyone will get to face everyone. And then the top teams get to pick their opponents for the 5th game, so that should be pretty interesting. Again, trying to get your last points. This is really sort of your last chance to make a big comeback, so we'll have to see how that goes.
And the two teams that are not doing so hot, Spicy Happy's team and Snooty's team, are facing each other. So maybe one of these two teams can find some better form. And I think it might be a long shot to end up qualifying into day 2, but they still want to, leave with their head held up high and then putting on a good show for their communities and their regions as well. This is, of course, EU versus NA. And the rivalry is still very much here. It hasn't been, a wipe one way or another. It started off a little bit EU heavy, but as you mentioned, this game 3, I think it evened out quite a bit.
Yeah, and so today we're going to get to this last game for Rush Game 4. We're going to get to watch Lobby A, and so we'll get to see, Goose, Solus, Ramkev, Asa, how well they've been doing. And also, I'm kind of excited to see Salvi. He's been playing really well all day. Solo Gasong, should be fun. So I'm excited to see this lobby.
Yeah, the current Binoculars was able to climb a bit in the standings in this last game 3. Solus was able to win it for his team as well, so they're on pretty good momentum going to this game 4, whereas we saw the German team in the very first game that was streamed, and they did pretty well. They had a very good initial showing, and as I mentioned, they're currently dominating the ladder as well in EUW. Salvi is going to be top 10 right now, and I think the rest of his team is also all in the top 30 or top 40, so they're definitely also in good form going into this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. And it feels like a lot of people are really starting to figure out sort of what the meta is right now. Obviously, we saw a lot of Sivir that last time. We've seen different comps before that, but I think we're going to start seeing people be a little bit more comfortable. And again, there's also, we talk about this every tournament, right? Whereas as you get into these last few games, if you know you're at the bottom, you've got to play for some strong finishes. That can sort of warp the position of the lobbies and what works and what doesn't. And so it's always interesting for me, and as we go into the back half of tournaments, how that changes the dynamics, what it makes people think about, or do they just not care and just play like they normally do anyway, and we'll have to see. But if you're here to win, you definitely have to be thinking about that kind of stuff.
And this tournament already has that extra layer of complexity with how it plays out with the format. It's very unique, of course. So a lot of different things players have to think about going into this the final game of the round robin at the very least, though will be a game 5 after this one. One thing to mention that we haven't talked about, Mort, we saw 7 Innovators being the winning comp for Solus. It's the comp that we both mentioned we hadn't seen yet going into this game 3. So someone is playing it. It might be off stream, but someone is finding success with that 7 Innovators. Was Solus, I believe, that was able to win it for Binoculars. So we're going to see him on stream here. We're going to see if he's able to maybe replicate that. It's going to be easier because of the eggs hatching, the extra tomes. It makes that much more achievable. Not forcible, but definitely a direction players might look for in the start of the game.
Yeah, for sure. I think we would expect it more, especially with how many different carries it can play. So yeah, we'll have to see how that plays out. And yeah, let's get into the game. Game 4, Lobby A, and yeah, we'll see how it goes here.
It will be Binoculars versus Salvi, Mark Simus, a great, amalgamation of the 4 players' names. I love the creativity there as well. Just making sure everyone's represented, everyone feels included in the team name as well.
Yeah, that is really cool to see. The team names were definitely interesting. Clearly some memes in there, you know, having some fun with it. But that's another one of the fun angles of this tournament, right? Is not just picking the teams, but picking the names and what kind of ideas you want to represent.
I won't go too far into what ideas Disney Fast Pass is representing, but let's not dig too deep into that one. Solo starting off with Camille. We talked about Camille being very strong now in the early game. Camille pair now found as well here, with the chance for maybe an innovator start with a Zillion being found. Can be Clockwork with Camille as well, and a very strong early game possibly for Solus.
Yeah, for sure. It's weird to see Solus not buy the Alawi, famous for his Merc play and, you know, how well he played around that, but instead choosing to go the Camille. So yeah, clearly some bias towards that innovator. As far as our egg goes, we have the egg that's going to hatch at 2/7. Again, this is a tome and 2 item components. Does get an item remover here, can hopefully buy the rest of the board. You can see here, and so lifelong learning, definitely a powerful augment if you want to go. Ends up going with the Phalanx though, so.
And we mentioned it, you know, Solus was able to win with Innovator 7 last game, so the game already kind of gives him a bit of an angle for it with the 2 Camille's and the Singe as well. Hasn't found much more in this shop, instead giving him more of a Yordle angle now with double Corki, which I think you have to leave as an option. I think you definitely want to buy this out, and just the chance of finding, you know, 3 Yordles with maybe an early Lucian and a Corki 2. With a tier component already there, maybe a Shiv can be slammed early on.
Yeah, agree. When you see 2 Corkis like this in the shop and the Lulu, I feel like, again, you've got to sell at least the Alawi and one other thing. I'm surprised to see the Twitch in there, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree.
Sell the Alawi, sell the Twitch, buy the Lulu, and give yourself that option. Is probably going to get an item out of this, this drop, so we'll have to see. Does mean also he can't pre-level, which can be a little disheartening because he can't get that 3 cost. But yeah, does end up buying the Lulu, sells the Caitlyn's, and then hits a Caitlyn in the shop, which is why you usually don't want to do it that way. So kind of paying a little bit of a price there for, you know, a bit of a small misplay here, but we'll see if it bites him later.
Also doesn't find the Yordle, the 3rd Yordle here either, so not an ideal 2-1 shop here for Solus. Has the Blitz, which can work great with Yordles, but usually it's when you don't have Corki in the mix. I guess you can opt out of the Lulu, maybe just go for a Poppy Ziggs, Blitz, Corki angle instead, but again, still has to find all these units in the next few shops.
Yep. Goes up against Solo Gasong with the exact same augment, but a much better setup. Has the 3 Yordles, has the early Vex, which gives the 2 Arcanist, has some items slammed, so looking pretty good here. Have to imagine Solo wins this fight here. Even got the Zephyr, so yeah, just a lot of damage coming Solus's way, unfortunately.
We'll see if Solus keeps its options open for the Blitz. It looks like, yeah, it's going to be the case here, keeping the Yordles and the Blitz. Now this next shop could be pivotal. He's lost 1 game, wants to lean into that loss streak, wants to lean into Yordles, but the game has to give it to him first. And I don't know if you saw that, Mort, but there is a Redemption Lulu already built. There's an Enchanter Augment as well for Solvi, so I think his direction is very clear. And it's definitely one of the comps that we've seen have a lot of success in this patch.
Yeah, it's definitely been good in this patch, but at the same time, as we've seen in this tournament, there's a lot of Sivir Striker play, and that's not really a good comp into the Sivir. And so it kind of makes me wonder if that's the dynamic we're seeing here, right? Is people know the Enchanters are good, so they're leaning back into that old comfort, and so will that kind of be downplayed? But the nice thing about the Enchanter Heart is that it does open you up to 5 Enchanter, which is a very big spike compared to 4 Enchanter, without having to play an extra unit. And so that is a very good augment to get for a tier 1 augment, I think, at this point in the game.
And just to mention off of the augments as well for other players, Asa did end up picking Arcanist Heart, so he's going to lean pretty heavily into that AP angle, can maybe find some Arcanist Twin Shot for the Megan that we saw pop off so much at Worlds, and you know, even on this patch as well, I think it's still going to be very strong, with Lucian being a great mid-game carry.
Yeah, for sure. And Asa has definitely been one of those players that can play the AP tree really, really well here. The Vex keeping Solo Gasong just alive a little bit here, ends up winning the fight. Underdog's not able to do the work there for Ramkev. And so now Solo's got to be feeling really good. Hits that Ezreal 2, Poppy 2, big spike, generating econ with the Yordles here. There's even an angle where you level to 5 here, although again, this tournament has been much more, passive, so I kind of expect him to sell, hit 10 gold here, and go from there.
And I mean, he's maybe even doing too good. He has the Singe 2 on the bench, can't even put it in really without losing out on the Yordles and the Scrap. And the Arc is the perfect, traits right now. But yeah, he goes for it very late in, so maybe trying to bamboozle some of these players. Ends up going for the fast level 5 there at the very, very end and faces off against his teammate Salvi, who is going into the Enchanter angle with the Redemption already slammed on the Lulu.
Yeah, unfortunately he did power level and then is going to do extra damage to his teammate here, but early game the problem is with that Redemption it does a lot of extra power here, and so you can see he's actually kind of struggling to get some kills. Does end up winning, but it was kind of close actually, and that Caitlyn throws a wrench in. That hit his entire DPS here.
This is an OKage business. Both players trying to lose very little HP and saying, all right, let's do this in a way where only 1 or 2 units are remaining there for solo.
Yeah, that was, like you said, a pretty good case for the team there for EU. And so going into the carousel here, we've got Mark, Solo Gasong, and Goose all at full. And yeah, looking at the augments here, I think the big ones to call out are Salvi's Enchanter Heart, and then Asa's Arcanist Heart. Otherwise, some pretty standard stuff. We'll also have to see what Gluteus got from his tome, but otherwise, yeah, pretty safe stuff in the tier 1 side.
Underdogs was also picked up by Ramkev. It'd be interesting to see if he kind of leans heavily into building something around the augment, or it was just kind of a generic pick that he kind of had to go for with his other options not being as great for his board. But, Goose has a Cho'Gath online. Ionic Spark already slammed in. Good upgrades on the Casanova as well. Has 2 more Casanova on the bench, but just ended up selling them here. Going to try and make Econ, it looks like, going into this 2-5 round.
Yeah, and like I said, getting the early Cho'Gath is good because you can get the extra stacks. My guess is got the Bloodthirster from the item grab bag. I have to imagine didn't slam that pretty early. But otherwise looks okay. It's definitely not one of the more popular mutant variants this game. But, you can't argue with an early Cho 2 to help you reach that late game. If you can keep that going, use sort of the power of that Ionic Spark, those big bites, get a few stacks, can do pretty well. Unfortunately, up against the Keeper Augment here, so it's going to be a tough fight. It is pretty defensive here, though. It is possible for the Cho'Gath to win this.
Looks like a close one. Camille with the buffs doing her best, but I think it might not be enough. And Marks was currently the HP leader, 100 HP at this time, so going to end up taking the loss here. And Goose, it was between these 2 players who would be able to hold their streak going into the next round, into Krugs ideally. And it looks like Goose will be the one win streaking, will be the one staying ahead here.
Yeah, for sure. Finds the Malzahar also. So definitely looking like we're leaning into Mutant at least to get through the early game here. Doesn't mean he'll necessarily be sticking with it, but having that Cho Rek'Sai combo early, having the Malz, and having some decent itemization here. Also has that Spatula. Getting a Cloak from Carousel shouldn't be that hard. So we could see a 5 or even 7 Mutant variant this game from Goose.
When you start off with a good win streak, you start off with the Cho'Gath too. It just helps so much with the econ lead you're going to have, with the HP lead as well, to make sure you can find that Kaisa too and really reach that very highly capped board. Faces off against Ramkev here.
Small little optimization there that really did matter was putting the Cho'Gath in the back instead of the Malzahar. The Cho'Gath ended up targeting, the Blitzcrank ended up targeting the Cho'Gath, allowing the Malzahar to kind of keep just unleashing. So that small optimization buying him quite a bit of extra health. He may not win the fight still, unfortunately. There's still a lot of power on the other side. Cho'Gath trying his hardest here. But either way, that's one of those kind of optimizations that, as you're learning the game, can make a big difference here. It's going to be really close. I think it made a difference. And so Goose keeps his streak thanks to that good positioning.
Ziggs already falling off for on 2-6. And my poor boy Ziggs is already not able to close it out there.
Yep, so now we start to see the spike, everyone getting their Tome of Traits ready. Gluteus here sitting on the Clockwork and then has a Tome here. Could get another Clockwork. If we get an Innovator, we could see a Stage 2 Bear. So this is a good spot to be in. The one thing to note here, though, is he has to be careful. He's only got 5 traits active. And for you to get, the emblem that you need out of the Tome, you need to have at least 6 in, otherwise it's going to be full random. So I'll be curious to see if he knows that or ends up making kind of that mistake that some players may not be as familiar here with.
We'll see as well what items Gluteus wants to end up slamming. Has the option for the Dies of Cringe Frozen Heart Echo. Doesn't have that many AD items in this case. Has already slammed a few on the Edros. It's not the end of the world, but mostly AP items were given off of this PV round.
Yeah, for sure. The AD item's really good on Ezreal, because Ezreal is so good in the early game, but starts to fall off right around stage 4. But again, you get those items on a Jhin in the late game. That's also one of the reasons why the Innovator comp has been so popular, is we saw you can win with Sivir, you can win with Draven, you can win with Jhin. There are a bunch of good carry options to surround the rest of the Innovators and the Dragon giving that crit buff that all those AD champions really like. There are just a ton of great options here.
And that's already true for really every patch in this set, but even more so on this patch where you have the Tome of Traits, and depending on what you're given, you can kind of flex around into what the tome gives you and build around the carry that accompanies that. So definitely maybe the most adaptive or maybe the most open comp to go for.
Yeah, for sure. And sure enough, he put in the Lulu, by the way, which you might be wondering, well, that doesn't really fit the comp. That is definitely a play to try to increase the odds of the tome. Lulu having both Yordle and Enchanter, which neither of which can come out of the Tome of Traits, increases the odds just a little bit towards something like that Innovator or Scrap. Unfortunately, ends up still losing the round, Goose keeping his win streak. So let's see the Tome. Oh, we'll have to see what Tome he got later. But, I think that's a good play, and so if he can get that Innovator Tome, or Innovator Emblem, that'll be a big spike.
We're back onto the Enchanter board. The Lulu's already here. Solvi is trying his best to find some upgrades. Needs to try and stabilize at 60 HP, currently 8th place in the standings. This is a very strong comp. Once you're able to stabilize with a 2-star, once you're able to stabilize with the 4 or maybe even 5 Enchanters with the Enchanter Heart Augment. So getting a bit stronger now.
Yep, and I'm getting word, by the way, that Gluteus was able to find the Innovator Emblem. So that'll be a big spike and will lead him towards that 7 Innovator in the late game.
Facing off against the HP leader here, so 1st versus 8th. I'm not sure if Solvi is strong enough yet with those few upgrades to stay alive here. Especially not with the AD item, which is maybe not ideal. Got the Enchanter Heart, trying to build towards maybe an Orianna, Lulu for the defensive items, but instead finds full AD items instead.
So the nice thing about these AD items is if you can get the Senna going with the 4 Enchanter, 5 Enchanter, and these items, it can be very good. But unfortunately, you really need that Senna 2, Senna 3 for it to really pop off. A Senna 1 with these items just isn't going to do enough damage to do enough healing to really get that going. And Salvi being at 48 already is the kind of thing that you really don't want to find yourself in this Enchanter position. Now, this Ardent Censer, on the other hand, that's a clear slam. And one of the things Senna really struggles with is a lack of attack speed. Because you want to slam those AD items on her instead of everything else. You want to get like a Ginsu's, but you need the AD items. Having an Ardent Censer, that's a great way to give her that attack speed, so that's going to feel really good. Has to be really happy with that. The one complaint here you could say is that the Socialite Hex not really in the perfect spot. I think playing around that here is a bit of a bait, though. It could put you in positions where the Senna's going to end up shooting backwards, hitting assassins, things like that. Is choosing to try to play around it, though, which again, I think is really risky here.
And I think going to the late game, it's probably going to be a slot where Orianna will fit in. If you find some AP items, especially itemize her offensively, and then just keep Senna in one of the back corners with her AD items and not in the Socialite spot. But one thing to note, and I don't want to jinx it here, but the last 3 games on stream, we've had a player in 8th place throughout all stages 2 and 3, and then able to come back. We saw it with Lesaford with the Mutant game. We saw it with Potable in the last game, and now maybe that's going to be the same angle for Solvi, who has a very good setup. Isn't quite there yet, but has still, I think, enough HP and has a very good position for what could be a very highly capped board.
Yeah, for sure. This is the kind of board that has the potential to be a first place board. Again, 48 health is not really where you want to be at this point, but if you can find that Orianna at level 7, 2-star a bunch of these units, get some big item upgrades, this 5 Enchanter board with Ardent Censer can be extremely strong.
Solvi picks up a tier here, could be looking for something like a Shojin with an Orianna, or just building more redemptions. We saw the triple redemption Lulu slams. It just works so well with the healing and makes the comp almost unkillable depending on what matchups you're facing in the late game.
Yeah, I think after the hotfix change that went out yesterday, I think triple redemption is a bit of a bait, but the redemption's still very good. I think Chalice is also a really good option here, as you have to kind of group up. That can work really well. This is one of the comps that does really benefits from all that extra AP. Scales the healing, scales the shields, which then multiplies from the Enchanter trait. So you can end up being very powerful with the right amount of AP stacking.
Twitch reroll seems to be the angle here for Solus. Rolling on 5, so very clearly going for the Twitch angle. Has 6 Twitches total, has itemizing the Twitch as well. Twitch did receive a bit of a buff going into this patch, so maybe stronger than he was in the last patch, but do you think it's strong enough to really go for a top 4?
I mean, I personally don't, especially this late, only having 6 Twitches. Yeah. I was going to make the joke, did somebody tell Solus that we're on patch 12.9 now and not, 12.6?
Don't do him dirty like that, Mortdog. Come
on. But, he's trying his best here. This definitely seems like a pretty cursed position to be in, though, only having 6. The other thing to note here is, we've talked about this many times before, is that you really want to play reroll comps when other people are playing reroll comps to try to dilute that pool also and maybe pull out those Twitches. Doing it solo puts you in a very awkward position. And you can even see he's really kind of struggling with it, because the fact that he's not at 50 gold, he's like, I kind of need to roll down, but I don't want to roll down. Has this Innovator emblem that he can't really use. This is a bad position for Solus to be in. And I feel like we could be seeing an 8th place by like 4-4 or 4-3, 4-5.
Oh, no. I think it's a case most high-level players are able to tune into a stream, see a player, and it's not just the comp being good or bad, it's more the position the player's in when they're playing this comp. And as you mentioned, not having Twitch 3 already is bad news for Solus in this case, still on a 5-loss streak. So the feedback of these last few, of all of Stage 3 is definitely negative in terms of his strength compared to the rest of his opponents. And yeah, I have to agree with you. I think Stage 4 might be where Solus' journey ends in this game. And this is the player that won his last lobby for Team Binoculars.
Yeah, the big thing is we'll stay on this board here, I think, and like 4-1, he'll basically have to roll down, I imagine. And that if that roll down doesn't net him at least the Twitch 3, going to be in a lot of trouble,
And Solus not doing so hot, but the rest of this team, Binoculars, is doing pretty good. Goose did finally take his first loss of this game, but Asa and Ramkev round out the top 4 with only Gluteus Maxes from the German team in this top 4. TFT Marks, Solikasang, and Solvi. Far behind, but there's a huge gap between 5th, 6th, and then seeing Solvi and Solus now at 30 HP and lower.
Yeah, for sure. Salvi, at least we feel like there's an out, right? If he can get that Senna 2, the Oriana, get everything situated, could come back. Whereas Solus, I don't know.
Yeah, the projections are opposite. If you look at a graph, it's like the two
he
lines
does have
are
8
going
twitches.
completely.
He does have 8 Twitches. He managed to hit some really early here. Like I said, he has to roll down right now. Will we see that 9th Twitch? Okay, there it is. We're still at 50 gold. So at least is able to salvage this a bit. Is able to get the Innovator in. I'll be honest with you here. I would level up again. Yep. Does that. Puts in the Seraphine, gets the Bear. So now at least he has the 5 Innovator, which, by the way, if you're one of those people that likes perfect trait trees, look at the trait tree right now. That's a feels good.
And this is a big power spike, not just the Twitch 3, but then all of a sudden going up 2 levels, able to fit in. Have the Seraphine already on, in your bench is huge as well, to just have that set up already good to go. And we'll see. Playing against 7th place against Solvi, the 2 players are doing the worst right now. The Lulu seems to not be enough. Twitch takes her down easily. Senna as well. Big loss for Solvi, and maybe the turning point for Solus, who needed this win very badly.
Yeah, remember when I said playing that Socialite Hex was a bit of a bait? That felt like the exact fight where Salvi just got punished for playing that Socialite Hex. The Twitch was able to jump in the back, do a ton of damage. Senna had no really good targets, and that put Salvi all the way down to 16 here. Finally gets the Lulu too, but otherwise this is definitely not where Salvi wants to be.
Talking about Asa very early on in this game, he picked up that Arcanist Heart, very clearly stated that this is the direction I'm going in, has found good success, still now in the middle of the standings here, has 6 Arcanists, has the Ari already with the blue buff and the JG, and has a pretty tanky Vex with Redemption and the Sunfire, which is a great early slam. The Scrap emblem is maybe not ideal if you get to pick, but it's not bad either. It does fit in with the Ziggs. And the extra shielding does help a lot in the late game.
And sure enough, by the way, if you look at the positioning now, Salvi, away from the Socialite Hex, grouped into the corner, trying to prevent it here. But again, I think this will pay off really well. It's 4 Enchanter against 6 Arcanist, grouped up in such a good spot. The AoE damage from something like Ari gets reduced by the Redemption. Yeah, just a nice, clean win for Salvi here. And so, also found the Oriana, so that's Enchanter 5. So big spike for Salvi here. Now it's a question of can he, get this comp tuned up to 11. It's going to be difficult though. Sitting on 40 gold, needs something like that Senna 3, Oriana 2 with some items, better frontline, but shows some potential here. Meanwhile, on the Asa side, it's interesting because this lobby's feeling a lot more aggressive than our past lobbies, right? People are level 7, they're rolling, trying to stay alive. Whereas again, previous lobbies we saw a lot more greed towards 8.
And right away, obviously, Asa is going to have just a bad matchup against Solvi because of the Enchanters and the Arcanists, directly kind of countering each other. So it was an expected loss on the last one. 2 losses in a row now for Asa. We'll see what this next one looks like. And we'll see kind of, especially after the carousel, I think that's a place where players like Solvi will go 8 and try and find Orion at 2 and stabilize at that point as well.
Yeah, for sure. On the other side, Solo Gasong, we see another Innovator emblem, by the way. So very popular this lobby, at least. Doing a ton of damage with this Jin. Maybe trying to get some items from that Tahm Kench. The other thing to note here, Solo Gasong has the Self-Repair, which is a very powerful version, and is able to farm an item from his Tahm Kench. So Solo may be looking to scale up and get pretty strong.
Yeah, starting that fight off, the Vex was eaten by Tahm Kench right away, and if you're an Arcanist player, you know that is very, very bad news. Even maybe some players are tunneling into building QSS on Vex sometimes in the late game, depending how many Tahm Kench frontlines there are for the rest of the opponents. So right away, 2 fights in a row that just the matchups were not good for Asa, and he continues to bleed HP now at 33.
Yep. I will say, I don't know if Salvi actually needs a bow or not. We'll have to double check. But the fact that he took the Jace, I think, was very smart. Clearly, with how many Innovators we're seeing in the lobby, getting that Jace and making sure that someone else doesn't get it is probably the correct play. Especially knowing that Solus was in there. Yes, taking it from Solus is a big win, I think. So regardless of it, if he needed a bow or not, I think that was absolutely a great slam.
Level 8 now for Ramkev has a very interesting board. 4 Scholar, 4 Bodyguard. Is this a comp that you see very often, Mortdog? I know I definitely don't.
This is a comp that you can do. It's very difficult to do. I've played it a couple times. The trick here, though, is the positioning. The 4 Bodyguards give you some pretty decent frontline. The Gunblade can keep them alive for a very long time. But it's all about that Renata and Kenshi get stacked up here, and so certain matchups it ends up being very bad. The other thing that makes this comp a little weak is that there's so much Last Whisper running around that a lot of the 4 Bodyguard just doesn't really cut it compared to, say, Bruiser, and so you lose a lot of that value. Now, thankfully, on the other side, Marks doesn't have a Last Whisper, so it gives him a bit of a shot here. But unfortunately, again, Renata 1 just not going to be able to cover it up, so...
You were talking about Last Whisper running around. I see a Tryndamere running around. Immediately went onto that Renata, was able to kill her very early on, and that I think really changed the outcome of this fight as well. So Solus now streaking with the Twitch 3 we're seeing on the side there. Prismatic, 3rd Augment, Mort, you did it to him. What do you think the best option is here?
Oh, that one was hard here. There were a bunch of choices. The Battle Mage choice was okay. It gives a lot more AP to this Renata. It'll be very good if he can find the Renata 2. If he can find the Renata 2, Battle Mage was a great choice. I think the Cybernetic Shell was not the correct choice, since he's already running the Bodyguards. Getting a bunch more armor, not really that beneficial here. So this is all going to come down to, can he find that Renata 2? Because that extra AP scaling will make a big difference. The other thing to note here is that you slammed the Morello being a lot weaker this patch, so Renata really needs that AP to do the extra damage. I think getting Battle Mage here was really big, so we'll have to see how everyone else's augments are going, but really hoping for that Renata too.
Obviously, with the JG, the more AP you have, the better for the crit chance, and you have, from the Chalice as well, and the Battle Mage kind of fits right into that game plan perfectly, so definitely a good option now. Asa finally fully itemized that Ahri. We'll see now if he's able to get a win here. He did win his last round because he's still at 33 HP. I think in this case, Ahri's still very well protected, a bit far away from the main damage clump on Ramkev's side. The range not really reaching that Renata. And now, well, she's a lot closer. Blitzcrank changes that. Is she too close, though? It looks like it is going to be the case that Ahri gets taken down. Blitz doing it once again, but I think it's not going to be enough. Ramkev takes a big hit here, down to 24 HP, and Solvi just barely surviving at 5 HP now.
Oof, yeah. Yeah, a lot of these fights are coming down to, where are the carries in relation to each other. Ahri in particular is a carry that if she's like the last one alive, can do a lot of work. And so being that far away from the Renata, very beneficial, despite getting hooked. So now we get a look at the Prismatic Augments, by the way, here. Things to call out here. Gluteus getting the Verdant Veil for his Innovator comp. That's going to feel really good. Marks also has that Verdant Veil. Goose just getting the extra unit. That's fine. Salvi got... I'm blanking on the name of it, but the Socialite one that shares... Yeah, Share the Spotlight, which can be very powerful in that Enchanter comp. But again, we saw that position can also be a bit of a bait. And so I'm very curious to see how Salvi does here. He's at 5 health. One bad fight's going to knock him out. But Share the Spotlight is very powerful in that comp.
I think at this level, though, players know how to, not get too greedy, maybe get a lot of benefit from the augment, but not go all in and just, grief a bit too much with their positioning. So we'll see how he ends up doing that at 5 HP. He needs to win this next fight. We're looking at Marks now playing up against Sologazang, so both Germans facing off against each other. Innovator 5 on one side, Kaisa on the other, with 6 Challenger, 5 Chemtech here for Marks, and he's one of the HP leaders. You're actually the HP leader with 60 HP in this lobby.
Yeah, for sure. And this is about the time where we're going to start seeing those innovators start really popping off and becoming 7 innovators. And so you see that Jin doing a ton of damage. By the way, that is Sniper Seraphine and Sniper Ezreal. So that's a lot of power. Looking at Salvi's board, though, he just won. Whatever fight he won by a lot. Look at that arrangement. That is, and he has 2 Socialite in. The 2 Socialite is huge here because that is a ton of mana regen for his entire team. And so that means the Orianna is going to be casting more, the Senna is going to be casting more, the Lulu is going to be casting more. This is such a cool comp. Like, we talked about, again, this had the potential to be a first-place comp. The million-dollar question now is, did it come online too late? And I'll be honest, I think the fight with Solus is the one I'd be the most worried about for this comp.
I agree with the Twitch coming in the backline. It might be a little bit dangerous.
And
well, there's the
devil.
Mortdog magic happening here. Solus comes in as the opponent. The Twitch and the Echo behind this major clump here. And the burst damage from the Twitch might kill this Lulu before she can really get the healing out. But it seems to still be doing okay. But Twitch is still alive. Senna's still alive. The damage carry is still alive. And I think Salvi will stay alive here. Solus and get taken down a notch. All the way down to 14 HP. Ramkev still in danger here. The fight hasn't finished just yet. Takes a loss and gets... Oh, not eliminated. He's on 1 HP.
Okay, the fact that Salvi won that fight is a good sign for him, right? Because it was going to be one of his hardest matchups. Now the only thing really going against Salvi here is the fact that he has no gold. He can't get much stronger. An Orianna 2 would be a good spike. The Vex 2 would be okay, but otherwise you're not going to see a Senna 3, you're not going to see a Morgana 3, you don't really get that much better, and it's even debatable if you want to go to 3 Socialite here. They don't really benefit from the Omnivamp quite that much. Senna doesn't really need it, so this might be as capped as he can get. Now again, it's a good fight. Like Ramkev here, I think Ramkev is in trouble, despite the fact that he has Morello. Although, I say that...
A lot of damage coming in, the big burst damage
There's
from...
the Senna ult, need this other Senna ult. Senna ult in the wrong direction. Redemption's doing its work. This is going to be really close. Ooh, that was close.
Just barely. Salvi survives. Ramkev and Asa both get taken down. NA goes 7th and 8th in this lobby, in this game 4. And we're now going into the carousel for stage 5. A few different options here. The Tom Kench with the Bramble. It's not bad if someone's going for bruisers.
Yeah,
the Arcanist Galio.
I like the Quicksilver choice here. Let's the Orianna maybe, or even possibly the Morgana, just be able to cast and not get CC'd. Because one of the counters to this Enchanter Clump comp is actually being CC'd a bunch. So Braum, Orianna, Galio can stop them from casting and give your damage enough time to take them down. And so I think Quicksilver is a very good choice here. Is able to find the Vex 2, so that's a nice pickup
Power
here.
Spike.
Yeah, it's
5/5 Vex 2.
It's something.
No wonder he wasn't stable all of the mid game. Now it makes sense.
Yeah. Orianna would have been a big one here. Quicksilver does go on the Morgana, so that's going to feel fine. But yeah, again, now at this point, it's basically trying to survive into a top 4. Also worth calling out here that Gluteus, the one who had that early Innovator emblem and was spiking really well, now kind of on the downturn at 19 health.
Up against Sologazang. Huge Zephyr on the Senna, the main damage carry. You have survivability from everyone else, but Senna really is the one dishing out the damage for this comp, and she's out of combat for a few seconds. That might be crucial here. The Jace coming in. Senna's still alive. You think it's going to be enough here? The Jhin gets taken down. The Seraphine is next in line, but the Bear's still tanking a bit of damage here, I think. Yeah, it's going to be it. The Senna's still very much alive, healing so fantastically with the Lulu Redemption. And Sologazang gets taken down to 16 HP. Salvi now win streaking, and Solus at 1 HP.
Yeah, that was definitely a close fight, but it was able to turn it around. And it always looks less close than it was, because the Enchanters usually heal back up. But a very close fight there. And so sure enough here, we can see... has that weak spot 3, not a bad augment for the Twitch, but the reality is it's still a 1-cost carry, and this is about when Twitch starts to fall off. Not really a lot else going for this comp here. Has the Innovator emblem, but isn't able to find like the 7 Innovator. So this is really just relying on, can Twitch stay alive long enough? And there's too many things out there that can just burst down that Twitch, unfortunately.
To face off against a Sivir, if Twitch is able to get a quick kill on some of these important units, it might be enough, but Sivir's still pumping out her damage.
Yeah.
Twitch now being focused and Twitch being taken down. I think that spells complete doom here now for Solus. At 1 HP, needed to win to stay alive, and I think it won't be the case. Sivir's still pumping out the damage, and Solus gets taken down. The winner of Game 3 for Team Binoculars, taken down in 6th place.
Oh,
and
no.
Mortdog NA, 6, 7, and 8.
And look at Goose. Salvi is winning, Goose is losing. We might see our second 1, 2, 3, 4 lobby of the day if Goose gets taken out here. Shroud is a big pickup for Gluteus also, so if you kind of, I think Goose is hoping to not face Gluteus and get that Shroud on his whole team here. But yeah, this is not looking good for NA in this lobby, and so, woof.
I'm trying to stay professional. I'm trying to hide my biases. And just
I'm
call
not
the facts.
biased. I'm not biased, but again, when you get, the other person to get the 1, 2, 3, 4 lobby was, Soju and Goobum's team taking that 1, 2, 3, 4 in game 1. Will there be a second one? We'll have to see.
And the Caster Blessing, I think, coming in for Salvi, where I mentioned the storyline for, it's the 3rd game now in a row where a player is 8th all throughout stages 2 and 3, then is able to hit that power spike, and now is win streaking, and, I think pretty much a lock for top 4, maybe even to win this lobby. It is very close now, actually, between these players. First place only at 19 HP.
Goose has a strong board here, has the Kaisa 2, isn't going to face the Enchanter comp. I feel like Goose can top 4 here. I feel like he can win this, but we'll see. It's going to come down to, can the Kaisa output the damage? Cho'Gath 2 is going to fall pretty quickly to this Jhin. The Kaisa does get Zac grabbed. That's not great. There's the damage. Here comes the Kaisa. We really got to focus on the Kaisa. Almost taken down. Does ult. Kaisa's still alive. Kha'Zix's also still alive. I think Goose has this. So, looks like we're not going to... Oh, but is everyone still alive, though? Everyone's still alive!
Everyone's
Look at the health! Okay, no, Salvi got out. Okay.
I jinxed it. I gave him the caster curse right when he needed it most. He ends up going 5th with that Enchanter War, was not able to guarantee the top 4. But once again, we have 3 EU players in the top 4, so the points are definitely going to be here for the German team.
Yeah, so no 1, 2, 3, 4, unfortunately, but there's a chance where Goose could still win this lobby. Despite the 6, 7, 8, they could walk away with that bounty. This mutant board is strong. It's 7 mutant. That Kaisa has good items. The Kha'Zix actually has pretty good items as well. Does get the Silco in here. That's a pretty strong upgrade. And honestly, Marks' board does not look that strong by comparison.
Yeah, I think it was very strong in stages 4 and 5, but now has dropped off. Didn't hit the upgrade on the Kaisa either, whereas Goose did, and his Kaisa is fully itemized as well, so we'll see if the fight RNG changes that, but both Kaisas still alive on both sides. That's going to be the final cast for Marks' Kaisa, and he'll be taken down in 4th. Gluteus Maximus takes 4th place with -13 there. Marks ends up getting 3rd, and now will be Goose versus Olgazang to see who ends up winning this game 4.
Yeah, I mean, despite again, we were talking about 1, 2, 3, 4 a second ago, and now it might just be NA wins the lobby. So this 7 mutant board during work, the Kaisa 2 really strong. I think the big thing here is the Kha'Zix. If he can get the Kha'Zix on the Jhin and the Seraphine here, that could also be a really big upgrade, because that Jhin is a lot of the damage of this comp right now. Also, possibly if that Zac can do a nice Zephyr and hit the right target, we'll have to see what that hits. Where is the Zephyr? Looks like on the front line, but only on the Rek'Sai, unfortunately, so not a great Zephyr here. Kha'Zix on the Seraphine, bouncing around. As long as that Jhin survives, I think Solo Gasong has a chance. We're really
Kha'Zix taken down.
Yep.
Kaisa casting here, healing up, but she's the only unit left alive. Is she going to get targeted before she can cast? Yes, that will be the case. Goose gets taken down. Solo Gazang, the team captain, wins game 4 and puts this team, I think, pretty high up on the standings. We're already doing really good all throughout today, and now we're finally able to win this game as well.
Sweet. So with that, well, the other lobby's going on, so we're going to jump over to Lobby C, which is still going on here. Looking at the situation here, Coco at 60 health, Goobums at 51, Double at 33, Preston at 17, so 2 NA, 2 EU. Double win streaking, though, so we'll have to kind of get a grasp of where things are here. Looking at the current board right now, we've got an Innovator board with that binary airdrop, very powerful augment, providing a ton of value here. A lot of 2-star chances. Like, remember how we were talking about it just last game, how Goobums does this like fast 9 with a lot of like, this is it, right? He's level 9, has all these 5 costs, and is trying to figure out how to put together a board. But this is his comfort zone right now. This is his comfort zone this patch.
Has to roll a bit to try and find maybe direction here as well, but is maybe stuck in between so many different options, which is not where you want to be as a TFT player. When you're kind of in this dizzy state, you end up not really playing your optimal board because you're trying to find, you know, what direction will be best going forward.
Yeah, for sure. The nice thing is he's got enough health that he can afford to throw 1 or 2 rounds. On the other side, though, do you see what I see?
What?
I see a 3-star Quinn.
Fight.
I see a 3-star Quinn with IE Jeweled Gauntlet Shojin that just pumped out 11,000 damage in about 10 seconds. So we are seeing a Quinn carry top 4 in this lobby right now.
Mortdog, are you surprised that Double 61 is the player that's running this comp?
Not at all. Not at all. Double
It
showed
fits perfectly.
Yeah, during the EU regionals, he showed how, you know, flexible he could be and how many different things he could play. Goobums here is able to get the Jin and the Jace, so those 2 big upgrades. Also has the Nikos, which, again, if I know Goobums, he's going to be greedy and hold off until he finds either the Jinx or the Kaisa, then use it on the other. You know, resisting the temptation to slam it early. So we'll have to see. But again, getting that Jace, I think, is pretty big here. A lot of binary value right now. So many items. On the other side, though, look at that VIP Zeri there. That is a strong Zeri with amazing items.
Ooh, the Kaisa gets taken down there, so that's one big source of damage gone for Goobums. Oh, never mind, I misspoke. Kaisa is still very much alive, but not for much longer. Zeri able to take her down. Goobums falling now down to 18 HP. Preston ends up 4th. EU, 1st and 2nd right now in these standings as well. 2 Gallios in the shop here for Goobums that I don't really think is going to fit in. And this is just, what a board.
7 Challenger, Quinn 3 carry. This is an amazing board. If he can get this up to 8 Challenger, this would be pretty funny. He's got 2 Challenger emblems, so it's definitely possible he could take. That says 8 level 9. We could see an 8 Challenger board here.
Has to find the Draven, I believe, is missing, so the RFC would actually fit quite well with the Draven as well if he ends up putting it in.
Yeah, he has to survive 1, maybe 2 turns to really get it in, but an 8 Challenger Quinn 3. Again, I don't think that was on anybody's bingo card for comps you might see at the top of this tournament.
I think you can say that for every single game we've casted today, though. I mean, every game on stream has had at least one comp where you think, wait a minute, am I really seeing what I'm seeing? I mean, especially the 7 Debonair, 7 Mutant, I could not believe my eyes. I did not know you could go that high with vertical traits. You just have to pick one or the other, but not both.
Yeah. Despite all that, I think the VIP Zeri here, because again, that VIP Zeri has just such great items. The Gunblade's going to provide a lot of healing, and once she gets going and charge up... But did you see that Quinn damage? That was 2100. Ooh.
I mean, it makes sense from the damage number we saw earlier on, right when we tuned in to this Lobby C, but we're seeing here the Tahm Kench and the Quinn still popping off. Can Double 61 defend this streak? It looks like it was so close. The Quinn cast was coming in there, but Jace ends up taking that win there. And this is maybe the time to level to 9 here. You have the gold to work with. You're on 6-2, so on even integers.
Yeah, I feel like, unless he's playing super greedy,
I feel
like this is definitely when you level up, find that Draven, and throw it in for the 8 Challenger. But isn't doing that for whatever reason. So.
Still win streaking, so I mean, maybe if it's working, why change anything now? He wants to win this game, not just, you know, guarantee a top 3, which he already has with Coco, but he wants to try and win it for his team as well.
I also have to call out the use of Zerat Portal to be your front line here, running the 2 Zerats to make sure your challengers have enough time. Really, really good. On the other side, we see Goobums did finally hit that Kaisa 2, Jinx 2. So again, this is just the Goobums board of all Goobums boards, right? This is full legendaries, all 2-star, in a good spot here. It feels like even if you take down 1 or 2 of the threats, you still have to deal with too many others. Has so much value from that binary. And so now Goobums has moved up to the top of the lobby. In that situation, he's now very comfortable with.
Double 61 really going to greed one more round. He has the chance to go 9 right now. Still feeding Tahm Kench. Finds an item from Tahm Kench as well in this last round. Able to build another locket on this Trinamir. Add some extra survivability to this Quinn on that back row. He's going full greed, it looks like.
I don't get it. I don't get why we're not leveling here, but we're not leveling here, and we'll see if it pays off.
This is a TFT World Champion, Mortdog. He's, you know, maybe in a different headspace altogether. He knows that he might still survive this fight despite being on stage 6, despite fighting a very strong comp from Goobum, especially with a binary airdrop, able to cap his comp so much higher. And Kaisa with the Hand of Justice as well. Gets deleted by Quinn, though. And Double 61, he knew something that we didn't because he's able to very comfortably win this round. Goobums taken down to 2 HP.
Yeah, not quite out. Does knock his opponent out, so now it's 1v1. Hits 100 gold, so Casey Devil styling on everybody with the 100 gold. There's a challenger emblem!
Maybe that's what he was waiting for. He really doesn't even have to go for
He
the
just
trade.
knew? He just knew that was coming, and I guess we're just gonna get 8 challenger for free? So you want to run 8 challenger Jinx? You go right ahead. Like, okay.
If he won the last fight, now going into 8 challenger, getting a level up now as well, having all this gold to roll with because he was so greedy, I think it's almost a guarantee he's going to end up winning this fight.
There's the Jinx. You want 8 challenger Jinx?
Well.
You go right ahead.
What more do you want?
This is something. The optimizations here, fascinating.
Even gets the Tom Kent speed as well. I mean, Double 61 proving the caliber of player that he is, a TFT World Champion, coming into this Game 4 and just sending a message, trying to qualify his team into Day 2 as well.
The Quinn does get shrouded, which is a little bad. Slows down some of those kills, but not that bad. Not that
Definitely
bad.
not that bad. Goofbumps gets taken down. KC Double 61 sending a message, winning this game in dominant fashion, knowing exactly when to greed, when to maximize his chances for winning that first place. And what a show. We just barely jumped into this lobby C, but it was a great finish there.
I'm not sure that was the right play. Was it entertaining? Heck yeah. 100 gold.
Definitely.
And then the challenger emblem off the carousel, like, okay, we take those. I don't think he needed all that, but you know what? It definitely sent a message, as he said, and again, Quinn carry? If that was anyone's bingo card, like, let me know, because it certainly wasn't on mine. I was not expecting a Quinn carry to win a lobby in this tournament.
And with the addition of the eggs at the beginning of the game, with the addition of kind of the ease of reaching those vertical trades, we're seeing it in pretty much every lobby. We saw the Enchanter 5, we saw here the Challenger 8, with some luck on the last carousel, has to be said, but still able to reach that and able to find, thanks to the buffs as well, making those vertical trades more attractive. It really showcased in this tournament up until now. In all 4 games, we've seen these crazy comps being built, and really is a pleasure to see as a caster, and I think as a viewer as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously a little bias here, but hopefully everyone's having fun with the tournament and stuff. And so now we can take a look at all the results and see where everyone stands going into our final game.
We're seeing here the last few wins. It's going to be an EU dominant Game 4 here. Only Suscage Business, the team that was actually in 8th place. They were fighting off against a Spanish team. They were able to get the win in Lobby D. We see a Jace carry for them. The 8 challenger for Double 61, of course, that we just saw now. Potable also able to win it for Aegis with Oriana 3 as a carry. I would have loved to see that game in action, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they won their game is looking really good for them to possibly be the EU representative for tomorrow. We kind of get a good look at the lobbies here. Raditz and Nico, Magarki unfortunately a little lower there. Soju with the 8th there, Sox. But looking at some of the winners, we saw like Double, Goobums. And then Dish Soap pulling out the NA win. Spicy Appies getting that nice 3rd. Still with Spencer in 8th, though. That means they're not quite getting as many points as they're looking for. And the reason I'm calling out these 8th is because that's kind of the thing weighing you down on these points. You really want to stay away from those 8ths and 7ths where you only get 3 points. And so those are the kind of things we're looking at here. And so, honestly, looking at these standings, I don't think we're going to see a massive shift in the standings here. Even the top NA team with Goobums still did okay here. And sure enough, that's kind of what we're seeing here is, Aegis and PP God right now at the top. Snooty Boys and Suscade Business kind of at the bottom. It's pretty hard to come back here because, again, we know 1, 2, 3, 4 is really the best you can do. So it's really kind of a question of, like, can Binoculars catch up to PP God to get that spot? Question mark. And then EU is actually still kind of close for those top 3 teams.
Aegis, as long as they have kind of a consistent performance, I think they have enough of a gap with a 9-point lead over the Karman Core and the Solari team, and pretty similar for the Solvi Marksman, it's a German team as well. But yeah, as you mentioned, it's kind of been jumping up from EU kind of being in the top 4 and dominating to then it being a bit more parity in Game 3, but now we're back to 3 out of the 4 top teams being EU heavy. So I have to say, I'm very happy with what I'm seeing. A little bit sad that the Spanish team is not doing so well because, being Spanish and being a big fan of Snooty especially, I'm sad they're not doing so hot. But, TFT, some days you're looking on great form, some days it's just not working out. Maybe you're not adapted to this patch with all the different changes that came in. Can be the case as well. But very excited to see what the Game 5 has in store for us.
Yeah, for sure. And this will be interesting because the top 2 teams right now get to pick their opponents. And so we'll have to see if that can make a difference because we've got one more lobby. See if there's a last-minute shakeup in the standings because, again, only the top 2 teams go on. But yeah, should be really interesting, and I'm looking forward to it. Unfortunately, I won't be casting it this time, but we get to pass it back, and yeah, should be good.
That will be it for us two today. We'll be back tomorrow for games 1 and 2, I believe, Mortdog. We are starting off day 2 as the casters, but we're going to go into game 5 after a very short break, and Casanova and Riley will come back and cast that game for all of you. So definitely stay tuned. Don't go anywhere because the finale of this first day is coming up very soon.
to Mortdog Madness Neon Knights. I'm Casanova, joined by Riley, and we're going into the final game of the day to decide who's going to make it on to day number 2. Riley, we got to see some crazy stuff while we were off the cast. Panda and Mort were calling the games on that, 8 challengers, the Cho'Gath, all the crazy stuff. I mean, what has been some of the most exciting things you got to see while we were off camera?
There's so many crazy comps. Actually, in game 3, Ramkev played 7 Mutant with Omnivamp, a Cho'Gath carry with Archangels, Titan's Resolve, Bramble Vest, and the Archangels Embrace Augment. So that Cho'Gath was completely unkillable. It was just so much fun to watch. Yeah, just good luck any team trying to kill that. It's so much fun to watch. I love the comp variety we're seeing. Yeah, we're seeing some of the standard stuff, some of the 4-cost carry flex, some innovators, but just some insane creativity in the comps and the builds being played. That 8 challenger game we just saw from Double. So much craziness, and that's kind of that egg and the extra tone for everyone, all these extra items, really opening up the options for what these players can play.
Yeah, we're seeing comps that don't even sound like real comps whatsoever. But we're going to take a look at the lobbies for the final games here. There were the selections that were made. But we're going to be checking out Disney Fast Pass versus KC. You're going to see that as lobby B. Raditz, Nico, Robin, Setsuko, Double, Canbiz, Coco, and Volta. It's going to be a really fun matchup to see this one. KC pretty close behind Aegis for trying to make it into tomorrow, and Disney Fast Pass is not mathematically out of the running. If they have a really good game, especially if we see like a 1, 2, 3, 4, they might be able to overtake PP God.
Yeah, KCX Solari is only 9 points behind Aegis, and Disney Fast Pass is 11 points behind PP God, so looking a little bit more unlikely for Disney Fast Pass. But if PP God doesn't have a great performance, they go like 4, 6, 7, 8, and Disney Fast Pass has a strong performance. Disney Fast Pass could easily be the ones representing NA tomorrow. Same thing with KCX Solari versus Aegis. Little less so because they don't have as much ground to make up, but if Aegis doesn't have a good performance, KCX Solari does, then they can be the reps. So
yeah,
a lot hinging on this game.
What we're looking at in this game is really for these teams to just have one of them to just completely dominate the other, and then they still need a little help. But we're just looking at the storyline for this one that we're watching right away. It's going to be, can one of these teams be completely dominant and put them in the best position to make it to day 2? And also, who's just going to grab that bounty? Always get that first place. You remember, every single one of these games, there's a $200 bounty going to the team that takes first. So that's, that's a lot of the money of this tournament is just coming out in day 1, and they're just going to be fighting for that, getting into that next game. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Ray has been playing really well. I would say he was not confident in himself, but he's been pulling more than his fair share of the weight for Disney Fast Pass so far.
Yeah, he actually played Talon last game, unfortunately to a 6th. He got stuck on Talon 2, didn't really have a great game there, but still pulling out a 6th. We've seen a decent amount of Talon today, which makes me happy. But like you said, yeah, Ray pulling his weight. He came in and was saying, I have 3 of the best players in the server on my team. I'm not trying to be the weak link. He's not the weak link. He is, in fact, pulling his weight.
No, he's been great. Double also very impressive performance in that last game. There's the 8 challenger. We saw him go up to 100 gold. He was just trying to save it. He had that the mercenary augment. The name always escapes me, where it gets more damage because of gold. He had that mercenary emblem to go alongside it, so saving up that 100 gold so that when he rolled down, he still had plenty to make that item worthwhile. I mean, it's just so fun to watch. What a crazy board that was. I mean, of course, helped out by the challenger emblem on the final carousel, but still, it's just been awesome watching these different comps. We joked about how it feels like the comps aren't real, and I'm just hoping that our final game delivers the same, right? We saw 7 mutants, 7 debonair earlier. It doesn't even sound like it should be possible, but it happened, and it absolutely comes down to the eggs, which were added in the as Mort called it, the 4 fun patch, just kind of shaking everything up, letting people play these crazy compositions by having those Toma trades.
Yeah, and also just these lobbies, the players being so good, being capable of making these crazy boards, and what I've called out earlier in the broadcast about these players able to cap out their boards so high because they're not trying to hit each other super hard. So that combination, plus the Toma traits that everyone gets, crazy boards, crazy comps, crazy games.
All right, but let's jump in to the final game of day 1 here at Mortdog Madness Neon Knights. Jumping on board with KC 61, who had that magnificent first place in the previous round. KCX Sly going up against Disney Fast Pass, trying to punch their tickets to day 2.
Yeah, we can see off the bat immediately, we got Small Egg, it's gonna hatch and just give us a tome at the beginning of stage 2, which sounds boring in the context of, oh, we can get like giant eggs and radiant items later, but it opens up the creativity from turn 1, and a lot of players can just get the direction for what kind of crazy board do I want to build this game from 2-1. You see some players choosing to save the tome, opting to get that direction later. A lot of players have been popping it super early, get their direction that early, and it's not the craziest, but it's opening up these players already compared to the crazy radiant items you get later.
Yeah, I mean, part of me likes the earliest egg the best too, just because of the fact that you get those tomes so early on, and you start seeing people pop them for tempo and start playing really creative early boards. You just see a lot of crazy stuff. So, you know, I'm never disappointed by the little egg. I always feel okay with that one, as we do have a lot of gold popped up from this treasure trove for double, including a lot of Chemtex here with the 2 Tryndamirs and a Zac, got a couple Twitches. So there is a little potential direction there to play Tryndamir, because you've got a lot of the early tools for it.
2 Tryndamirs, you have the glove, but he also got the Misfortune and has the Alawi, so just missing the Quinn, just missing Gangplank. He can opt to pre-level as well because he took Treasure Trove, he has so much gold. And if he misses the Gangplank or the Quinn next turn, remember, he's got the Tome. He pops it, there's a chance he gets the Mercenary, there's a chance we get 2-1 Mercs online. We've talked about how 2-1 Mercs isn't the guaranteed first, like it necessarily is on ladder. Gets 2 items start as well, so he could pre-level and still make gold. 10. This is wow, so much gold. Oh, he misses the Mercenary emblem, but still has some options. We saw the mutant was cybernetics, so that's a very strong mutant trait. He doesn't have any other mutants, so can't really play around that. Some options you could take. I feel like the Socialite wouldn't be bad. Socialite 1 this early, and then maybe you get the 5 Socialite later. Or the Assassin Spat. This can get creative with the Sin Tryndamir for now, and then you get to putting this Assassin Spat on whatever later. So, not the greatest tome, but again, it's double. He had 8 Challenger, Gold Reserves, Mercenary, Jinx. This man can play anything. He's going to find out how to make this Assassin Spat work.
I mean, yeah, and just the early power from the 3 Chemtech, 2 Assassin, 2 Bruiser, and the Assassin Tryndamir itself going to be doing so much damage when he spins. He gets all that attack damage. It's going to make those crits hit even harder.
And the fact he has so much gold. He pre-leveled and made 10. Made 10 again this turn. Treasure Trove and a 2-item start, boatload of gold, and you have a decent board. He could opt to go level 5 right here. Just get those extra odds, maybe natural Tryndamir 2 next turn, be super strong off that. He's got options. Setsuko as well, though. Also took Treasure Trove 2, also has a bunch of money, but he had 3 items start and actually got an item component, I believe, from his blue orb. So, a little bit less of a gold start. He's opting to play Yordles. He isn't early leveling, but he does still have 20 gold. He's not in the same spot as double, board strength and econ-wise, but it's the opposite end of the super econ start we see from Treasure Trove.
Yeah, opposite end, a lot of the aggression, and we just see this Twitch powering down from Raditz, or onto Setsuko's board right here. It's an early Twitch 2 with the IE for Raditz. We're going to see if he goes in any kind of direction there, but with the scrap emblem and everything else there, I think Raditz just going to be econing up, trying to level very quickly.
Yeah, Raditz looking like he's opting a bit more into the not quite as creative, more just 4-cost flex, probably around that 4, potentially 6 scrap later. With the Infinity Edge slammed and the weak spot, he doesn't even necessarily need Last Whisper like you normally do on a lot of 80 carries. Yeah, it's still going to stack with weak spot, but it's not a 100% necessity. So Ray on a track to just play around the 4-cost 80 flex, which is 100% his comfort zone.
All right, jumping on board here. Setsuko still just trying to hang on, get that econ with the Yordles. We see a brawler or bruiser Bramble on the side with the Warwick. So it's going to be incredibly tanky for Volta. And that is meditation. So just trying to get a lot of the mana on the backline members for the early game.
Oh, it's clear mind for Volta.
Oh, is that clear mind?
Yeah,
Clear mind?
it's clear mind. Yeah, they look very similar, and it's fine. But you have the Warwick too already. The thing about clear mind, you keep your bench clear. You're getting that experience, but it's so much harder to hold pairs to make your board stronger. But if you hit a Warwick too, you hit your pair already, you can now keep your bench clear and you still have your board strength. So Volta kind of overcoming one of the weaknesses of Clear Mind should be in a good spot to go a very quick level 8, potentially fast 9. We'll check later, see how he's doing with that fast aggressive leveling.
All right, jumping on board with Robin. Got the Challenger emblem on the Twitch. Challenger emblem in general, though, with all of these the Tryndamers, looks like Robin could go a Challenger direction as well. There's multiple Challenger lines available in this lobby right now.
Yeah, two Tryndamere players. Robin taking component grab bags, so Titans, Runan's Tryndamere already, plus the Challenger spat, so he has 4 Challenger, 3 Chemtech, playing 2 Tryndameres. Has not the easiest 6 Challenger on level 6 potential. You do have to hit a Draven to hit that trait without 2 Challenger spats, so not looking very likely, but he has the easy potential to hit that Tryndamere too, as is. His board's mostly unupgraded. Is going to hit a Nico who has Echo 2 with a Syndicate emblem, okay, and the Ezreal 2, the Ziggs 2, honestly, and Nico probably going to be looking in the Ahri direction, has the Gunblade slammed already. AP is his comfort zone. He's one of the best AP players in the server, so with the early Syndicate indicating to me, yeah, Nico's going to go AP, so we got a lot of diversity in what people are playing between the AD and AP in this lobby.
Yeah, it's going to be a cool Ahri spot, because I feel like a lot of time we don't see like a mass of Syndicate on Ahri, but with this spat, it actually opens up room to maybe go 5 or 7 Syndicate, which can still be a powerful synergy. It's just, it feels like it's a very rare thing that we see. So I'm kind of stoked for Iniko's board and kind of checking back in on there, especially because early game, I think that's going to work out pretty nicely with the Syndicate Echo. If he can get the trade online, I think it'll be pretty nice. But back to Robin. We just are seeing if this will end up being full reroll. I mean, I expect it to with these early items. Perfect item Tryndamere, or almost perfect items on Tryndamere. And then we also have that Challenger spat. So looking like a good angle for sure.
Yeah, taking actually a win over Raditz with those good Tryndamere items. This is part of the strength of component grab bag and just getting extra components early in general. So much board strength early game is going to be in your items, and when you have double the items of everyone in the lobby, even on a 1-star board, yeah, it tends to be pretty strong.
All right, moving over to Canbiz, we've got a Mutant Spat, which I always like Mutant Spat with Cybernetics because it's just like, it straight up just gives you stats. It gives you a ton of stats. You turn something into a mutant and immediately it gets the Cybernetic stats as well because you're giving it an item. So always like that extra little feel good with the Mutant Spat on this specific mode. We're going to see that for Canbiz, and that's going to constantly be giving value. But there's also just an Innovator emblem on this as well. So there's going to be some interesting compositions opened up for Canbiz in general.
Yeah, he has potential to maybe go for Dragon with Mutant. Screw it, I guess. We saw the 7 Mutant, 7 Debonair earlier. Honestly, anything's possible.
That's true. That's true. Can't count it out, you know. That's where we're going, Jirachy. 7 Mutant, 7 Innovator.
I'm down. I'm so down. Yeah.
Bet. Let's go.
Yeah. So, but for now, Canbiz actually has a really strong setup with a bunch of upgrades. He has the Scarab in already and slammed an Infinity Edge on this Twitch too with the Mutant Emblem on it. So all that extra AD this Twitch has because of Cybernetic is getting boosted by this Infinity Edge. It's good. Dipping into multiple damage buckets is how I've heard Mort describe it. Getting good multiplicative damage from your items and the stats you're getting from the trait.
All right, there we go. Volta gonna take the loss there. Canbiz still in strong shape as we get close to these augments. There's a Zyra 2. We got Syndicate Clockwork Emblem here. Trying to catch up on all the emblems as we make our rounds, Jirachy, because we got to figure out what shenanigans we'll be seeing, because there's been nothing but shenanigans today.
Yeah, this feels like a lobby that's going to be a little less shenanigans and more just, oh, that's cool, unless we get... if we get Prismatic 3-3, then all bets are off. It depends on if we hit more Prismatics this game. I think that's what it's going to come down to.
True.
Yeah.
That's true. That's actually been... That's something we haven't really talked about that much, on the fact that we've actually seen a good amount of Prismatics today, and that's been contributing to the level of shenaniganry that we have seen. As we do have this fight against Raditz. Gonna be rather close, but I think Ray's got it with the Twitch. Really great items on this Twitch. It's gonna be a good carry for this mid game. As Ray, I mean, we talked about he had that Twitch too early on with the IE, but now he's just got full, really strong 80 items going for him alongside the weak spot.
Oh yeah, he's already got 380 items plus Weak Spot. I called out he didn't need Last Whisper, but Last Whisper does still stack with Weak Spot because they are different types of Armor Shred. So already has a really strong carry setup. We'll see what forecasts or even the Jinx that he hits later that he's going to put those items on. For now, we got the second augment, which is going to be Silver. No Prismatic shenaniganry here. For Lococo, Grab Bag, Stand United, Blue Battery, what are you liking here?
I mean, I'm actually just a big fan of Grab Bag. Like, it's something I will go to most of the time. I feel like just getting the additional items tends to be good, and you can generally find a good place for just about anything nowadays. Now that they're really... I mean, it doesn't feel like there's any dead items completely. Sometimes it'll just help supplement your front line. The only times that I don't like Grab Bag is if you're running something like Makeshift Armor or Meditate, something that you don't want items, right? But finds a Zephyr off of that. And this didn't feel like a Blue Battery game, right? Like, looking at this board, Blue Battery is another one I tend to like, but you look at what Ash, Zyra, playing Syndicates, it's not necessarily a game where that's really going to help out. So I like the Grab Bag grab, and you just get a Zephyr for it, which is just going to continue to be a good item throughout the entire game.
I like the Grab Bag here as well, actually. And the Zephyr actually not the greatest pull because Lococo actually doesn't have any carry items, and I think that's kind of what he was hoping for. Yeah, you can use pretty much any item, hoping for the carry item, but as is, a Zephyr is still pretty good. It allows him to cheese a fight win over Volta on 64 HP. Lococo gonna need some help getting back into the standings, so any fight he can win, even if it's over a teammate, not the end of the world for the whole team.
Yeah, just trying to find those victories, but now we got the carousel. See what people can pick up. There's a Seraphine on here for some of the innovators. She's got a rod, which is potentially just worth in general to pick up. Could be a high roll for some of these players. I'm trying to remember. Volta did not have Innos, correct?
I don't think so. He was running that Warwick 2 with Bramble. So.
That's right, yeah. He had the clear bench, clear mind.
Yes. Well, as taking stock of some of the augments, Nico has Ascension, not one of the more favored augments, just kind of seen as a little bit weaker, but it is okay as a generic augment. We did see, though, 2 Tiny Titans, one for Canbiz and one for Setsuko, and Setsuko was one of those hard lose streaking players, so yeah, getting a little bit of an HP buff back. He actually went level 7 at 3-2. There's a lot of econ starts in this lobby. I didn't call out Lococo also took Treasure Trove too, so a ton of greedy econ starts all over the place. We see Nico and Canbiz both level 7 already. So, look, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of 4-2 level 8s, seeing a lot of trying to find those crazy forecast boards super early. So that could make this lobby tempo just go all out of whack.
All right, yeah, and there's the win for Nico over Robin, but that is the big thing is Setsuko, right? Being able to grab Tiny Titans on this lose streak, if he can turn this board around and get something strong, not being on just like 1 or 2 lives, but instead having those extra maybe 2, maybe 3 lives that Tiny Titans can provide, might just be enough for Setsuko to crack top 4, whereas this game was looking like, hey, unless he turns it around immediately and win streaks for the rest of the game, he's going out bottom 4.
Yeah, Setsuko taking another loss, even though he is on level 7, didn't quite catch who he fought, but Setsuko is probably going to be one of those players going 4-2 level 8, and this is something he did a ton in set 6 in tournaments. He would just have a Yordle start, he'd build up a ton of econ, go level 8 4-2, even with not a ton of gold, but just play around the 4 costs. So Setsuko, yeah, his HP spot looks a little bit sketch, but with the boost of that Tiny Titans, if he can hit decently on 4-2, he should be in an okay spot.
Yeah, that's going to be what we're waiting for, right? We just have to see on 4-2 if he can kind of stabilize, make it happen. Nico's going to continue this win streak right now on a 4-win streak. He's going to keep that rolling, trying to rebuild all this econ after going to 7. And Nico overall in a pretty solid spot with the Syndicate emblem, has found the Ahri, is on 4 scrap as well. So this is just, I mean, this board is looking really good for Nico.
Yeah, he's probably gonna want to try and get rid of the Ziggs as soon as possible. The problem is that it loses him 4 scrap and Arcanist. He can probably put the Brandon for an Arcanist replacement, or if he can find a random Aurelia or even a 1% Jinx, why not? Then okay, finds an extra Ziggs, he can transfer items. There it is. My entire point goes out the window. Point is that now he can put the items on the Ahri, which that's the carry he's going to want to be playing around, so getting it onto 4 cost. Setsuko didn't even go 4-2 level 8. He went 4-1 level 8, has a Jinx, has a Silco in his shop, has the items on a Draven. Doesn't have a Draven pair quite yet, but going to continue to roll, finds a Jhin as well. Bit slow on the transition, but yeah. Honestly, this is what Setsuko does. Like, he considers basically every option for 4 cost carries, so it's going to slow his rolls down a little bit. He might take a loss over Volta, but then again, he's level 8. He's going to kill units. This loss isn't going to be bad, if it is even a loss. This Jinx,
yeah, okay, the Jinx is still alive. Wait, but Warwick got onto the Jinx. He's got the Bramble. It's close. No. Okay, Setsuko's got it. That's really good for him to get that win. That's so big.
And this is kind of the benefit of going the super fast 8. Even if you're taking it a little slow, even if you're considering every option for your level 8 board, even without the upgrades, even without quite getting there yet, you can take a couple turns to transition because you're level 8, facing level 7s. That already gives you such a natural huge boost that it'll keep you healthy. It'll buy Setsuko time to finish out his transition, and once he finishes the transition, gets a bunch of upgrade 4 costs, he can win streak and go level 9.
All right, that's going to be the big thing. Can that actually happen is the question. But now Nico, because we saw the Ziggs, right? So Nico's able to transfer the items onto the Ahri. So now the Syndicate Ahri is online. If Nico could find that Ahri too, this board's already going to be in a very good shape, especially with that Syndicate emblem. It's just these assassins. The itemization is so like funny to see on this, because a lot of times you see, you know, these Warwick Tryndamere boards, it's all aggressive items, it's all challengers, it's all that, but this is not at all what this composition is for Volta. It's a lot more creative. It's just these 4 bruisers, the 3 enforcers playing really for bruiser Renata, but just having a bruiser Warwick as one of them, with the Vamp trying to heal up and the Tryndamere supplementing that as well. And he keeps rolling tank items, which just is so perfect.
Yeah, the dog and the Tryndamere just doing their best tank cosplays. Just, hey, we're not normally the front line, we're normally the damage. Oh, JK, we're the front line now, haha. So they're buying a ton of time for this Renata as well. Yeah, it's not the traditional front line for Renata. At least, this is the front line for Renata. It's just not the exact version we're used to. So really, really cool creativity from Volta, just playing with what he has, especially with not being able to hold much from Clear Mind. So has the Renata 2, level 8, 50 gold, can also go level 9 from here. This is what I was talking about, with everyone's going level 8 so quickly that tempo of the lobby just completely out of whack.
The creative board is so cool out of Volta because of the fact that he's playing Clear Mind. He has to kind of be creative, as you mentioned, right? He can't hold things. He has to be playing stuff as he gets it, which is why this Bruiser Warwick has worked out so well as being part of that front line. And Volta is so accelerated that, as you said, he's going to hit 9 so soon. We might see Setsuko hit 9 really soon, right? Like, there's a lot of these players aggressively leveling up. They're going to start chunking this lobby. And, I mean, I think things are about to heat up, right? We've kind of hit that that middle point where there's like been this lull of everyone kind of powering up, not being insanely capped on their boards. And we're going to hit that stage 5. And I think the jets are going to turn on. The gas is going to turn on. People are going to go 8. People are going to go 9. The big roll downs in a lot of these boards and compositions are going to completely come together.
Yeah, one of those. We were looking at this. What's Canvas gonna do with the Innovator emblem, with the Mutant emblem? For now, 5 Innovator and just the 3 Mutants. But he's chilling on 82 gold. He's trying to complete the Carmine Core 100 gold challenge duo, saying, hey, Double, you did it last game? Nah, my turn this game. Just chilling on all this gold. Still running this Twitch carry. Not a super strong board behind it, and yeah, this Twitch is starting to fall off a little, especially against this Assassin Tryndamere, which is just so fun to watch. Infinity Edge, Last Whisper, Assassin Spat. Very strong mid-game carry, and yeah, the Twitch doesn't have a shot.
Yeah, no shot whatsoever. This is going to be Doubles taking that one. The Assassin Tryndamere. We saw this at the start of the game, Doubles board. His board has not changed. It is the same kind of concept. Not quite hitting any 3 stars yet, but it is going to be that Assassin Tryndamere kind of going towards the Chemtex. Working out all right so far. Knife's Edge, Battle Mage, Cybernetic Shell, or Gambas here. Playing Innovators, Ghost Knife's Edge. Feels like that makes sense with the Assassins and stuff that he has, but now he's selling off the Twitch.
Yeah, the Knife's Edge, he's able to really get value out of this because he's playing Socialite, and the Socialite hex is in the front 2 rows, so
yeah.
Knife's Edge kind of opens itself as an option. And yeah, hits the Kha'Zix as well, so gonna be using the Knife's Edge to buff up that carry. Even the Bear getting buffed is not insignificant. Bear is kind of the front line for this comp, but it also deals a lot of damage.
Bear pumps.
Bear
pumps. Bear does damage.
Yeah, Bear does more work than I think people think. So this board right now, it's all 1 stars. This is nothing, but Kemba's chilling on a ton of gold, gonna go level 8 next turn. A little bit late to the level 8 compared to a lot of the lobby who's all going stage 4, but we'll still get there. It's still ahead in HP, partially because of Tiny Titans.
Ooh, I like this for Nico. Syndicate Jinx. I just think it's super powerful. Getting the Omnivamp, getting the extra resistances when she jumps in. It's like, you always need to find ways to keep your Jinx alive when she just kind of suicides into the enemy team, and I think Syndicate is a good way to do so.
Oh. The thing is, once a Nico hits 7 Syndicate, the Syndicate spat on the Jinx actually becomes useless because the entire team has Syndicate. You don't need the Syndicate on the Jinx.
True.
But for now, with just 5...
But 5?
Yeah, exactly. Like
5, it's perfect.
Having the Syndicate spat on the Jinx as a stopgap is going to do a lot of work, and then, I mean, later, just you have a Syndicate emblem on Jinx. Cool. But for now, yeah, it is good unit and emblem synergy that Nico is taking advantage of.
Yeah, it also opens up the flexibility for Nico to just play 5, right? He doesn't have to play 7. His carries will still be protected at 5. He's still got, the bonus on the Ahri, on the Jinx, and opens up the composition to go different directions. Now, still, 7 Syndicate's very strong. I'm not surprised if he does go that way, but at least the option is there to just sit at 5, and your carries are still, in really good spot.
Especially because 7 Syndicate did get nerfed. It's not, you don't necessarily need to play it, and you have to play a couple dead units like playing any big vertical trait. But with some of the big vertical traits we've seen take some lobbies today, it might be worth it for Nico to go for that chase trait, especially if maybe he hits Jinx 2 later. Maybe he can still crazy cap out his board anyway with the units, plus a couple of the chase synergies. And speaking of capping out on units, this Setsuko guy has a Jinx 2, and a Draven 2, and an Orianna 2, and a Braum 2, and yeah.
Yeah, a lot of 2s. A lot of 2s hanging out.
And it still lost.
Yeah.
Ah.
Well, that's, that's 5 Mutant, 5 Innovator for you, the classic composition, right?
Yes. This is exactly what the developers of TFT, and especially Mortdog, had in mind. And this is a standard composition right here, you see.
Of course. Yeah, usually I'm actually a 5 Mutant, 5 Innovator main. I, generally just go that direction. I really feel like it's just the powerful composition in the meta, playing it all the time. But we are getting it here because of all of these.
This person just posting about Talon all the time? Nah, that's an imposter. I've been 5 Mutant, 5 Innovator 2020 since the start of the set. Yeah.
Oh yeah, 5 Mutant, 5 Innovator. Really just been on a kick for that one. Just really love it. But Now we got Robin on 7 challengers. We saw double in this situation in the last game, and they were able to take a first. So we'll see if Robin can repeat that, as he's got 7 challengers already. He doesn't have a ton of HP, but as far as where the lobby is at, he should be able to win some of these rounds, or at least the losses shouldn't be too bad if he does end up falling. And it looks like he will lose this one, but it's only going to be, what, a 4-unit loss? So not horrible.
And Nico, it looks like, did put in the 7 Syndicate, did get that online. So, I mean, what we called out with the Syndicate emblem on Jinx, it is what it is now. It got him to this point. It got him to 7 Syndicate, and now he's top of the lobby. He's got good synergy in, has the RE2, has the Braum 2, he has the upgraded 4 costs he needs. Now he just needs to find some 5 costs to supplement, and that's how he's going to cap out his board. That's how he can potentially play for this first place.
All right, that is the way to do it. He's got the 8 in. Can he actually hit anything more to upgrade? I mean, you're right. Like, is he going to be able to find that Kai'Sa 2, that Draven 2? But other than that, it's just going to be positioning, right? The challengers still need to find really good positioning, find the best places for that Tryndamere to get into the backline. We see the spin. Not quite going to get immediately to the backline, but does actually get a better target. That's the Kha'Zix going down to the Tryndamere. So it worked out really, really well for Robin, and so it'll be a big win over Canbiz. He's going to take a lot of damage as Double actually is out. Double is out and in 8th, and this is the opportunity. Disney Fast Pass. Have to try and go for that top 4. All those top 4s.
And Nico taking a win over Lakoko as well. Setsuko living at 9 HP, so a little bit dangerous for him. But Double taking an 8th, that is very important, because KCX Solari is trying to catch up to Aegis Gang. And they need multiple good placements in order to do that. Double taking an 8th really hurts their chances. They're gonna be looking at like 1, 2, 3 to even have a chance, alongside the help they need from Aegis Gang underperforming.
That's true. Yeah. If Aegis Gang doesn't go like 5, 6, 7, 8, this 8th from Double might have just knocked them out of the running for day 2. And it comes down to looking at Disney Fast Pass and seeing, can they have a very dominant performance, right? And Nico and Raditz at the top of the table. Robin, spiking with that 8 challenger. Setsuko, the big question is he going to be strong enough as well? I know his board was full of those 2-star 4 costs, and he just found another one with Jin. So there's maybe opportunity for Setsuko to kind of join them in that top 4.
Potentially, and in this top 2, Nico playing around one of his comfort carries, the Ahri, not necessarily flex because he had the Syndicate emblem early on. He kind of forced the Ahri, but he did get there. Raditz, I called out playing the AD flex, is playing around Sivir, playing around a Striker Heart, has the binary airdrop as well. This item, or this augment, has such good synergy this patch because of how many additional items are getting pumped into the game. So gonna take a good win over Nico, only a 2-unit win, so keeping his teammate nice and healthy.
A lot of death.
Meanwhile, we got our top 4,
by the way.
Yeah. Volta and Lakoko taking 5-7, Robin dipping at 6, but now we got a 1v3 for Canbiz.
And this is doable for Disney Fast Pass, right? If Setsuko can outlive Canbiz, they get a 1, 2, 3, 6. That's a pretty good round. And so long as PP God did poorly in this round, it's possible Disney Fast Pass ran it all the way back. So a really, really good performance in this game, giving them a chance to make it to day 2.
Raditz, though, honestly looks like he has
he might just kill Setsuko.
He might just kill Setsuko. They're just gonna live with, Setsuko taking a 4th, the Jinx 2 popping down, doing a lot of damage, and it's dead, and Setsuko's 4th.
Okay, well, okay, 1, 2, 4, 6. We'll have to take that one instead. They still have to take down Canbiz, right? So it's still up to Ray and Nico, but their boards look so powerful. I think they're going to be able to do it.
Yeah, Canbiz got the Kha'Zix 2, got in 6 Innovator and 5 Mutant, so he's probably... I feel like he's going to angle more towards the Dragon if he can get it. Who's he missing? He's missing Singed. So good luck finding a Singed on
with 0 gold on 9? Yeah. It's going to be tough.
Yeah. So if he does find the Singed, then honestly, I feel like you angle the Dragon over this 5 Mutant. You can't really fit in both. So, well, if he even gets there, we'll see what he chooses. But he is level 9, has the chance to kind of cap out around these 5 costs, has a Jace pair if he can complete that. This is a strong board. The problem is it stronger than 7 Syndicate Jinx Ahri or 6 Striker Binary Airdrop Sivir?
Well, you know, as a 5 Mutant 5 Innovator player myself, I will say it's a powerful comp, very powerful, but it does tend to have problems in the late game. As someone who has seen 5 Mutant 5 Innovator just so many times, you know, just constantly seeing this composition.
Yeah, and the Kha'Zix is Zephyred, and the Jinx got Shrouded, and
I don't know. Yeah, the Kha'Zix is trying. The Kha'Zix is trying right now. Gets on the Sivir? Maybe? Oh, Gnar with the protection. Yeah, it looks like that's just going to be a big hit on Canvas. He's got one more life, but I think this is looking like an easy Nico Raditz 1-2.
Yeah, I agree. It does look like the 1-2. I mean, Canvas did well getting himself to this point. He is running the Mutant Spout on Jinx now, opting to just drop the Ezreal. He's saying, I'm going to play a better scrap unit. Don't need to play 6 Innovator, and that's all Ez is really doing. But he's the 3rd strongest player in the lobby, and on 1 life. So it's this is a you take your 3rd, you 0-7, you just honorably make your way out.
Yeah, I mean, this is a cool composition, right? We talked about the creativity. This one very much the 5 Mutant 5 Innovator, more of a, oh, that's neat than the absolute madness that has been the day. But, you know, still very cool, different change up that Canvas went because they got the early emblems of Mutant and the early emblem for Innovator. So there's like, all right, well, I guess we'll play both. Mutant's pretty strong this time. And when you have an Innovator emblem, you tend to want to play it because you have the opportunity to go for the dragon. So we just see that opportunity. It looks like this is actually a 1 fight, which is huge for Canvas. Maybe it means they can hold on a little longer, but with the HP numbers for Nico and Raditz, I'm not holding my breath too much for Canvas.
Yeah, the Kha'Zix yeah, there's a Jace too, but with Canvas, the Kha'Zix got onto the Ahri early, killed that carry off for Nico's Ghost before it could ramp up and do too much work, and then gets onto the Jinx. And he has the Jace too, which normally would be like, okay, maybe he can do something. The problem is, after he fights a Nico, who is on 2-3 lives, he's gonna hit Raditz again. And there's a unless Canvas finds like a double Jinx, double Kaisa shop and finds an insane power spike, it's looking like Raditz is gonna beat him. And in this fight, Nico got to hard corner, so the Ahri just onto the Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix does jump away, stay alive.
The Ahri though, one more big cast. Okay, it doesn't quite get caught. Oh, he walks into
That's
it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Canvas is dead. We got our top 2.
Yeah, top 2, Raditz and Nico. We'll see if they battle it out against each other to see who's going to take it down.
This is the bragging rights battle. And credit to Canvas. We've talked about some of the creativity in the boards and some of the craziness you can build, but there is merit to getting creative with how you get to a top 4. That being said, Nico wasn't quite positioned for Canvas when Canvas was hitting Nico's Ghost, but when Nico knows he's hitting Canvas for real, that means he can put his Ahri in the corner. There's no Blitzcrank that can hook the Ahri, so Ahri just gets to sit in the corner and get all the DPS off for free. But that's the end of the game because Raditz and Nico not going to battle it out. We're just going to end it. We have our top 2. It's fine.
Fair enough, right? They got the top 2. There's not really a reason for them to fight each other other than, you know, ego, I guess. Ego. But really, like, they were working together the entire game, so it makes the most sense. But really now it's just waiting for all of the games to be over so we see all this results and we see which 2 teams make it to day 2. I do think that result, while good, 1, 2, 4, 6, seeing as how they were behind, 11 points, unless PP God really went like a 5, 6, 7, 8, I think it's very likely that PP God held on. And seeing as how KCX Live had a pretty not great performance in that final game, I think an Aegis probably locked it in. So my predictions, Riley, is we're gonna see Aegis PP God, and we'll just have to wait to see if that gets confirmed.
I think so too. I believe that Disney Fast Pass, if I'm doing my math real quick here correctly, they got 23 points that game. And in order for them to pass PP God has to get avoiding tiebreakers, PP God has to get 11 points, and the minimum you can get is 10. So unless PP God just completely, like, just did not play well whatsoever, looking good for them to be the representatives for tomorrow. Then again, we've been talking about Disney Fast Pass because they're who we're spectating. Binoculars only 8 points behind PP God. If they had a stronger performance, they got the 1, 2, 3, 4, and then PP God didn't perform super well. It's on the EU side. It looks like we're getting Aegis as our representatives for tomorrow. NA's still kind of up in the air.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait for those results to come through, but it's been a lot of fun already just watching this entire day. I can't wait for the showdown, the team versus team that is day 2. I think that's going to be a ton of fun to have the 5 games, follow that storyline all the way through and see who comes out on top. I mean, PP God has been popping up. Prestivan has had a good day. Prestivan's been, he's the god of NATFT, so I don't know why I'm surprised. I shouldn't be surprised at all. I mean, of course.
Completely expected
going to be dunking on everybody here. That makes sense.
Remember, he transcends everything about TFT. He transcends tier lists. He transcends comps. He transcends units. He transcends the ladder. He is rank Prestivan. He does not have a number on his name. In all seriousness, though, Prestivan has. It's cool to see him perform well in these really stacked lobbies because he's not someone we really know yet as a tournament player. Yeah, we all kind of joke, oh yeah, set 7, set 8 world champion incoming, but he's as it currently stands, hasn't done much competitively in set 6. But if he is looking to prove himself and getting a start by placing well in some of these lobbies, even though it's not the most serious tournament ever, it's NA taking a vacation and EU really trying to prove something in not the World Championship for some reason, but it's still good lobbies, good players, and Prestivan doing well. It's still really cool to see. It's cool to see him try to establish a name for himself more on the competitive side rather than just, I am a streamer, I am a personality, I'm a TFT influencer, as the meme goes. It's really cool to see players like that who are a little more up and coming. We've seen some other names, like I called out Aniko, and Dish Soap as well, and Appies, who are no longer up and comers. Let's be honest, they've established themselves as names. We've still got up-and-comers. We've still got Prestivan in this very tournament, and starting to establish himself, starting to show, I can have some good performances. I have an upward trajectory. It's so cool to see.
Yeah, Prestivan has been having some really good success in competitions that aren't related to like the World Championship or regionals or those kind of things. Winning 1st or 8th recently, and then doing really well here in Mortdog Madness. So Prestivan really on his come up, on his grind right now, doing great. But no, it's all fun and games. I love to see that. I think that team's been doing great. I know it's still a little up in the air. Binoculars might have been able to bring it back. We're still waiting on those results. Overall, unfortunately, never mind. I was going to make a point about EU maybe doing better than NA, but I'm not going to make that point at all because I actually don't want to. And instead, we're going to look at the lobby winners of this round. Oh, let's go ahead and take a look there. Looks like NA dominates the final round of games. We got 3 NA winners, with Aniko taking that one in lobby B, Goobums in lobby C from PP God, Dish Soap taking it in D for Suscage Business. But Solo Gasong grabs a first in A for Salvi Maximus. We'll see where that puts them in the standings as well, but it does feel like with Goobums grabbing a first, grabbing a lot of points for PP God, probably going to start seeing PP God versus Aegis as we've potentially expected. But what about the compositions here? Riley, what are you thinking about these?
Honestly, at this point, this is pretty standard. We saw some crazy stuff win lobbies, but, oh, Legendary Flex. 7 Syndicate, a bit out of the ordinary, but not unexpected. Oh, the Dragon. Oh, Kaisa Bruisers. We saw some crazy stuff today. These have certainly been fun games. Things settling down just a tiny bit in Game 5, but still some cool stuff. Still some really solid play coming out.
Look, I mean, game 1 through 4 were a tough act to follow, and I think Game 5 still had a lot of cool, interesting things. It just was tough to match up to some of the craziness that we saw throughout the day, and I'm hoping that Day 2 delivers the same. But looking at Prestevent grabbing a second alongside a Goomub's first, Sox and Soju also coming in at 4th and 5th. I mean, that's PP
it.
God held on.
Yeah. And for Aegis as well, they went 1, 3, 4, 6. So you can see right here, that's going to lock up those two teams as your representatives for NA and EU facing off tomorrow in Day 2, both grabbing over 100 points. Both across both teams, there was 2 games where they had less than 20 points, both for PP God. But they capped out with some of the high scores of the day. 26 in game 1, 24 in this last game. They were the ones who were kind of on vacation coming in, and they just shut everyone up.
You know what, Riley? Look at these scores down the line, though. I was talking about how it felt like EU was maybe getting the better of NA over the course of the day, outside of some outliers like PP God, of course. But let's look at these scores. Aegis and PP God, the top 2, 4 points separating. It's very close. It's marginal, right? Then you look at the next 2, Solvi Marximus, Disney Fastpass. That's another EU and an NA team. 2-point difference. It's barely a difference between 3rd and 4th. 5 and 6, they're tied. Another EU and an NA team. And then at the bottom, an NA and an EU team with a 2-point difference. It's so close down the line. It's been essentially just even. EU with just a couple points here or there over some of the NA teams, but yeah, I mean, this has been a tight race between the 2 regions, and now we just get the top 2 battling it out for all the marbles on Day 2.
Yeah, and if this is the best EU has to offer, we got this tomorrow. Hey, region that's going super hard and Omega training, entering the hyperbolic time chamber with something to prove. And they're not too much further ahead than the region on vacation.
Okay. We have to put our unbiased hats on.
Okay, fine.
For 1 second. For 1 second. No, that was great. That was phenomenal. I love that. But we have to put the hats on because now we've got the 2 captains of the 2 teams playing on the line here. And it is their turn to trash talk each other. We got Unid and we got Goobums coming in. You both made it to Day 2. Congratulations for that. But we'll start with Unid. I got you on the left side, and we'll go to Goobums. But Unid, I mean, what do you think about PP God? What do you think about this team, Goobums' team? Do you guys think you're gonna be able to take them down tomorrow?
Wait, mine?
Oh. Okay. It seems like we cannot hear Unid. 1 sec. We'll see if we can get them. But while Unid figures that out, Goobums, why don't we have the question? How are you feeling about Unid's Team Aegis, going into tomorrow? You feel like you guys are going to be able to crush them? I can hear you, Goobums, so we'll do you first, and then while they get that sorted.
Oh yeah, I think we'll be fine. Okay, the thing is, like, even though we made it to Day 2, I'm pretty sure we're still playing with like House 20 because we pretty much didn't practice for this at all. So the fact that they even let us get to Day 2 by shooting on them so hard is already embarrassing.
All right. Well, speak about your team, because it seemed like a lot of people were kind of struggling with the taking a vacation, but P-God really just the absolute carry, Prestevent. I mean, just the god of TFT, obviously, right? I mean, what's going on there, Goobums?
Yeah, I mean, like, we drafted P-God for a reason, right? Like, we already knew he was gonna come in. Like, it doesn't matter how many games he has, he's just gonna take a dump on all of them. And then, I mean, that's why he's the set 7 champ. So yeah.
All right. Well,
this is just like
yeah. Riley, do you have more questions for Goobums while we see if we can get Unid on the line?
Yeah. Well, talk about the rest of the team. Yeah, we got Prestevent, who's the god of TFT, but Sox and Soju. Soju, I know, has been kind of on Valorant vacation as well, so how do you feel like he's been holding up? How do you feel like, maybe have you and Sox been, like, pulling a little bit extra? Can you just talk about the rest of them?
Oh, Soju's popping off. He's like the morale boost of the team. We can never feel down with Soju on our team. And then Sox, I'm pretty sure Sox was the only one who actually did a lot of prep for the tournament, so that's the only reason why we know what we're doing, so...
Oh, see, Practice smarter, not harder. Have one person sweat, and then they just tell you all what to do at that point. There you go. Perfect. I love that. Well, real quick, because I think we do have Unid now. I want to be able to give him a chance to rebuttal.
Test. Do you hear me?
There we go. Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you perfectly. So you're going up against PP God. I mean, what do you think about them? I mean, you guys are the EU representative going up against NA. What have you got to say to Goobums and PP God?
Okay, so I think they did a great job today because 104 points is a lot. But when they faced us, they got wrecked. It's their worst performance of the day. So we feel pretty confident in my team.
All right, sweet. Riley, take it away. Get some questions for Unid.
Fair enough. So in the pre-show trash talk video, you brought up how NA kind of plays this greedier playstyle that you feel like EU is just gonna completely destroy because you play so much more aggressively. How do you think that came out today?
It was completely true. I think that our aggressive playstyle, a lot of the time, NA just went 8th and 7th versus us because they always died because they were too greedy. So tomorrow we will push the same advantage and prevent them from being too greedy and going 9 and building all the legendaries.
Perfect. I love to hear it. I'm excited to see you two go at it tomorrow. We'll get plenty more trash talk, I'm sure, from the two of you while we wait for the games to happen tomorrow. But that's going to be it for these two right now. Best of luck, best of luck, Goobums, and to your teams. We will see you both tomorrow for day 2 of Mortdog Madness. All right, Riley, it's so good to hear it from Goobums and Unid. I'm excited for the match. I think it's just fun. There's like a little bit of bants. No one wants to go too in, but they're very much like joking with each other, having a lot of fun, and I love that so much. I always love these tournaments where we can get those bans in, but I mean, that's the bulk of the show here. We want everyone to come back tomorrow for day 2, but Riley, do you have some final words, final thoughts before we head out and close on day 1 of Mortdog Madness Neon Nights?
Yeah, today was a blast. The games were a blast. Casting is always a blast. I'm always happy to be back on the desk, especially that we've now kind of got this like recurring duo thing happening. I know it's our second cast together, the non-binary power duo. So yeah, I had a blast, and I'm sure I'll have even more of a blast tomorrow.
Oh, it's always a good time, and I can't wait for the stakes tomorrow. We got the head-to-head, the 1v1. Aegis versus PP God. It's going to be exciting. So make sure that all of you tune in tomorrow at 9 a.m. PT, 6 p.m. CET. If you want to catch the conclusion of Mortdog Madness Neon Nights. That's it for me, for Riley, for Mortdog, for Panda, and all the crew here. Thank you all so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.